Basically, it's just a chestnut. We got black walnut, chestnut, walnut, maple. So we got acorns, samara, chestnuts. So the deer love it here. And a lot of times I go out to the black walnuts, the chestnut trees, and I'll collect all that stuff together, put it in the barn with dehydrators, and you dehydrate it, and the husk falls off quicker. And then you dump it back out in the fields, and so it'll be ready for the winter. Some of that stuff won't be ready till the middle of the winter. It's got to dehydrate, and all the husk comes off. But deer will eat the husks too. They're not like us. They can, yeah, that is good stuff to make medicine out of. A lot of trees produce a lot of stuff you can eat from. Some some trees have a white foamy inside under the bark, and you can eat that. Some trees you can eat the bark, and it's good for you. It's good for horses too. It's good for livestock. Any of the edible barks, like yellow birch, black birch, red spruce. Most pine trees you can eat their bark. The tarmac trees and the fir trees have a lot of it too that you can eat. Some elm trees. So there's a lot of edible stuff in the forest that people don't know about that's healthier than what you get, from the grocery store. Bark is healthier than 90% of what we think is health food that we get from the grocery store. Bark. Or the white stuff under the bark. Or yellow, depending on, what kind of tree it is. People make snacks out of this bark. Farmers.
Cambion.
Hmm?
Cambion.
Yeah. You Google it, huh?
No. You
Oh,
can't use it. You can't use the Cambion from all pine trees. Only certain trees, like say blue
yeah,
spruce or blue
yeah,
spruce.
yeah,
Some of them
certain.
are looks like it.
Yeah, it's only certain pines you can. Yeah, you
I
can.
think the elm is good too, but I could be wrong.
Yeah. So, do you know what kind of tree this is here? Just by seeing the bark, you can literally eat that stuff right there, the way it's cut. You can dry it out, making the jerky too. You don't know just from the bark. It's a birch tree, man. Are you with me? The white, it's a white birch. But you should be able to tell from just the damn bark. He said perch. Nope, birch. Nope, it's a birch tree. You probably meant birch, so. There's a lot of edible stuff in the forest, though, man, that a lot of people don't know are edible. Uh, that stuff under the birch tree is healthier than any vegetable you'll get from the frickin' health food aisle. Period. I mean, period. Untouchable. None of them have the nutritional content that has. And nobody eats this stuff. It's got chemicals that are known to fight off cancers, leukemias. It helps protect you from bad eyesight. But I had a Native American father, and that was one thing that he was really big on. Knowing food supply when you see it in the forest. He wanted children that could step off into a wood grove with a knife and never have to come back. You make a fire, you can boil acorns, boil nuts, get all the poison out of the husk. See, you gotta wait for the husk to dehydrate, and certain walnuts are edible without doing that, but usually you should boil them just to make sure they're not poisonous. Or I even like roasted acorns. They used to sell that stuff. When you get
Hey,
roasted
man,
nut.
I
What?
just looked to see what time it was. It's like 5:30 in the morning. Shit.
It's
I gotta
7:30 in the
stop doing
morning for me, bro. But I just woke up at 5:30.
this. Yeah. I gotta stop doing this fucking all night shit. Oh man. All right, I'm gonna go.
All right, bro.
All right, man.
You can eat most walnuts raw, but they're best toasted or warmed. So you just put walnuts, on a cookie sheet and bake them for 10 to 12 minutes, 350 degrees, and you'll have roasted nuts. You're supposed to cure them, though. My brother-in-law likes to come out here and get walnuts and acorns and samara, and he roasts them, which is what I just told you how to do. Just bake them at 350 for 10 to 15 minutes, or till they're as warm as you like. And this isn't even touching leaves. You can eat leaves. There's herbivores that live on leaves and get a multiple, get 2,000 pounds, 1,000 pound herbivore. Yeah, you can eat that fungus, tree fungus. You can eat some of that, not a lot. I won't say a lot. Not all funguses are good on a tree. Some syrup trees get fungus, though, and that's good. Another thing you can do is when you got the bark off the tree and you take the inside, like I showed the heart, you can make tea out of that too. You can make a drink. It's called tea, but you're just boiling water and extracting all the nutrient from the bark. Take the bark out and drink the fluid. Roasted nuts are good though. Anybody that hasn't roasted, if you got a black walnut tree in your yard, you can have walnuts all day long. Walnuts are good too. I don't know who don't like fucking nuts, but they sustain, grizzly bears and black bears. I think there's like 15, 20 different varieties of walnuts because there's a lot of different walnut trees. Black walnut and English walnut are like your most common. They're butternut. There's another one. Andrea walnut, Japanese walnut, and then just walnut. But the wood's good too. Acorns are good too. Roasted acorns. Mm. And my favorite nuts are Brazil nuts. Who knows what those are? Brazil nuts and cashews. Chestnuts are good. Hazelnuts, those are another good one. Of course, macadamia nuts. Pecans. Most people Don't know about this one. How about pine nuts? Pine nuts are good, toasted or roasted, whatever you want to call them. I like walnuts, but I like Kung Pao chicken too. So, if you know what Kung Pao chicken is. You put whatever kind of nuts you want in Kung Pao chicken, and that shit's still good.
What up?
What up? Cutting out. Or you just cut
Well,
off.
it's like 8 o'clock in the morning in the city, so every goddamn vehicle in the world is on the road.
Oh, it's Indio. I was wondering who it was. I was like, you ever had Kung Pao chicken, man? I was talking about edible
I've
stuff in the
tasted it.
forest.
I'm not a big fan. It's all right. I like
Yeah,
General Tso's chicken.
yeah. I was talking about all the edible stuff in the forest from tree bark or the heart under tree bark to leaves and nuts, walnuts, chestnuts, Samara.
You just don't want no chin nuts.
Nope. No, because like I got black walnut, chestnut, Samara trees, acorns, maples. You get, you don't just get syrup from maple tree, you know what I mean?
Say, you can eat the bark, right?
Yeah, you can. Well, the hardy stuff, it's a hardy layer of bark in between the core and the bark, but it's considered part of the bark. Yeah, like I showed a picture up there. Um, like on the elm, dude, some of it's so soft you can just peel the bark, slice a piece out, and just start eating it. And this stuff is healthier than any vegetable you'll get from your produce departments in the grocery store. You can make candy out of it. Birch trees, they got good heart in them. Some pine, you you can't eat all pine, so I don't want to tell people to start eating the bark on the pine trees because you got to actually research which one.
Don't tell anybody on this server anything to eat. Don't fuck it up.
Yeah.
Not the flat earthers, the other people.
Oh, I know. I know.
They can't even tie their shoe.
Yeah, you tell them they can't eat spiny pine, and that'll be the first one they try. Well, if you can eat pine trees, why not a spiny try? Let's debate it. There's no debating it, motherfucker. When you get sick,
Look,
you'll know why.
gotta be wrong. He's a flat earther.
Right. Right. Shit. This flat earther can go in the forest and live. All they need is a buck knife. I mean, there would be other things that make my life easier, but a good buck knife would be sufficient. I could get everything else from the forest. Make fish traps out of hollowed out, rotted out trees, you know? And there's a lot of deadfalls in the forest where you can eat the stuff that's degrading out of the center of the tree. That's got a lot of nutrient in it, especially when it's in the state of composition. It's got a lot of stuff that's healthy for your gut, too.
Well, you could just eat the bugs.
Yeah, that'd be the first thing I eat, would be the bugs. A larva is easy and high protein. Larva? Shit. In the summer, I don't starve in the woods. Period. I mean, if I was in the woods smoking weed and on a walk and got lightheaded like I need something to eat, I wouldn't have to walk all the way back to the house to eat. I'd find something to eat right around me. Certain larvae taste good. It's just like trail mix shit. I mean, honestly, though.
That's what I heard. It tastes like peanuts or something
Yeah.
if you roast them.
Yeah, if you cook them, yeah.
I heard peanuts are poisonous if you don't cook them.
Boil them? Yes.
Yeah, if you don't cook them, if you eat them raw, they're poisonous. That's what I heard. I don't know for certain.
Certain acorns and walnuts have to be boiled. But if you want to eat a walnut when it's got the husk on it, the green part, then yeah, you got to boil it. You got to remove all the husk that you can and then boil it. But once it's dried out, the poison is gone because 90% of the poison is from that husk. And if you see a black walnut tree, normally no grass will grow under it, and there's not too many bugs around it. So that's because the husk will poison the bugs if they eat it, and it poisons the grass. But this is so that the large forest animals can get the stuff. I mean, if the forest floor and that's just another way of showing the intricate design of the world we live in. It's designed so that acorns can fall on the forest floor, not rot, cure over a period of time, not get eaten by bugs, and still be there for a deer that's starving in the winter. You know? That shows a intricate design. The ecosystem is perfectly balanced. Now, once
You throw it up in the air, it just happens. Right?
mass expansion, bro. You ever seen After Earth? Will
After
Smith
Earth?
does. Yeah, After Earth. Will Smith
Isn't that a
feels
TV show?
it's Will Smith's kids in it. And it's supposed to be once we moved on from Earth to another planet. And everything here evolved to kill humans. And Will Smith and their kid end up back here. But they're traveling on on a spaceship, and he feels the side of the spaceship. Then he goes up to the cockpit and tells them he detected gravitational anomalies, which could be a precursor to mass expansion. Like this idiot, like you could feel that even if it was true. And then they show it, And so the whole movie is like, let's conform our entire model. So with this movie, we're programming people to believe in the Big Bang, which is mass expansion. So, and because, flat earthers say, well, for mass expansion, you need gravity, right? But then you say gravity is mass warp in space time. So which is it? Was there gravity before there was mass?
Well, that's the problem with general relativity. If you look at what Einstein wrote, and this is a kid came in here too and was like, Newtonian gravity reduces to general relativity. In that particular, like the model is a universe with one mass.
Yeah.
Literally, it's one mass. So you don't have any gravity because you need the other mass, right?
Yeah, to have gravitational anomalies. Yeah.
How do you measure gravity in a universe with one mass? As soon as you bring in the instrument, the measuring device, you got two masses, and you just fucked it up.
That's funny.
It is. It is hilarious, man.
That is.
One mass universe is their model.
I wonder if me and you are the only ones that got that joke.
Yeah.
It's like a nerd joke. I wonder how many people are Googling right now.
Dude, I've been like working, but other than that, ever heard of something called geometric algebra?
Geometric algebra. Oh, algebra that's, it's supposed to define shapes or equate shapes.
Nah, it's like a different form of math, kind of, where there's no coordinates. There's no like Cartesian coordinates, nothing like that. It uses like certain relationships between geometric objects.
Yeah.
That are true, right? So if you like draw a line, you draw two lines and then draw three lines through those two lines, they'll all intersect. All three lines will intersect those two lines at the same angle, but in reverse.
Yeah, that's
so you have like you have these geometric relationships. So someone like 200 years ago basically invented this, and they're like just catching on to it now, and they're just going to start they're starting to use it for computer graphics because it's like you can something that would take you 80 lines of code, you can write in like 4 lines of code.
Yeah, it's called
you don't have to do any math. You don't have to do any calculations.
It's a geometric series. Algebraic geometric
series. Dude, there's no numbers. That's why you don't get. There's no numbers at all.
Oh, I'm with you.
It's just the relationship between geometric shapes. That's it.
Yeah.
And like you can make formulas out of it and get results. So like you can rotate stuff, move stuff in space because it's kind of it's once you understand it, like I don't understand it well enough to explain it to somebody. I understand it because I just like discovered it on my own, like a few days ago.
Vector space. It's quadratic.
Vector space, exactly.
Yeah, it's quadratic forms. It's called a algebraic geometric series, bro. I know what you're talking about now.
Yeah. So it's, this dude Clifford found this dude.
Yeah.
This dude Grassman, he was just a high school math teacher. He didn't even have a degree in mathematics. He took basically, so you got vectors, right? So you got two vectors. Well, he invented something called the wedge product where you take those two vectors and reflect them, but now you have a parallelogram. Now you can it's easy to find the area of a parallelogram. It's A plus B, or A times B plus C times D, right? Boom, you got the area. Now you can take these and like rotate them and do like all this funky shit. But that's like extensible to like other shapes. So you can create all these other crazy shapes out of it. Dude, it's crazy. It's like, it's hard to describe. So the reason I'm bringing it up is because This has been a guy that's been trying to promote it in physics for the last dude, Maxwell's equation reduces down to one equation.
Yeah.
Dude, one equation. That's it.
This is like a
Using it.
union of Grassmann algebra and Hamilton's quaternions or
Quaternions, yeah.
quaternions, yeah.
So
This is
someone
all,
figured out. Well, the point I was trying to make is there's a guy, he's trying to make gravity work in so-called flat space.
yeah.
Using this particular formulation.
Yeah.
So if the guy ever does it, I'm gonna just whip it out on the Glovers and laugh at him, right? Think gravity works?
Yeah, because there's no numeric values for scalars or vectors.
Yeah, you don't need them because it's just the
No.
geometric relationships between objects. And this
Yeah.
is how the Greeks originally did shit. They didn't have units.
It's
They
called
just used the proportions and the magnitudes of things and compared them against each other, right?
bivectors and pseudo vector quantities. Yeah.
If you ever seen the proof of Pythagorean's theorem, you can prove it completely geometrically without any numbers at all, right? So you can take a square and stick it at along each sides, right? Create a square out of each side, and a squared plus b squared equals c squared. So the area of those two squares equals the area of the square of the hypotenuse.
Yeah.
It's a geometric relation that has nothing to do with any numbers or anything like that.
Yeah.
So the thing is, they created a whole entire algebra out of this, and you can make like customized algebras just for like whatever application you want to use. Engineering, robotics, fucking computer graphics, physics, you name it.
They got.
Like I said, I just like discovered it. I've been binge watching YouTube videos for the last like 36 hours.
Yeah, they got
My brain is melted.
geometric calculus too, bro.
Yeah, you could do. It was crazy because there's no numbers. That's the fucking weird part.
I know.
There's no coordinate system.
No, it's a pseudo vector. Yeah. It's called a pseudo.
The funny thing is when they go into projective geometry, which is perspective, right? Because the horizon is like a point at infinity, they can rotate, they can do everything because they can rotate things around this horizon line, right? A point on the horizon.
Yeah.
So in a vector, right, you can flip like, so I got Cartesian coordinates, right, the x-y axis, right? So I can flip it from from the positive y to the negative y and do like a reflection of something. Well, if you suppose that line, right, the y coordinate line is a perspective line, right, a line that goes to the horizon, you can flip it anywhere. It doesn't matter where it is in the coordinate system. So you can just toss the coordinate system completely.
Yeah.
It's just a crazy shit, dude. That I can't believe I never heard of it before.
Yeah, it's kind of like mirroring. You just mirror a geometric image.
Yeah, that's a reflection. So you can flip it.
Yeah.
But if you do two of these flips, right, you've got a rotation.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So it's replacing a lot of shit, like differential geometry.
Well, it can change so you don't have to use like matrices, linear algebra, quaternions, like all these other things. You can get rid of all these things and just use this new algebra that has no numbers.
Yeah, otherwise you'd be using geometric algebra, geometric calculus, differential calculus, integrations. You'd have a large differential equation.
Exactly. You saw that shit on 20 pieces of paper, right?
Yeah.
Going through 6 pencils and 9 erasers.
Yeah. So he just saved a lot. Well, those are people who are trying to reverse engineer space, Euclidean space, and show it in 2 dimensions,
It's way more complicated than I'm even describing to you, because there's like something called, so there's projective, geometric algebra. There's conformal geometric algebra. So the first one is Euclidean. Second one is closer to like spherical geometry. So I like found out. So this is fucked up.
Yeah. So
There's another way to find the distance to the horizon, right? So you make two spheres, right, and you intersect them, and where one sphere intersects the other, that circle is the horizon.
yeah, and
So
the
you
difference.
cosines, trigonometry. You don't need any of that shit. You can just take two objects and just stick them together and be like, okay, where are these two objects touching? Boom, there's the horizon.
Yeah, and the two things you covered is whether or not you're doing a flat box or a cube, a circle centered on radius, or a sphere. Yeah. Are you intersecting a sphere or two circles? Are you intersecting a cube or two boxes?
Think about it. The thing is, they can make in 2D, and it automatically will go to as many dimensions as you want, and you don't have to write any new code because the underlying geometric principle holds no matter how many dimensions you add. So think of this, right? So I have a circle, right? And I want to make a torus. A torus is just a circle made of circles.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Just like a hypercube. Yeah.
So a donut, like, right? It's just like a bunch of. So you have a circle, a bunch of slices of a circle going around in a circle, and then you have a torus, right?
Right. And the cube is just a bunch of boxes, box within a box within a box.
Yep.
And so it takes a great equation to what this is being used for programming does is you don't have to program in 32 boxes to have a tesseract or whatever, you know?
No, like you can literally like the variables are shapes.
Yep.
That's the weird thing. The variables, like, instead of like a being some numerical value, a would be a shape, right? So you can multiply these shapes, divide them, and do like all the operations that you can normally do, like mathematically or numerically. You can do it with shapes, which is the weirdest thing to me. But the shit actually works, which is bizarre beyond belief, because the number system comes from geometry in the first place.
You know, it almost implies simulation, doesn't it? Projection.
I think it implies we're trying to create a simulation.
Yeah. Well, if it accurately represents a box in reality with no numbers, it's kind of similar to sacred geometry. Sacred geometry is just shapes, bro.
Yeah, yes, exactly. So what we did, right? We saw the physical world, and we abstracted it away into idealized geometric forms. And then, because we're stupid humans, we got to abstract it away again into numbers, right?
Right.
So now we're twice removed from like the physical world, man. Like
I wonder if there's a way to use this. Yeah. I wonder if there's a way to use this and then create a program that could break it down in numbers as you're displaying it in geometric shape. You know what I mean? Because each shape, every
you
distance,
can add values, right? You can add values into these things. You can add numerical values, but the thing is,
you don't need them.
Not required. Yes, it's not required. If you just want to use the spatial relationships, that alone works.
Yeah, a circle this far from a square.
Exactly.
And you just set the distance by, dragging it and dropping, drag and drop, in a program. So, yeah, it's almost like, you set 0 for the turret on a lathe.
Yeah, you can set the distance like, okay, so, this is three of these squares away from here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what
You
I'm
don't need
saying.
coordinates.
You could use it for programming. How many squares are in the 13 inches it takes for the turret to run the full course, positive or negative? And then the only values you would need is a positive and negative. If you know 1/4 of a square is equal to 10,000, you know what I mean? Then we could have programming that's just geometric shapes and put the quarter of a square. And that'd be my travel distance. And a quarter of a box is just another box, you know, just a smaller box. You know what I'm saying? It's just all the values are all represented in geometric shapes. That's crazy. I
Yeah,
actually
it's crazy.
I actually know what this shit is, but I never put any real thought into it. It was just something I had to pass.
Dude, that's half the selling point people use is that it's very intuitive. It's really easy to learn compared to learning a bunch of fucking formulas. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because we live in the real world. It's easy for us to figure out spatial relationships by just looking at stuff, right? Because we're kind of visual creatures, you know. So we can intuitively know what works and what doesn't work. It's easier to solve problems because we can spatially imagine it. That's easier than like trying to do formulas in your head.
Yeah, it's fitting the circle in the circle hole, putting the star in the star spot, and the square in the square. It's almost if we made these little wooden squares that represented distance, then we could, set a distance from one thing to another just from geometrical shapes. But these shapes would also could be your measuring tools.
Well,
That's,
I'm gonna go silent for
that's
a bit. I'm gonna be on the train. It's 2 hours.
good. I'll go get some food. I woke up at 5. I ain't ate yet. My daughter was my oldest daughter's home now from the Navy, but she was shoveling shit, so I didn't have to worry about that. I was like, yeah, cool. So I've drank like a pot of coffee and I ain't ate yet. She thought she'd get me. She'd say, well, they're my horses, Dad. I'll clean up after them now that I'm home. I'm like, hey, you're gonna have to argue that with your sister. Bert's mine. I saved Bert's life. You know what I'm saying? I slept in the barn with this motherfucker until he started eating, and all we needed to do to save him was to get him to eat. He wouldn't eat. He'd eat a little bit, and then the horse would puke it up. So I started feeding him trimmings, weed trimmings, and I made tea out of it. Some keef, some bud, and leaves with all kinds of trichomes on them. Once he started drinking the tea, dude, he got a buzz. And then he wanted to eat. And then once he started eating, dude, I feed him buds. Give him a freaking 1/4 ounce bud. Here you go, buddy. Eat that. And so, and I mean, that's over the course of 3 days. The only meal he had was, 2 ounces of bud and weed tea. So I tried to build up the THC in his system. So hoping he'd get the hungries. Happy, hungry, sleepy. Sleepy, hungry, happy. And well, when he got hungry and happy, he'd eat and then go to sleep. I mean, this horse, dude, once he started eating, I'd feed the motherfucker, he'd be eating. I walk away and come back, and this motherfucker's sleeping, standing up. Just fall asleep right like that. But he fucking starved in the field for a couple months. When I saved him, I was like, oh, he's just my buddy. He's like my dog now. Nobody's going to ride him. He's out to pasture. Well, here we are years later, and it seems like that purging all that shit out of him actually made him healthier. he's an older horse, dude, and he's healthy and happy now. He literally, when we take the other horses out, he starts bitching. I want to be ridden, you know? So my daughter rode him, I rode him, and then I thought, well, he act like an ass when I rode him, but I think it was just because my daughter rode him. Because I started just dragging him along, you know? Hook up the rein to his ass and let him follow us when we go on a horse ride, and the motherfucker seemed ornery about that. Ornery is just them hoofing and puffing and trying to get your attention to see that they're upset. So he's just making noise, you know. But when I put my daughter on him, when I make my daughter ride him, he's the youngest. Then he's happy. You don't huff and puff. So he's still my horse, even though he don't like me to ride him. If he's cool with the girl, I think he's just like wants to have a useful part here on the farm, and he can haul the kids. So he's like, I want her to ride me, Dad. He's a farm animal. I think he just wants to be useful. Sometimes I make him haul a trailer around. Sometimes I'll hook him to a trailer and use him to move wood around because he likes that. He don't mind that. But I just figured he'd be like a horse. I mean, this motherfucker, he figured out how to knock the fence down. He leans against the fence. He tests every rein in the fence till he finds weak ones. Then he leans on them till the fence falls apart, crawls out the fence, but he don't leave. Like my room's in the downstairs, and he knows what window it is because I yelled at him from the window because he got out one time. So now when his ass comes here, I've literally had him get out get out of his stall, get out the barn. I don't know how the hell this motherfucker. To open the stall thing, okay, yeah, he probably got his tongue down there and moved the hook lock. I don't know how the hell he got out the barn. He had to keep leaning against it and brushing against it and moving up and down till he unlatched it. And then he probably opened it with his nose. But I just know I woke up one day, the dog barking, and the damn horse stuck his head. My window was open, you know, but the bottom window only opened so far. Well, this dumbass stuck his head right through the damn window. Bust shit. Busted up the storm. Cut his nose. I'm all like, look at you, bud. What the hell are you doing? He's like, "Rrrr." He like the dog. He's bitching. I couldn't figure it out. I address his cuts and shit, you know, get him back in the farm. He's like the damn dog. He wants to eat. It's like 4 a.m, dude, you know. Like you got hungry an hour before I came to feed you, motherfucker. And he literally did all that and come up and stuck his head in the damn window. Think he was just trying to stick his head through the screen so he could bitch in the window at me, but I think he just didn't realize how big his head was. Like his head's bigger than the fucking hole in the window, you know what I mean? He busted the whole damn window up. He's done it a couple times actually. I hear his ass now. He just comes up and bounces his butt against the wall. So it's like you hear the house shakes. He goes boom, boom, boom. I'm like, damn, the fucking horse is knocking on the wall. Like, come on, Mike, get up. I'm out. I'm hungry. Buck up, old man. I've literally had to well, he's older, so I feed him small meals, you know. He's a high protein diet and only with so much vegetation and only so many times a day. So, but I've literally had to start feeding him more. When I feed him more, his ass, he don't sneak out of the barn. He's also got out of the damn stall and went from, I got 2 barns connected to each other. And one is where I store the food. And Literally, he got down this hallway, man. Yeah, I know he had to squat way down and take little steps to get through the damn hallway. But he sees me go in there and then come out with his food. So he went down this like 4-foot hallway, knocked the door down, went in and started eating alfalfa. I was like, motherfucker, man. He's a fucking escape artist. He's smart. He's just a horse, but he's fucking smart, man. Yeah, get me got. I'd probably have the same problem if I was raising me some wallabies. I'd talk to them too much, I'd teach them too much shit, and all of a sudden they know how to open every door in the damn barn. Come out there in the morning, they don't let themselves out. Looking at me like, hey, dog, hey, go get us some of that food. You, yeah, Farmer Bob. Get your ass in there and get my motherfucking apples. That's the way Bert is. I mean, I got an apple orchard, peach trees, pear trees, cherry trees. End of the summer, this motherfucker's trying to get to the cherry trees, the pear trees. He likes all that shit. Yeah. Yeah, do you even live here? No, bro. You don't forget they need me to clean their shit up. They'll never kick me out. They won't evict me. They'll be like, hey, bro, we got too much shit in here. They'll come up, knock on the window, and let me know when I got to clean up shit and when their food stall's empty. Hey, bitch, that back room's empty and my stall is full. They have a bunch of shit in here. You ain't shoveled shit in a week, motherfucker. Get to work. I mean, Bert's ass likes to pick on me when I'm shoveling poop in his room. Keeps moving closer to me with his butt. I don't like to touch horses' asses and shit. They might kick you in the damn face, Or he might shit on you if you just let him hang his ass over you for too long. And he's always fucking with me. He's always trying to lean his ass up against me. He makes shoveling poop hard. Bert's a character though, but I think the horse just knows I love the shit out of him. I'm happy he came back to life and didn't die from the starvation he went through, so he can get away with anything. I don't bitch at him. I don't get the horse whip out. None of that shit. Them other horses do that shit. I'm getting a whip out and cracking it once or twice and talk to him in that authoritative voice. Oh, motherfucker, crack. You want me to crack you? Mike don't like to use this shit, but I will if I got to. I don't do that to Bert. He like telling the other horses, watch this. When Mike get that wheelbarrow full of shit, I'm gonna stick my leg in front of it when he's pushing it, make him and the wheelbarrow flip over, make him land in some shit. Watch. He's done this to me, dude. I wasn't paying attention. I was talking to my daughter and I was pushing it. And this motherfucker just get in front of me and stuck his damn hoof under the wheel. And the wheelbarrow went to flip over. And I mean, because I'm a young, strong motherfucker. I'm not young, but I'm strong. So I figured I could wrestle the damn wheelbarrow and just make it stand back up. But the wheelbarrow wrestled me. So I just held on too long and got flipped by a wheelbarrow full of shit. Yeah. I lost the ball, but it's cool. It's all cool. Yep. It'd be my horse. And dude, listen. Bert's got his ass out and wandered around the property till he found my weed plants and ate buds off them and shit. I had one that he ate when it was small and it branched off into two and it ended up looking like two tops grew into weed trees. So it's a big, thick fucking stalk and two big ass trees on the top of it. Like he topped it at the perfect time and just made it into a plant with two big ass things on him. I don't chain his ass up. He don't go to the road, bro. Now, if he was heading to the road and I had to worry about somebody hitting him, I don't want nobody hitting a horse. So they kill the horse, but there's also the possibility that the horse could go through the window and kill everybody in the car. But he never goes towards the road. He'll go to the back of the property. I've caught his ass at the river, just chilling by the river. I think he likes the sound of the flowing water. Like the swans, they'll chase me and the dog off. They'll attack us. I go down there and the horse is just chilling with them. Oh, what's up, swan? What up, horse? Oh, shit, I'm just gonna hang by the river. All right, you cool dog. Your farmer comes down here and I'm biting his ass, so them bastards don't like me. I know why, though. One bit me one time and I tried to kick it like a football and I lifted it up a little bit, but it just turned around in the air and came back with a big ass long neck, biting my ass in the knee. I had freaking red marks all over me from that motherfucker. I thought, man, I'm gonna kick him harder next time. And I said it and my daughter's like, I don't know, Dad, maybe you shouldn't kick him again. I said, man, the damn thing's gonna attack me no matter what I do. How many times I gotta get bit before I go to punting a football? But these things, fucking swans are strong and heavy. They don't look it, but they are geese and swans. And two things when I'm mad when I see them by the river. I can't lie. Like, damn it, I wanted to go fishing. I had to go. It's like they picked my favorite spot to fish from. Been fishing this property for a long time. So where the river gets deepest and I got the shoreline all manicured. It's nice grass there. It's pretty open. You see the river flow for a minute, but it's deepest right there. So that's where the swans and the damn geese always want to hang out. And maybe it's because I was thinking that maybe that's where the little fish hang out, where they can get a fish meal real quick, in the deepest part of the river. So maybe that's why they like that part of the area. I mean, I've tried to make friends with them. I had a bunch of chubs. I went fishing the day before. I had a bunch of chubs. If you know what a chub is, it's a real small fish you use for bait, to bait fish. I took the bucket down there and sat it down. And sure enough, they chased me the fuck away. But I know they looked in there because they ate them all. So, but they still, they ain't calmed down on me yet. I want to catch some fish and cook it and throw it down there for them. Been trying to befriend the fuckers. They keep it up, man. I'm gonna go down there and start sealing their eggs. Make an omelet out of their shit. Come sit down and eat it in front of them. Yeah, motherfucker. I cooked your babies. What now, punk? I'll be back. I'm gonna go get some breakfast.
Like I said, previous studies were pointing to a flat universe. For example, by looking at the geometry of gigantic triangles defined by the largest of the speckles in the CMB. The curvature measured was consistent with being 0, flat, but there's always a degree of uncertainty due to the imperfect nature of any measurement. The curvature could have been very slightly positive or very slightly negative, just as the surface of the Earth appears flat if you're standing on the ground. It's only when you get some elevation that you see the curvature. Just as the surface of the Earth appears flat if you're standing on the ground. It's only when you get some elevation that you see the curvature.
He wasn't sure if it was round or flat yet, okay? Now, how many of you in here have flown in an airplane, a commercial airplane? Okay, you have been higher than him. Okay, and yeah, so if you calculate how high you were, let's go, an average, you can see about, if you see the numbers right over here, 245 miles would be your radius. So right there is from the commercial airplane, okay? Now, people that believe there's a round Earth, when they hear somebody that says they're a flat Earth, they say, get on an airplane and look out the window. Is what they say, okay? But if you get on a airplane, look out the window, you're only seeing this much of the horizon, right? And when you look out, those windows are actually curved a little bit, so it's possible that they're distorting that, but you're only seeing this much right here, right? So it kind of looks like it's curved, but I would say that if you were standing at the altitude where that airplane is, and you were to look 360 degrees, what would the horizon look like?
Still flat.
It would look flat. You won't see the curve of the Earth. Okay? How about if we go a little bit higher now? There was a gentleman a couple years ago by the name of Felix Baumgartner. He did a Red Bull thing. He was sponsored by Red Bull. Does anybody know what we're talking about?
Jumped out.
Jumped out of what?
A hot air balloon?
A hot air balloon. He put himself in a spacesuit. Aiden Shutter. He put himself in a spacesuit. I can't remember what gas they used. And they put him into a space capsule. They hooked it to a balloon, and then they let it go.
And that dude who jumped out of a perfectly good balloon, what's his name? Felix Baumgartner. He would have been about 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe.
This video is used by the community of flat Earth people to prove that the Earth is flat. Okay? Because if you look out the window, what do you see? The horizon is flat. It's flat. Okay? And if he's standing outside the capsule, you can look here. Now it looks like it's curved, doesn't it? Right?
It's because the walls work.
Okay, because not the wall. This is actually because of the cameras. The GoPro fisheye camera, right? And that kind of warps things. But I would testify that if you were standing right here and you look, oops, sorry about that, and you were on this plane right here where the Earth is, and if you were to look 360 degrees, what would the horizon look like?
Still flat.
It would look flat. The horizon would look flat. Okay? So the flat earthers are correct. You cannot see the curve of the Earth from this height.
Wow, he's in space. Look at that. No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat. That stuff is flat.
Flat. Flip back over Mr. Johnson. Oh, I got it here. I got it. So, Mr. Felix Baumgartner, this is him right here. Let's calculate where he went. Boom. This is what he could see right here. That was his horizon line right there. Okay? Now, he did it not over the island in Mexico. He did it over New Mexico. That's where he did the jump. Okay, so if we take that same circle and we put it over New Mexico, this is what you see. Can you see any ocean? No, you can't see any ocean. Okay, so that's why you can't see the ocean, is because the horizon wasn't big enough for you to be able to see the horizon, ocean. Okay, but I will agree with all the flat earthers that no matter where you are on the planet Earth, or even above the planet Earth, you can't see the curve of the Earth.
Etc. Where
Oh, okay. So if the Earth were actually this size, the International Space Station would be orbiting about a half an inch above the surface.
Okay, now, one last one. Let's all, for the sake of argument, pretend that the International Space Station is real. Okay? Now, the flat Earth community said it's fake. It's not real. The round Earth community said, yeah, it's up there. I see it at night when it's going over my head, right? Okay, so let's just all pretend that it's real. Let's say we are at the elevation of the International Space Station. They're about 250 miles above the Earth, okay? And let's say we're sitting right at that point, right there at 250 miles. If we calculate the horizon line for the International Space Station, it's about 1,400 miles. It's that much right there, okay? Now, does that show you the entire Earth?
No.
No, it just shows you a section of the Earth, right? And if you're sitting at that point, looking 360 degrees, what would the horizon look like? It would look flat, wouldn't it? In fact,
The photographs come back and they're rounded.
well, that's because they're looking through fisheye lenses, so it kind of warps things, right? And when you see those pictures, it's usually only a fragment of the circle, right? If you're only looking at this much of it. But if you were to see the whole 360, it would be a circle, right? Not only that, Mr. Joslin and I did some calculations. We took a scale model, and we scaled down the Earth right here, okay? So this is the Earth, a 10-inch Earth. And then he took, Mr. Joslin took all of those horizon line, right? He calculated them and made them to scale on here. So right here, this black dot right here, that's Felix Baumgartner, the guy that jumped from 24 miles up. That's how much he could see, okay? All of the circles are too small for me to cut anything off of here, right? So let's take the International Space Station. Right here is the International Space Station's horizon line, okay? If you take a sphere and you slice it off, what shape do you get? What shape do you get? You get a circle, right? And then if we take that chunk of the Earth right here and we set that down on a flat surface, what is it going to be? It's going to be flat, right? That circle is going to be flat. Is that true? Can we all agree on that? Okay, so we can all agree that no matter where you are on the planet Earth, even as high as the International Space Station, the horizon is going to look what? Flat.
Yeah, but that logic doesn't prove a globe.
His
What's up?
argument was, hold on, someone's calling me. Yeah, it was that you can't. His argument was you can't see the curve of the Earth from the International Space Station. That was his argument. It's that Paul Larson guy, the planetarium director.
Yesterday, just a memory.
You'd think that with the beautiful photographs that we have of our round blue planet, it would convince any doubters.
No. Pictures aren't science.
Mic check. Is Battle Mod in the room? Mic check.
Yeah, it's working. I'm here. What's up?
Cool. That was a joke. I just wasn't sure if we were just being quiet or whatnot. And I also noticed Indio and Battle Mod are in the room. I better get in there and hear what they're saying. And then I jump in and it's just music and no one's talking.
Oh. Yeah, I was Googling something. My cat's picking on me, too.
I'm watching the Guild Garage right now.
Cat's picking on me, dog's bitching. I got up this morning, went to make a pot of coffee, and my daughter was headed out to shovel shit, so I didn't have to go clean stalls, and my dog's mad because he ain't seen his horse yet today. That dog and that horse got a relationship going.
What's good, Mike?
What's good?
Man, my body just got done rejecting a bunch of vitamin C. Took some supplements this morning about 30 minutes ago. My body just rejected them all. I had to stop on the side of the road and throw them all up.
I'm still reveling in my victory. Somebody tried to... Yeah, well, motherfuckers know they can't trigger me anymore. I'm just going to ignore them and get my point out. I figured out the reason that dude was so mad, though. If you look it up, he's got the most bands in lobby and he knows it. And I'm bitching about lobby, so there you go. But when everybody that comes in this server comes through that, dude, it should be a thing, especially when you can Google or you can do the searches. The person with the most bans is also the most toxic person in the lobby. He insulting everybody and then he bans them. How'd that make us look? You know what I mean?
I know what you mean, man.
That's why they come in here and they say all you do is talk shit about us and then ban us when we disagree. And when this dude makes a statement, you look at the conversation, he makes a comment. Because I don't just read his comments, I jump to it so I can see everybody else and what the conversation is. So I got some context, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And he's like one of them dudes that he'll try 3 things on you, and if you don't agree, all of a sudden you're an idiot or a moron. And half the shit he says, my shit is pretty much combobbled, incoherent. Most of his points are laid out with words that most people won't understand, but his English composition is no better than mine. I don't know what the hell he's talking about. Besides, typing isn't grammar errors anyway. Somebody should tell him that. The way I type isn't a good reflection of my grammar. I can write it perfect. I'm just not good at typing. My fingers move faster than my brain, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I'll think about what I want to say in my head, but when I type it out, it's missing connecting words. You know?
Yeah.
And, if, then, so. So it sounds like we be talking in phonics, bro. But when I make a specific point, and then somebody says, we don't even know who you're talking about, but I already named them. And another guy says, you see this? We just now, dude, come on. The damn admin, I'm talking to him. I tell him what I'm bitching about and who I'm bitching about. 20 minutes later, he says, we don't even know who you're bitching about. It's like, come on, dude. No offense, but I'm even tired of talking to you. All you do is tell everybody you've covered everything. You tell everybody they should be satisfied or it's done and over. But the truth is, nobody involved is satisfied. So nothing's done and over. I don't care if you made a new system of how it's get fucked, do what I say. People don't follow the systems. Come on, man. It's time to grow up and be real people. We all make mistakes. None of us are perfect. I mean, I accept it. I'm done being the only person that accepts it here. Last
Except
time
what?
this idiot did,
Imperfection?
yeah, imperfection. Well, the last time dude trolled me and insulted me when I brought something up, Indio, I got mad and I started cursing at him. Then he got to play the victim. Then CJ made me apologize to him and admit I'm wrong. Well, I don't see anybody else doing it here. So I just like people to do, they always bitch. They don't even know what I go through. I try my hardest to point out problems we got, and I get ridiculed.
I don't like making mistakes, but I gotta say, when I make a mistake and I admit it right away, I feel better that I'm admitting it.
I do too.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we're not perfect. We're accepting our imperfection. I ain't got a problem with that. I ain't being mean to nobody. I don't hate nobody here. I don't want to see nobody go. I just know we do better when we analyze our part in everything. When we do self-analyzation. That's all. I do it. I look at things from, how did I help escalate that? Well, it'd be nice if other people do that. But the truth is, they got too used to, ooh, Mike's easy to piss off. He's got a good point, but let me piss him off so nobody hears him. When I get pissed off, I go straight to fuck you. Well, I'm not doing it no more. I'm giving people easy out. I'm going to be a prick and say, okay, that's nice, but can we talk about what I brought up? And I don't want to be toxic. The whole point is I'm trying to lessen toxicity. And I'm getting toxicity. And I don't even like saying toxic or toxicity. Come on, man. I hate that crap. That's what Globers say. Rather than answer a question. Oh, it's so toxic. Why are you mad? They tell you you're mad. I can't stand it when somebody else tells me I'm mad. You don't know when I'm mad. You're not hidden on the internet, and I got my daughter home was in electronic intelligence in the Navy. Think about it.
Hey, you know that video that the other day from that kid, that spaz kid?
Yeah.
So check this out. There's a part in that video, everybody's like, you won't answer questions, right? He's like, I'm going to answer it as directly, and everybody's going to see how I'm going to answer it directly to you. And I'm going to address exactly what you said. So Crypto goes, do you know the difference between an experiment and manipulating the variable and manipulating a variable by manipulating other dependent variable? You know what his answer was? Correct. Fucking, he says correct. The fucking answer didn't even make sense, dude. I was like, he said, he asked him if he knows the difference between two things, and he goes, correct. No. The answer was yes or no. He said, dude, it blew me away, dude. It really, blew me away because if you go listen to that, if I transcribed into written words, what he was saying, oh my God, man, people would think that he's the stupidest person ever to walk the earth, dude. Legit, dude. When people are yelling and talking verbally, but when you read it, sometimes when things are written down, you're breaking up.
Yes, I'm wrong. Yeah. No, I'm with you. I'm just saying, yeah.
Because sometimes, when you're talking verbally, but if you would read it written down, it makes no sense, what the person is saying. It's so funny, dude. Half the
kind of like when my mom said,
you actually thought about it. Oh, go ahead.
No, my voice connection's going down. People are getting up and getting on the internet right now. My kids. I got to wait for all their shit to boot up, and then I'll quit lagging. But I'm upgrading my car downstairs, so it's eating up a lot of. Plus, I'm eating. But yeah, I wonder if the dude was saying correct. Yes, I am. I don't know what either one of them are, but hey, correct. Kind of like when my mom used to say, "You know how dumb you sound when you're high on pot, boy?" And I'd say, Mom," and then she'd videotape me, and I had to say, "Okay, point made."
Dude, the answer was like someone asked you, "Is 1 + 1 2?" and your answer was banana.
I know. Yes, I am dumb. Correct. Yes. That's funny. Banana. I was just thinking about a peanut butter, jelly, and banana sandwich. Shoot, that's funny you brought that up.
I could have swore 1 + 1 was peach, but whatever.
I don't know. I thought it equaled banana and jelly sandwich. Woo! I went downstairs for donuts, but I only had so many left. I see I'm gonna have to buy more donuts. My oldest daughter and her old man must have got high last night and said, "Ooh, donuts." But I don't care, you know. Just normally a couple dozen lasts me and my daughter. My youngest a minute, so.
Hey, remember how I was talking about geometric relationships? So I thought of another one. So if you have a circle and you put two lines in the circle that are perpendicular to each other, the ratio of the short part, so you have the intersection. So each line has an intersection. So there's a short part and a long part. That ratio of the short part to the long part is identical for both lines, no matter where you put them in the circle. As long as the lines are perpendicular, the ratio of the short and long part are the same for both lines. So it's little things like these, right? These like little geometric relationships that always hold that. You don't need numbers, right? You don't need numbers to describe any of this.
Nope.
And it's always true. That's the other. It's even more true, I would say, than like numerical proofs.
Yeah.
Because you can actually take a physical object and do this, right? So I can actually take like a physical circle, right, and put two sticks in the middle of them and do this, and it always works.
Yeah. It's crazy.
It's just more intuitive, man. It's easier to understand stuff, in my opinion.
Yeah, so like you're putting an X in the circle, right?
Exactly, across, basically. Across. A plus, basically.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter. It can be a T. It doesn't matter like where they intersect, right? So you can put one line as close, make it as short as possible. Like say it was just like one X and one Y, like one vertical and one horizontal line. You can move one of those lines all the way up as far as you want, and the ratio between the short and long lines is going to always be the same.
I'm with you. It's weird.
Yeah, it is weird. But this is like literally, this is how the Greeks did everything. This is how they proved things back in the day. They didn't use numbers. They didn't have units of measure. Right? They didn't have units. They didn't have feet, inches, They didn't have those things.
I'm with you.
So they just compared like one thing to the other, right? Ratio. That's where rationality comes from, right?
Yeah. Ratio. Yeah. Here, so other people can kind of envision what we're saying. I'll post the image. You go with it.
It's funny. There's a lot of these little geometric theorems and proofs, and I knew about them, but I didn't know someone actually took them and made a whole algebra out of it, which to me was just blew me away. Like, it's just still blows me away. Like I said, I've been binge watching videos on it for the last 36 hours, dude. My brain is mush.
I just
You want to
read
go to
an
sleep fast?
article.
Watch a math video.
Here, yeah, I'm gonna put this up without them being perfectly symmetrical, so people can get an idea what you mean about the ratios.
You're fucking roboting big time, brother.
Yeah.
Come oro gatto, Mr. Roboto.
Oh. Okay.
I just read an article about Eratosthenes. Did Eratosthenes have sex with his camel?
Who had sex with their camel?
Eratosthenes.
Probably.
Yeah, because they say he measured the 790 kilometers from Syene to Alexandria by camel.
Oh, now it's by camel. They're changing it again. So was it sticks or wells, camels, or somebody walking? What is it? They're changing it all the time.
Yeah. Precision measuring 800 kilometers with a camel. Oh my God.
Well, it was a well-trained camel. This wasn't an ordinary camel.
Yeah, that's why I had to ask if he had sex with it, because it sounds out of the ordinary camel, kind of camel. You know?
It reminds me of that commercial. What day is it, Mike? Mike! It's hump day. He was humping his camel. I think that camel was trying to tell me he was giving me the safe word. Come help me. He's raping me, Mike. It's hump day again, man. Save me.
Oh, poor camel. Yeah. And the funny thing on the website, it's a.
You see that circle? So can you guys see what he means by?
Someone
go ahead.
This story from NASA website.
Try drop out, come back.
That's what I'm talking about.
Damn, I wanted to hear what he was gonna say.
Where did that curve go? Curve me, I'm a ball. You can curve me anytime. Curve me.
ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on Node 3, is that correct?
Node 3.
Node 3. All right, so this is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the, like, city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth. Many of those that you see have been done in this module when I was at the helm of the camera.
He's the junk. Let me just say it that way. You're the junk when it comes to space photography, right? Can you say that? Say I'm the junk?
No, I can't say that because I get too embarrassed.
I'm going to meet you on the other side, okay? So, seriously, he's the junk. Like, all the really cool aurora stuff, Don's the guy that took it.
Now this is a cover.
Okay.
So we call it a shutter, and it protects the windows from micrometeorites.
Okay.
The shutters are closed, the windows are protected, and also thermally insulates the windows from the radiation environment of space.
So can you shut these things from the outside?
No, you can open and close it from the inside.
Oh, okay, wait. On the inside, you're throwing a lever or something.
Yeah, you're turning a knob.
And it's
open. Yeah.
On the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
Yeah, but how? My brain's
up here. Let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
Watch your head. All right. Oh, oops, thunk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft that you rotate.
So, I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering. It's called real good engineering.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
Okay, one more.
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So here we have an astronaut who has flown in space 3 times, but yet he doesn't know the procedure. He doesn't know the plan off the top of his head. If there was a leak on the ISS that he's traveled on 3 times, he doesn't know the procedure. Come on.
And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism.
The reason he don't know the plan is because it's all fake. He was caught by surprise with the question. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
Don't let it say the Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Deep over my bubble. Look, butterflies.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, Holmes.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing it.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo.
You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
Hello again. Mic check. I'm back. Where is everybody at? Come on, guys. Join the live stream. Talk today, now, while you still have time, because tonight we have ladies' night. And you're gonna wanna talk, but you can't. You won't be allowed. I wonder if any Glober has ever drove a car with all the windows open at 200 miles an hour and trying to have a nice conversation with the person right next to you. How is it possible to have a conversation at 1000 miles an hour, the speed of the tangential speed of the spinning ball, which spins around the sun with 66,000 miles an hour, and the solar system, which spins around the center of the galaxy at more than 500,000 miles an hour, and the galaxy, which spins around the great attractor with 1.5 million miles an hour. And probably all this crazy system is also moving around nothing, obviously, with let's say a speed 10 times over all this. So 1.5 millionth time 10 is 15 million miles an hour. I think we now have a 6-axis of spin and motion, which we do not feel. Bloody hell. That must be some magic motion, magic kind of motion. And it's undetectable. No speedometer, no laser rangefinder can detect your motion. But of course, if you drive your car on the highway over the speed limit, the police guy is gonna shoot you with the laser and is gonna give you a fine. Your behind that, you're gonna feel it in your paycheck. And your license suspended. Who the hell is driving this planet? Imaginary planet. If this universe system floats into nothing, what will be that nothing be supported on? What will be the support point? Because I don't know of anything that is not supported one way or the other. One layer supports the layer on top. Yeah.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button to keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon and crypto link in the info box below the video. Also below this video you can get £50 for swapping your UK electricity supplier to Octopus Energy, and this is of particular note if you drive an electric vehicle. Speaking of Patreons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon, so a massive shout out of thanks and appreciation to Rob H, Ben White, Maximum Gravy, Austin Whitsitt, John Kays, Tommy Swagnuts, Michael Kahn, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Will Brax, Mel B. Styles, Troy Shuker, Bo Snail, Samson, Maris, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Neo the One, Lost Cut FE, Rob W, Open Minded, Reese Pound, Del West Watson, Mike, Muted, Dick Earth Skeptic, Maria Neeland, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, The Real Gabster, Liam Nedrick Jr., Abraham Mohammed, Adrian Quintana, Skeptic936, Life is Short, theflatearthchannel.com, Texas Mike, and David Wayne Foster. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their conversation while I set up for today's live show.
I know you like the laid-back shows, but I like when people come on to try to win Bitcoin and get destroyed. I love it.
Okay. Fair enough. Hello everyone in Discord. How you all doing?
Doing good, thank you.
Doing good, thank you, Nathan. Or what about you?
Me? I'm alright. No complaints from me. Hey, 10th.
Hi.
Hello.
Sounds still good?
Yeah, sounds good to me.
All right, I'll work on it later. Something else. Got the allergies today. Good morning, good morning.
Good morning to you too. Good to have you. Oh, we got two Neils. What's going on?
Can we barely handle one of them?
What's going on, Neil?
Wow, what the hell happened here? I don't know. I got disconnected and I popped back on. Now there's two of me.
Neil, let me introduce you, Neil. Oh, he's gone. Sorry, Neil, I didn't get a chance to introduce you.
Neil.
A clone Neil.
Was.
Good morning, Discord.
No Neils.
Morning, Dad.
Good morning, morning. Hey, did you like Discord Monday idea?
You talking to me?
Yeah. Remember I said yesterday, if you consider making Monday, Discord Monday, when it comes to the housekeeping questions, only people in Discord can answer.
Sure. You have to remind me.
Yeah, I will.
Just don't call it Discord Monday. Just call it Discord Day.
Okay. Yeah, because of the day. Okay. Well, it was kind of like that song title, Manic Monday. So I don't know why I thought about it.
Sure. I just don't want any reference to the day because often they get released sometime after they've been pre-recorded. So this show might not go out to the public till, I don't know, it could come out on any day. It could come out on a Saturday.
Yeah, so Discord. What was it again you want me to call it?
Discord Day.
Discord Day, okay.
Yeah,
just get rid of
Well, I don't know. Whatever you like the ring of, just to remind me.
Yeah, that's fine.
Without naming the day.
Yeah, Discord Day. That's good.
Discord day. Okay, as long as I hear that, I'll know what you mean. Which is to say, don't let the panel answer all the questions.
Yeah, it was a good change of pace.
D-Day.
There we go, D-Day.
D-Day.
I like D-Day. D-Day it is, good one.
Yeah, we can have D-Day once a week.
That's awesome. I mean,
Yeah,
they
I'm
can
down
still
with that.
do it.
Say again?
They could still do it at any time they want, but that's just specifically just for D-Day for them. So no panel members will do it.
Right. Can I join in? I'm in Discord.
I guess.
Well,
you're the one asking the questions.
No one answers. It's down to me, isn't it? We just get stony silence. Hey, John.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Very
Hey,
well.
John. Good morning.
Getting to see a lot of you recently. Very nice.
Yeah, everybody in the house got sick. It's like maybe it's the COVID or it's the flu. I don't know, but you got one house full of sick kids and can't work.
Fair enough. Oh, do you work from home usually then?
Oh no, my job's necessary, so I can't work from home.
Oh, my job's necessary. Thank you very much for that. Both my wife and I work from home. You're absolutely right. My job's not necessary. She does billing, though. She does billing for an electric company. If people weren't getting billed for their electric, then they wouldn't have their electric eventually, right?
I guess that's debatable, yeah.
Good answer. Like all the new HP adverts for Wolf Security. I don't know if you've seen those popping up. Where they show a guy, I think it's Christian Slater, who's supposed to be the hacker. And he's like, check out this kid on his PlayStation talking to his mates. He's an easy target for me to make my way into the big network. Ha ha ha. Look at this woman with her printer. Stupid printer connected to the network for me to get in. Ha 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 ha. Take it none of you have seen them.
No, I don't really get to watch much TV.
No, this is on YouTube.
I used to.
I don't have a TV, but this is a YouTube advert.
Oh, really? I ain't seen it yet. I'll try to find it.
It might be aimed at a British audience. I don't know. It's for Hewlett Packard, so I would imagine it was a worldwide advert.
Yeah, you ain't gonna get Christian Slater to do something and then not make it, big.
Yeah, and HP are enormous.
Did Dirth ever get back in contact with you? Did that guy come for his Bitcoin after coming here, or did he kind of realize that admitting that the Earth is flat is not a good way to prove it's a globe?
He won't have gone back to Dirth, and if he had, I'm pretty sure Dirth would have gone in touch and said, "Oi, do you realise the cheek of this guy? He's actually come to me and said, can I have my Bitcoin now?" As far as he was concerned, he was coming to get his Bitcoin. That was why he was here. If you listen to what he says, his opener is, "I've come to get Bitcoin." He thinks he's going to get it handed over at the end. But of course, he's actually coming to prove Earth's a sphere, and we're just vetting what he's got to say. Hey, Sleeping Warrior.
Hey.
Sleeping Warrior's got a presentation. Hold on. Sleeping Warrior's got a presentation to do after the housekeeping questions, just so you're all aware.
Yeah, that means don't fucking interrupt Neil, you cunt.
No need. No need.
Yeah, there fucking is. I'm only joking. Neil, I didn't mean cunt.
It is
I'm
true.
only joking.
Well, I don't
mean cunt.
Yeah, between Neil and Alwyn, they can devastate a good pun.
said, I don't think that guy knew he was walking into Bitcoin, dude. I think he got.
Why does it sound like Neil sat between a microphone and a speaker? Because it sounds like if he was open for a little bit longer, you'd get that reverb, that echoing thing.
He's working in a room that's got a constant alarm going.
Oh, well, fucking mute yourself then, you Burke.
What, while he's talking? You interrupted him. You just told him off preemptively to not rumpus you. And then the minute he's into talking, you're like, why has he got a whistle in the background right through the middle of him? I love it.
Yeah, well, consider it payback, Neil.
Go, Neil, go.
Well, not to change the subject back or nothing, but could you imagine if one of us was, say you were in a debate about the creator, and take it, out of the topic we were in, and your first line of reasoning led you to say, okay, well, for the sake of argument, I will agree that the creator does not exist. People would laugh at you.
To his credit, that wasn't his opener.
No, it wasn't his opener, but it was his first line of reasoning.
Yeah. I mean, had he been in front of someone else, that may have gone differently, though. Obviously I'm adept at leading these people where I want them to be. So that's precisely where he, doesn't really matter what he says either. Because his opener was actually, oh, what are you guys chatting about? Well, we're chatting about the sextant. Oh, I've got a sextant. All right, it doesn't work on a globe. And so it didn't really matter what he opened with. But in his first sort of 10, 15 minutes, he had to concede that he couldn't use his sextant on a curved surface with refracted light because you haven't got a straight line for an angle. And that was the kind of opening gambit. But after that, he was like, well, that isn't actually my proof, see? All right, I see. But for my proofsy to work, I will concede that Earth is flat and contained. Now, can we get on with my proofsy? I haven't heard a peep from Dave, though, since.
Well, that's because he still retains his Bitcoin, and the other guy should be paying out.
Paying out to who?
Well, he came in here trying to get 3. He ended up doing a pretty bad job for his side. He ought to be paying out somebody.
I think it's me he should be paying.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, he definitely did it with your involvement, so I don't see anything wrong with that.
Yeah, the guy doesn't know anything. I don't think that Dave's conditions include you having to pay him if you get a total F on your claim. But there we go. So I don't think anybody's going to be paying anybody. Is Bitcoin pretty safe, I would say.
Well, it was interesting that it took that to get that guy in here. Would he have come in just for the topic itself?
I don't know the motivation.
Well, I do. They're not showing up as much. The motivation is I can't get anywhere on that show. They keep calling out my begging the question fallacies. And I used to do so well when I could get away with those at the beginning of every argument.
How's your computer going, 10th?
It's going fine so far. That blue screen came on again, but I'll give that guy a call again. I just turned it on.
Call again. You shouldn't be getting blue screens. No way.
Yeah, I know. Especially after all the other ones.
I know. You had the most look I've ever known.
Thanks.
You're not one of these guys that carries a static charge with you and it arcs every time you touch anything metal, and every time you get near your computer, it arcs to your computer and blows it up, are you? You're not one of them.
No, I'm not a Marvel guy. I'm not one of these superheroes.
Got a tip for you, 10th.
Yeah.
Don't cut metal without wearing gloves.
Did you touch a hot pan?
Well, I was drilling holes in metal, and every time the drill bit broke through, it snagged on the metal and ripped out my hand and slashed my hand each time. And I didn't have any gloves to absorb it. So I was like, I need to make like 6 drill holes here. How do I make this not snag? And I couldn't find a way of doing it. So I had to sort of cut my hands to ribbons.
Yeah, that happened to me when you're drilling in tight spaces. It just has a big kick when it gets stuck and it throws your knuckles against whatever's there.
Yep. Unless you wear gauntlets, which get welding mitts, and then it's absorbed. But I didn't have any.
Well, someone going to say something?
Both ends.
Say again, Jorge?
No, I'm just saying you should put tape on both ends, like a sellotape or something. So when you drill through, it causes less damage.
Oh man, it was ripping it out of my hand. You know, with the torque of the drill and the speed of the bit, it was the combination of the two just slashes through your skin. It's like, there's got to be a better way of doing this. How did they do it on telly?
They clamp the metal down?
Yeah, but clamping it, I have got a vice, but it's not practical for me to use it at the minute because of the amount of shit that's all over the table. I should have cleared off the shit.
Just see metal workers and woodworkers that are watching this just shaking their head right now. There we go.
Yeah, that's it. It's a classic example of having all the gear but no idea, because I've got the drill bits and know how to do it, and then I just don't apply any of it. You end up just putting it in your hand instead because you can't get to the vice.
You know, speaking of tools, it is the weirdest thing, but it always happens. And everyone I've asked this question, for the most part, if they understand the question, they go, yeah, that is weird. That happens to me. And that's when you're looking for a Phillips screwdriver, all you do is find straight edge. When you're looking for a straight edge screwdriver, all you find is Phillips. Does that happen to everybody?
Yeah, the modern version of that is when you get a USB plug-in device and you try plugging it in, you never get it right the first time. You always have to turn it upside down. Then when you try putting it in, you still get it wrong. So you go back to the way it was in the first place, plug it in, and it now goes in. That's the equivalent in the modern version.
I actually have a solution to that problem. So what I do is I keep my Phillips screwdriver, or a couple of them, in the kitchen drawer with the cutlery, along a little side gap, and that is where the Phillips screwdriver lives. So it doesn't live in the toolbox or with the tools. Yes, there might be a Phillips screwdriver amongst the tools, but specifically my Phillips screwdriver lives in the kitchen drawer, because you're more often than not going to be reaching for a Phillips head here in the UK than anything else. So that's the most common. And if you are struggling to find a flathead, obviously a butter knife will do, right? You're taking Anthony's approach.
That's what everyone does.
Okay, all right. So with that, I have a tool chest in the garage with tons of both types, Phillips and straight edge. And then I put in the drawer next to the kitchen drawers. The one drawer in the kitchen where you got loose change, paper clips, all that stuff. I put in there 3 of each. Right? And I say, okay, I have 3 of each. I'll never run out. A couple of months pass. Next thing I go in there, there's totally the wrong kind in there. It's like, wait a minute, who moved the other 3?
It doesn't work if you've got children or tool gremlins.
It's crazy.
Yeah, you've got kids, and the little sods will take them, and they won't put them back. They'll leave them where they've used them, and that's what happens, right?
Yeah, and now I was in the garage the other day looking at my tool chest, and I've got a ton of straight edge and only a few Phillips. And I'm going, where's the equal balance when I bought them? Where are they? I can't even find them.
Very, very important, heavy-going flat earth debate stuff, this. welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon and crypto link in the info box below the video. Also below this video you can get £50 for swapping your UK electricity supplier to Octopus Energy, and this is of particular note if you drive an electric vehicle. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using stock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and Twitter. One last time, if you're new to the channel or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button to keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. Now we are joined by Sleeping Warrior, 10th Man, Neil, and a whole bunch of people in Discord. Oh, we've also got John, Refracted Curvature, my bad. Hello, one and all, welcome, welcome, welcome.
Yo, yo.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, hello, good to have you all. Going to rattle our way through housekeeping as Anthony's got a bit of a presentation regarding a debate that happened between Raichi 5 zeros, or Raichi 00000 and Fight the Flat Earth. So he's going to get into his discussion in terms of gravity after we do a bit of housekeeping, so we'll leave that question till last for obvious reasons. Hey Neil, welcome back.
I'm back.
Good to have you.
Hey, that sounds better.
It does sound better.
I'm back.
Excellent. Good to have you. I didn't know you'd gone. Right, let's do a bit of housekeeping. Right, any evidence of a physical geometric sphere edge horizon, formerly known as Earth curvature?
Nope. But if you calculate it using R, you can think of it as a physical geometric edge.
Think of what? What's it?
The physical curvature at the horizon. You can think of it as a curve.
How are you calculating it without measuring it? Anything.
We'll just calculate the curve into existence, and then you can think of it as a curve.
You need a radius.
He's back to saying it again.
Yeah, we'll assume it.
Imagination land.
It being the horizon.
Yeah.
Okay. The horizon's not Earth curve.
Well, the minute.
No, but you can think of it as Earth curve. If we assume R, then calculate it. Maths is reality according to Red's rhetoric, right? So if we calculate it because we assume it, then it becomes a reality, does it not?
No, Black Swan.
No, the minute it exceeds the geometric limitations, you can't assume it anymore.
All right, yeah, but then we just add in our band-aid called refraction, and then that fixes everything, and we can just infinitely vary it as much as necessary, always so that it appears to be flat again, I might add. Never that it goes beyond that or still slightly curved, always flat. But we can adjust for it.
But then you lose the measurement that you're basing it off of.
Precisely.
What measurement? We're basing it on this. This is on maths.
No. Your maths is basing the R value on geometry. Just flat out, straight mathematics, if you like, geometric in nature. The moment you say it's refracted, then the reality that you're basing that refraction on, that would be a curved surface with terrestrial refraction at 7/6 or whatever variant of the R value, requires you to have measured R in the first instance. That's John's point. If you say refraction, well, you're destroying the very measurement of the geometry because you can no longer measure it.
Nah, just assume it, calculate it, and then it becomes a reality if we say it enough.
My favourite in the chat is when this conversation comes up, normally following a conversation about the sextant. Where'd you get a straight line for a sextant? Well, we just look and we see and we get one. Black Swan. Globe debunked. That's the shorthand version. The longhand version is, how do you get a straight line for the sextant? Well, how does the sextant work? It looks at the horizon and that gives you a straight flat baseline. Earth is flat, that's the only way that would work. You ask a glober where they get a straight line from, and they say, well, we could just get a straight line of sight. That would be a straight line to, in this instance, the horizon. Now, the black swan would have the horizon at a fixed location. If you've got a straight line to it, it becomes geometric. That's what you're doing with your triangles for triangulation. You're using pure geometry. Well, their pure geometry relies on an R value that has a capability of being measured. Now, when they say straight line to the horizon for a sextant, oh, right, well, we've just had 21 months of you telling us it's refracted. Never a straight line to acquire. Always refracted. That's your explanation for the black swan. So it leaves them in the most cognitive pain to date I have seen in chat sessions. So as the Uncut and After show goes up, I'll often be sat in the chat monitoring it. I won't necessarily always chat, but I am always there monitoring it for the most part. And I see this conversation. They say that they can get a straight line for the sextant, and then when you point out that their lines are bent, they don't know what to do. They don't know how to get around the fact that they've now recognised their own paradox. One of their rebuttals is straight line to the horizon for the plane geometry in triangular form that is needed when plane sailing. So they just say, well, we just get a straight line. We just use the tool as intended. Straight line to the horizon, right? That's how it's intended to work for triangles with flat bottoms. Oh yeah, you've just told us it's refracted, black swan. Well, we just get a straight line. You've just told me it's refracted, black swan. Well, it's a refracted line, so sextant doesn't work on a globe then. And so you go round and round in circles with their cognitive pain very much on show. It's embarrassing.
Well,
yeah.
Virus is saying in chat that you're lying, and it works the same way. We get a straight line like you all do, he's saying there. And then he says the almanac gives you corrections. I love this sextant argument, Virus says. Really?
Corrections for what? If he's getting a straight line, what does he need to correct for?
It's the funniest thing in the world. There's so much cognitive there. Yeah, there's so much cognitive dissonance in what he typed out. It's crazy.
Right.
Well, see, the thing is, both sides admit, both sides will admit that it's locally flat, right? Everybody agrees that it appears flat on both sides, whether they want to say it now or not. That's within their rhetoric with the tangent plane. So we measure it flat locally. Well, you need to measure curvature to counteract that measurement. And the minute you say refracted, you've thrown it away. So all you measure is flat.
Yeah, you've highlighted this a couple of times, John. Well, their locally flat argument, if they employed that, number one, they'd have to employ it before the black swan had come into existence, and you can't go back in time. So that doesn't hold water anymore because you just say black swan. If they say, oh, well, I take a locally flat geometric horizon that was formerly Earth curve and assume that that's actually a flat line going out, not dropping 8 inches per mile squared, because tangent planes, that was your excuse. We won't get into what a tangent plane is, but yeah, we'll just say for the sake of argument, we swallow that. I go, okay, so you as a globe earther accept local flatness. Well, beyond your acquisition of a straight flat line by utilisation of the horizon for the base of a triangle, when you drop a plumb from the star to its ground position, your straight flat line that you accepted as locally flat to acquire this will extend beyond the horizon and remain flat to the GP of the star. So locally flat doesn't wash either.
Well, it's interesting that they always have to draw a tangent plane, even though, how can I put this? Why are they always drawing that tangent plane? Why do they have to go to that extent? If it's curved, it's curved, and it'd be readily there for everyone to know. But because it's not curved, they always draw a straight, short tangent plane on all of their orthographic, pictures, and when they try to explain it. Why are they drawing that tangent plane? What makes them do that?
Because it's flat, and
it's in order to find the radius.
Yeah, they need flatness. So tangent, well, that's just them acquiring a straight line to what they assume is drop that they're not going to deal with when they actually measure the plane of that tangent plane, which is essentially a flat area. So they do it because Earth is actually flat, and they've got to deal with that fact when they actually deal with reality. Their assumptions have to be embedded in the presupposition that there's a curve going on when they deal with the flat surface. So if anybody takes a cursory glance, they say, oh no, tangent plane means tangent to a sphere. They don't highlight the fact that they're actually utilising a flat plane when they deal with a tangent plane. The clue's in the title, of course. Plane, tangent, plane. Well, what's the tangent bit? Presupposition of a sphere. What's the plane bit? The bit we're actually dealing with, the flat surface of the ground that we actually have beneath our feet. The plane bit. The plane. Yeah, that's the plane bit. The assumption being that we're actually tangent to a sphere when we deal with the flat surface. Shout out to Antecedent Algonquin Collective. What a name. Thank you for joining as a member.
Yeah, but that's my whole point. So they have to go to an extra effort to make it flat, but that's how they started. But they're trying to put the con job on everybody by saying we're living on a curved surface. Well, why don't you just leave it curved then and let all your instruments work on the actual physical surface you say it is? Oh, no, it doesn't work that way because it's really, really flat. So we need that tangent plane. And yesterday, citing the astronomer, he said that the GP of the sun or star, 3, 4, 5,000 miles, whatever distance away, all the way to the observer is a right angle. So how in the world do you have a 5,000-mile tangent plane giving you a right angle on a curved surface?
You can't. Any evidence of axial rotation of the Earth-based variety?
You're going to need R for that.
Any evidence of the R value?
Black Swan.
Debunked.
Say again, Jorge.
Black Swan.
Indeed. Any evidence you can have gas pressure without the necessary antecedent of a container?
Impossible.
No.
A couple of people who are on
Even
mute
if you
are
had
off mute
R?
now, in case you were unaware. Where were we? Any single viable hypothesis from any of the fields of astronomy, cosmology, or astrophysics?
No, because they're all observation based only, and none of them have got a valid hypothesis. None of them have got a valid independent variable. They just look at stuff. It's a bit like the Cavendish experiment.
Well, if you're describing your phenomenon with an R value involved, then you'll never be able to enter the scientific method.
And also Black Swan.
But we have to be generous, and given that they can have a phenomenon, aren't they? They can actually have one. What they do with it, whether they can do anything scientific with it, is a different matter. But
they can have a what, Meekin?
I know, I hate the word. Phenomena. You listen to me any time I try and say that word, Tony. I shit it. It just never comes out right, and it's worse at night.
Hey, I've got to correct you.
After a couple of minds.
Paula's in the audience. Sorry, Sleeping Warrior, stepping all over you. Paula's in the audience. So, a phenomenon, did you say?
Phenomenonymous, yeah. Lots of
Phenomena.
No. Yeah, phenomena.
Perfect. Yeah, they've got plenty of phenomena. Well, so what? They got half a hypothesis then.
Yeah, that's all they're going to get, isn't it? Half.
Half.
Well, their description becomes invalid at that point. So I don't even know if I would give them that they have a phenomenon to study.
Oh no, because what you describe's true. If you want to then put that description in to a heliocentric paradigm, then yeah, it turns tits up. But if I see the sun transiting across the sky, that is exactly what I see.
But they say the sun goes behind the horizon.
Well, no, they say the sun stays where it is and it's me that's spinning. So it becomes nonsensical and a non-description when they try to put it into that paradigm. But as it sits, if you actually describe what you see, that's legit.
So you see the sun go behind the horizon or into the horizon?
Oh, that's the point where you're putting it into a description of a model, isn't it, for either of us?
Yeah, that's his point.
Yeah. So you can have the phenomenon as long as you don't try and describe it in their model, yeah? Are we agreeing to agree here?
Seems like it.
Having not disagreed.
You can have a phenomena, but also, some phenomena aren't in the model. They're just in the maths. So, for example, the notion, the phenomenon claimed as mass attracting mass. Nothing
Yeah,
to
but
observe.
in this case, it's assuming the outcome, isn't it? Because what they have is Q, therefore P.
Yeah, it's a begging the question fallacy. We'll get to that in a second, though. Any evidence of a self-perpetuating molten iron core at the centre of a presupposed spherical Earth?
You're going to need art for that.
Yeah, that's true. Any scientific evidence of gravity?
Oh, definitely not. It's like everything else, Nathan. It only appears in the maths.
I'm sure you're going to need art for that as well.
Yeah, 50% of the time. You will need that.
Actually, no, I don't agree with that. I think that you could have gravity on a flat Earth too.
What is gravity?
Center of mass.
See, gravity. What is gravity? See, we don't know what it is, but we know what it does.
Hold on. There's only two different types of gravity, and neither are applicable flat Earth or otherwise. One is mass attracting mass. The other is a conceptual medium being bent by the uneven distribution of mass. Well, neither are applicable. What do you mean you can have that on a flat Earth? Mathematically, if the Earth was flat, you could reify the same nonsense into existence with maths. Is that what you mean?
Well, no, I mean, this perception that a lot of people seem to have that things fall down when they ignore other things that go up, because like that third law of motion that Newton states is for every action there is an equal and opposite reaction. They ignore that and they think that something falling down means it's being attracted to the ground. You could still have that on a flat plane. It's just not to the center of mass. It's just to the ground.
Okay, before you launch into gravity. Yeah, indeed. Before you launch into discussion about Raichi 00000 and Fight the Flat Earth and their discussions in regards to gravity, I'm just going to give a couple of qualifiers and then hopefully you'll launch in off the back of that. So, number one, we've already covered, which is to say there isn't any scientific evidence of gravity. So there's no phenomena and there's no reification of the mathematical description that only exists in pseudo-4 space. So neither of these two things are applicable. I just want to get that out of the way immediately. Further to that, the laws of motion of Newton were not right. And when Anthony's detailing them in the next 15 to 20 minutes, I want you to appreciate that he's working within their paradigm. So he's criticising what they think the claim is versus what the claim actually is, notwithstanding that gravity, A, isn't a force, B, hasn't got a phenomenon of mass attracting mass, and C, we don't live in pseudo-4 space. So all those things are notwithstanding. So when Anthony discusses it, it doesn't mean he's conceding that those things are true. He's just laying out the paradigm. So I don't want to hear any crap from people in the comment section telling me, so Anthony accepts that blah, 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 insert his version of what is being claimed versus the version that's being argued. I don't want to hear it. That's my qualifier. Hopefully everyone else will pop themselves on mute while Anthony launches into his discussion about the show he watched. I didn't yesterday at about midnight UK time. Is everybody on mute? You ready to take it away, Anthony?
Yeah, I'll just quickly screen share.
Oh, the screen sharing. Oh, God. So I can't just go and get a brew. Okay.
No, you can, because I'll control it. It's fine.
I was joking. Okay, you're on.
Are we up?
Yeah. Ready when you are.
All right. So last night, midnight, I didn't watch it live. I watched it first thing this morning because sleep's paramount these days. But anyway, Raichi 50 was arguing with Fight the Flat Earth, and obviously he gets onto gravity. Now, she asks a very basic high school level question on F equals MA. And I was gobsmacked at the obfuscation tactics that were in play. It's a very, very simple question that she asks. And what she's pointed out is that these people, these anti-flat earthers, will obfuscate at all costs when they're cornered. And she's trying to point out to them that they substitute Newton's second law in lieu of Newton's first law. So she asks them, where do you get the A from in F equals MA? Now, what they're doing is they're calculating the force into existence because they see something accelerate. They calculate the force from it, you apply and they sum. And then because there's an acceleration of a mass and then they calculate the force, they claim that it doesn't matter where the force comes from so long as they see something accelerating. But the problem is They were talking about gravity. So because gravity is not a force, it doesn't accelerate and cannot accelerate mass. That's the current position in physics today, science today. But they want to apply Newtonian gravitation at all times because they want to insist that mass attracts mass, and Newton's universal gravitational theory insists that mass attracts mass. They want to apply that always, and it's not the current position in science anymore. So Newton's first law of motion states that an object in motion or an object at rest will remain in motion or at rest unless acted upon by a force. Fight the Flat Earth took massive issue with the fact that she didn't say an unbalanced force, because he thinks that that's important. It isn't important, and what I'm about to show is not only is he wrong, but even if he was right, it doesn't change the position. They still need to answer the question. So what I'm going to do now, flick over to the next page. I've not used PowerPoint for a long time. So this is a screenshot where after asking the question, F equals ma, where do you get the A from? He's working out, he's trying to use a load of mathematics to get to the A, the answer, and this is what he gives us the answer. And then he insists that this is satisfying the requirements for acceleration. And Rachel's trying to get him to go back to the application of Newton's first law, which we're going to look at now. So in this, let's go back to this. Oh, I've not put it on. In this, let me just make sure where that is, because that should be in there. This is kind of important. Just bear with me. Yeah, it's there. Oh. There. Sorry, F5. So this is taken from this particular book. It's in the obviously Newton's laws of motion was written in Latin, and none of us speak Latin, and you've got to allow for a little bit of wiggle room because there might be some element of being lost in translation. But nonetheless, this is a translation using Latin, using this particular guy, Andrew Mott. You can there's the ISBN number. You can search it. You can buy it on whatever, Amazon or whatever. And what we're going to do is we're going to look at Newton's first and second laws of motion. And throughout what I'm going to say now, you've got to remember that the point I'm making is that they substitute the calculation of F equals ma in lieu of Newton's first law of motion. That's what they're doing. They're substituting mathematics in lieu of his first law of motion, okay? So he said, Fight the Flat Earth said, he focused massively on the unbalanced force bit, and he insists that Newton said it. But this is actually from Newton's book, Newton's law of Newton's Principia, however you want to pronounce it. Every body preserves in its state of rest or of uniform motion in a right line unless it is compelled to change that state by forces impressed thereon. Now, it doesn't say unbalanced forces, and this is the final edition, right? So this is the most recent version of, he did a couple of revisions of it, but this is the most recent version of. It doesn't say unbalanced forces. So Fight the Flat Earth, when he dwells on the unbalanced forces claim from Newton, that is actually wrong. That doesn't come into it. That was substituted later. Newton didn't say it. So Fight the Flat Earth is incorrect to dwell on the unbalanced forces bit. It was substituted later on. But basically what this says in normal everyday language is an object in motion will remain in motion unless acted upon by a force. Okay, that's the first rule. So to get an object to accelerate, you have to give a force. You have to apply a force, an interaction, a push or a pull, a repulsion, a propulsion. Whatever word you want to do, there's got to be a doing word. It's got to have a verb to describe the interaction between the object that's not moving and the thing that's making it move. There's got to be something there, otherwise it won't accelerate. Okay, that's the first one. Now, what that also means is if you haven't got a force, it isn't going to accelerate. So an object at rest will remain at rest unless acted upon by a force, right? So it's not going to accelerate without a force, right? And in the second law of motion, which is what they always apply, F equals ma, it doesn't actually say F equals ma anywhere in Newton's second law. It says the alteration of motion is ever proportional to the motive force impressed, and it is made in the direction of the right line in which that force is impressed. And then it goes on to make some more. But the point is, it doesn't say F equals ma. That's simply a calculation. Now, these laws of motion essentially were superseded, or they were refined by quantum mechanics, which I'm not going to go into, but I want people to be aware that they were not right and they needed to be changed by quantum mechanics in 1925. Einstein's theory of general relativity was 1915. Let's flip back to that first one for a second, because I just want to point this bit out. Projectiles persevere, basically continue in their motions so far as they are not retarded by the resistance of the air or impelled downwards by the force of gravity. Key word that, downwards by the force of gravity. Well, we all know that gravity is not a force because Einstein changed it in 1915 when he redefined gravity. He invented a whole new geometry. He limited the speed of light to a constant and basically radicalized gravitation from the force that Newton's describing here into an effect. This is an important note, and this is a really important distinction to observe, because if gravity is not a force, there can be no effect, because you need a force to cause the acceleration of mass. This is what Rachel was asking. Where do you get that acceleration from in F equals ma? Well, there is no acceleration of mass if you haven't got a force to do it. You need a force to accelerate mass. But what they're doing is substituting a force, and they're calculating the force as though the force exists. Well, the calculating isn't going to give you an accelerating mass. You need a force to do that, not a calculation, not a load of gibberish. Doesn't matter how eloquent your equations are, be them Einstein's field equations or fight the flat earth scribbling on a whiteboard. Doesn't matter how good your maths are, that doesn't accelerate mass. You need a force, not a calculation, force. So what these people are doing, and Rachel had them totally cornered, right? She had Blue Marble Science on, and he was explaining to her how he did the Cavendish repeat, and how he was, and she basically said to him, "What's making the balls accelerate?" And he's saying, "Well, it's obviously something that looks and acts like a force." And she said, "Well, what force is it?" And he can't answer that question. So these people will do everything to stop them from answering that question, because their answer is gravity. But as we know, gravity is not a force. It was replaced by Einstein in 1915 as an effect. Now, let's just push Einstein a couple of steps further. Einstein was verified according to science in 1919 with the observation of Eddington, where he observed the stars behind the sun. And in doing so, he validated, according to science, he validated that Einstein was in fact correct, because the observation of the stars behind the sun would not be possible unless space-time was bending, okay? So at 1919, that was verified to be Einsteinian, to be correct. That's the claim. Fast forward 100 or so years, and you've got LIGO. So mid-1990s, they started to build and got towards completing the LIGO observational thing, the Gravitational Wave Observatory, and that was at a cost of $1.1 billion. That's not just a number. That is a massive number, a huge number, right? $1.1 billion. It took them 10 years and numerous false claims, false starts for the observation of gravitational waves. If LIGO detects gravitational waves and it's supporting Einstein because it's gravitational waves, Newton didn't have gravitational waves. He did have changes in direction of gravity when accelerations occur, but he didn't have gravitational waves, and that's what LIGO is specifically detecting. It proves that Einstein is correct and not Newton. So it goes beyond the Eddington observation, and it is claimed that by having gravitational waves, Einstein is correct and Newton is not. And that is the current position in science today. Not that I agree with it, I don't, but that's what the current position is in science today. Why that's important is because Newton is now historical. He's not current anymore. You can't use his maths to calculate forces into existence. You can't do it because you haven't got the force in the first place applying Newton's first law to be able to do so. You have to have a force to accelerate mass. You can't have calculations to accelerate mass. And this is the point that Rachel was trying to get to. And he will not let her speak. She's absolutely right. The more she asks the question, the more irate he gets, and he starts calling her stupid bint and all the usual insults, rather than address the actual question. Her point is valid. How do you get the acceleration if you've just got a mass? And the answer is, in the first law, it states that you've got to have a force. Said it about 10 times, and I'm emphasizing it so that you get the message. What it doesn't say is that you can calculate a force into existence using the second law. It says you need a force, yeah? So when these idiots are calculating a force using F equals ma, they are substituting the requirement of a force under Newton's first law for a calculation of F equals ma under his second law. And that violates Newton's first law because it doesn't say you can have a calculation to get a force. You need a force to get a force. You need a force to get an acceleration. What they do to get around this is they deliberately conflate force and acceleration. If there's an acceleration, there's got to be a force. We agree. You haven't got a force, so they calculate that force into existence, and then they think that they've got a force. Meanwhile, in the real world, nothing's moving. You need a force to make something to move, not a calculation. I've said it 10 times, but this is the bit that our side are now beginning to get, and they're realizing that these guys conflate force with effect, because they will literally say, if you've got an acceleration, you've then got a force. But they don't say, yeah, we need a force to get the acceleration. That's the point that Rachel was trying to get to, and they would not let her get to it. So no matter what she did, he would not answer the question unless he was referring to mathematics. And that isn't the answer. So I'm going to finish with, this is where F equals ma comes from in the second law. It actually comes from his definition, right? His definition states that the quantity of motion is the measure of the same arising from the velocity and the quantity of matter conjunctly. That's what he's describing there. That's where the F equals ma comes from. So it doesn't even come from the second law of motion. It comes from an interpretation of the definition. So 2 points there. Newton did not say that there was an unbalanced force in the first law of motion, and F equals ma doesn't even come from the second. It comes from an interpretation of the definition. Okay? And then we're going to end with this, because this is essentially what they're doing. If you read along with me, I'll transpose my point over the top of these words here. Oh, well, never mind that. Now I have a acceleration to gravitation. That's the scientific formula. Accelerating mass through the calculation of sums. And now I have an acceleration of mass. So in the same way that this prisoner is trying to escape jail by calculating how he can walk through walls, and obviously you can't calculate how you can walk through walls, he thinks you can. They are doing exactly the same thing, but rather than escaping jail with a calculation, they're making mass accelerate with a calculation. But it violates Newton's first law of motion, which requires a force, not a calculation. If our side can get that right and apply this against them regularly, they'll stop claiming that F equals ma, therefore we've got gravitational attraction, because that is literally what they're doing. I'm done. Anybody got any questions?
Very good. Thank you first and foremost before anybody launches in. Good presentation.
Was that a picture of that guy, Fight the Flat Earth?
Who cares? Any comments on the presentation
ugly
in terms
bastard.
of F
I've got
equals
a few.
ma? Anybody at all?
Yep.
Go ahead, Adam.
I remember doing this in A-level physics. How do you get it? And getting it is, again, a trick. I'll put simply, you take real-term stuff and you take a ball bearing and you drop it. And this is where they get the numbers for the A. If I could just screen share for a second.
Now, just before you do, Adam, do numbers satisfy Newton's first definition, Newton's first law of motion?
No, and it gets better as well. So just, it is exactly numbers. If you can see here, what they're going to do is take these things and then use the formula equation for a line of y equals mx plus c to define that the gradient will be equal to the force of gravity. And the way they do that is by taking stuff and dropping it. Now, I would suggest to you that what you're measuring there is the force that you've had to put in to the system, and then you're measuring it equilibrate. There is no overreaching force. You're just measuring the displacement you put into the system by picking up the ball bearing, dropping it. That's what you're demonstrating there. You're not demonstrating a force that you can't demonstrate. But what I want to do, just to give Nathan a giggle, is go to the top. This is A-level physics that is from, and I shall just read it. The overall aim of the experiment is to calculate the value of the acceleration due to gravity g. This is done by measuring the time it takes for a ball bearing to fall a certain distance. The acceleration is then calculated, as I briefly outlined. Variables. Independent variable is height, and the dependent variable is time. Your controls are the steel boring, the same electromagnet, and the distances. And I'll leave it at that, because I think no more.
Well, sorry, from what I understand, the proposed hypothesis is if height, then time. Is that correct?
That seems to be what comes out of an A-level physics syllabus, yeah.
If height, then time is the claimed experimental alternative hypothesis. My God, what's the world come to, Adam?
Shocking.
See, and this is the shit that they're teaching kids, right? Yeah. And I heard Conspiracy Cats recently attack Spurs Chemo, and he said, you have no idea what they're teaching kids. And that's a valid point. We're not kids. We're not in school anymore. So what do they teach kids? And if this is an example of what they're teaching kids, that the independent variable can be height, what is height? It's an arbitrary measuring scale that we ascribe to the distance between objects in a vertical axis, right? But it's a concept. It's not a valid independent variable.
Well, I know they're warning kids about flat earthers. That I know for a fact.
Really?
Just to round that out, Adam, correct me if I'm wrong, no medium was mentioned.
Absolutely none, no.
Well, that was another spin-off that I wanted to just add. Newton's first law of motion states that an egg will remain in the middle of its medium unless acted upon by a force, right? It doesn't mention the medium. But if you have the interaction of one relative egg relative to its medium, and you vary the medium or the egg or the density of the mass or the volume of either, then an acceleration occurs. And if you isolate the perception or the perspective to just the egg, then you will say, well, there must be a force there. And we can say, well, there is a force. It's pressure. Pressure is caused by the interactions of the molecules against the walls of its container, and we put more molecules in that medium, and we increase the rate of collisions between the egg, the medium and the surface, and that pushed the egg up, and all of the mass went below the egg. Now, we can satisfy that definition, right? But conversely, if you say, if you don't limit it to just the egg and you take into account all the relative circumstances and include the medium, you don't even have to. There's a problem with Newton's first law of motion there, because it says that an object in motion, an object at rest will remain at rest unless acted upon by a force. Well, we varied the density of the medium and it caused an acceleration. And as them lot would say, well, where's the force in that? Well, even though we can say it's pressure, and that's a valid scientific explanation, because Newton's first law doesn't reference mediums, you're working outside of that first law of motion, yet you're still achieving the same result. So the question really is Newton's first law of motion wide and broad enough to account for all of the variables when there are other variables that cause acceleration that he doesn't really consider or account for? And it's a bit epistemological, but it's still a valid question to ask.
Anybody from Discord got any comment on what Anthony's presented? Feel free.
Any science deniers want to challenge the science that was presented?
Wasn't any science presented.
Well, any non-science deniers want to question any of the non-science that was presented?
Alrighty then.
Well, the little bit I did watch, I noticed the other question that he really shied away from was what causes the rotation of the Earth, right? Because he has to answer the same question. You know, where's the force?
What is causing the rotation of the Earth?
What causes it?
It's all density dependent, isn't it? When you combine two liquids and one is lighter than the other, because they don't mix, there is no vector down. Actually, the liquid is going up.
Hold on a second. I don't like that question.
There is a vector up and down. We've demonstrated that if we one of the things that Fight the Flat Earth claimed was that relative density disequilibrium doesn't account for or explain the directionality, but it does, because this is where I'm reluctant to even have this conversation with people on their side.
Sorry, why are you explaining this? Do you have a claim in this regard, Anthony?
I just can I can rebut the assertion that relative density doesn't have a directionality to it.
No. You've already done that. Refutation of a claim of gravity has been achieved, right? Further to that, you can, if you choose to, offer up a claim now. But why would you do that?
Just to rebut the nonsense, the lie that Fight the Flat Earth has said.
You're falling into the trap of feeling that it's somehow your responsibility to offer up an alternative explanation. Now, don't get me wrong, I appreciate over the last 2 years, maybe even longer, starting with you and Arwin just discussing the relative density disequilibrium argument in juxtaposition with the gravity argument. That was fascinating. However, much as I appreciate it, and I'm the first to say we're in a world of discovery and we can find out new things, and this is one of them. In this specific respect, when it's somebody making a claim about gravity, rip it to shreds and just leave it at that. You know, in 20 minutes, if you would like to just bring up relative density and start describing it, I'd be like, yeah, cool, man, let's discuss this, is great. But in this regard, it leaves the impression that somehow you've got to offer an alternative and you don't. Just want to make that clear. You feel free to if you want to.
Yeah, I want to rebut the assertion that Fight the Flat Earth claims wrongly that relative density doesn't account for or explain the directionality. His question was what?
Sucker, go ahead. Sucked you in good and proper, hasn't he?
Well, you can interpret it as a sucker if you wish, but this gent that's just spoke then basically heard him say that, and if I don't address it, he will believe that Fight the Flat Earth is correct because I refuse to address it. Yeah, but the reality is...
let me just address that. So what you're saying is, unless you buy into his false dichotomy, he'll think he's won his false dichotomy, correct?
But it's just a false point that he's raised that is not true.
Yeah, you've dealt with all that. Look, I'm not going to labour the point. If you want to go into offering up an alternative so that he can then pull apart that and then claim he's won anyway because your version of events that you'll now offer can be then focused on to be pulled apart rather than leaving it at the refutation of what's already been claimed. Because then there's nothing to come back at you with, but you feel free.
So the gent that just spoke, would you mind repeating the question for the audience benefit?
Bendy Spacetime, can you repeat your statements about your impressions of the Raichi triple, quad, what is it, 5 zeros and Fight the Flat Earth debate? Go ahead.
I mentioned that she was trying to get him to explain the cause of the rotation of the Earth when they were talking about centrifugal force. And he avoided answering that at all costs.
It was a different bloke. Somebody else after that comment said something like...
that was George. That was George that spoke after me.
Oh, me. Now, what I said was it's medium dependent. When you combine two liquids, the top liquid doesn't go down. It actually floats on top of the previous one. That's what I said. There is no vector of down. There is no gravity. It's medium dependent.
There is no vector of down. That's right. Right. Okay. So I misunderstood your point. I thought you were echoing his words when he said that it doesn't account for the directionality of mass. I've mistaken. So I'll leave that for another day because I want to save that until somebody actually brings it up.
Cool. Everyone's a winner.
We'll move on from now.
Yeah, cool. Everyone's a winner then. So I can address Bendy Spacetime's concerns because that immediately led on to cause of Earth rotation. So we're into begging the question of Earth rotation and trying to ascertain the cause of it. I don't really understand how that came up. Maybe you can fill me in.
I didn't hear that bit, to be honest.
They were talking about centrifugal force. And so she asked about, what's causing the Earth rotation. But I guess you're right. It is begging the question.
Beg the question for him. Very interesting.
He seemed very uncomfortable with trying to answer that.
I'm surprised at
would
that
you
as well.
try and-
Why wouldn't he just rub his hands together? Because she's just made the question for him, right?
Well, she's accepted the Earth's rotating. That's the point. And they've said, give me a Just So story now. Move forward with a Just So story.
Yeah, why didn't he rub his hands and just give her one?
No, he didn't even have to do that.
Yeah,
He
I
could have
don't
just said, I don't know the cause of Earth's rotation, but at least we agree it's rotating.
Exactly. That's what I'd done if I was on his side. I'd have just gone, right, you want me to give you the cause? I don't know, but we all agree it's rotating. Happy days.
Gonna need that for that.
You will
But
need
that's the
that for that.
problem, though,
If you
because-
were there, Jorge, you'd have just pummeled it right there and then, wouldn't you?
Oh yeah, of course. To be rotating, you're gonna need the R for that.
See, that was like one of the main problems that the whole hangout had, was that anytime he asked her a question and she took a breath to be able to give a rebuttal, she'd get 2 or 3 words out and he'd speak over her and not allow her to speak. Yet when she did the same back to him to try and interrupt him when he was misrepresenting things that she was saying, he'd say things like, back to her saying things like, stop talking while I'm talking, little girl, in the most unbelievably poor way ever. But it just stops her from talking effectively, and he gets to say what he wants, unchallenged, essentially, because he wouldn't let her speak.
It doesn't stop people listening, Tony, and hearing that, though. It doesn't support their argument when they behave like that, especially if you're going to behave in that. Sounds like a misogynistic attitude. People aren't deaf to that, are they?
If you were in that Fight the Flat Earth chat last night as a Ball Earther and you thought that there was anything positive in that from the Ball Earth side, you are deluded. There was nothing positive. He never let her speak. He didn't address her. He didn't answer her main question that she must have said 10 times more. He wouldn't answer it. All he would do is basically conflate, obfuscate, and distract away at all times so that he didn't have to answer it. And that was essentially
the
what he did.
Ball Earth view, Tony, is one thing, and I genuinely don't give a flying cahoots as in stuff like that how the Ball Earthers perceive it. The newbies, the neutrals, yeah, that's what's important in those kind of forums where they have got the viewers, so they are going to get not anti-flat earthers coming in, but just people who are flat curious. Yeah. Now, they're the conversations. I think they destroy themselves when they behave like that, when they talk like that, when they don't answer the point. And if somebody is genuinely interested, they'll hear that. And the ballers do all our work for us by the simple fact that intelligent people can go, you're not answering the question, mate. Yeah. Especially if somebody's being polite and trying to get the point and you're getting over talked, that's a win, it sounds like to me. Not they might come away thinking, yeah, we didn't let her get a word in edgeways, we just kept overriding her and misrepresenting her position. We won that debate. Those days are gone.
Yep, those days are gone.
Well, I can't understand how people, like in debate, really, why are people not stomping the ground demanding they give them R? Like, they need to do that now.
Maybe she did. We
how
don't know
long?
if she didn't. Did you watch? I certainly didn't. Did you watch? Talking to you, John.
No, I've just based it off what Anthony said. Never mind.
Yeah, okay. Did she stomp out this or any of the other arguments that were had with a request for R?
To be honest, 90% of the show was about Einstein, Newton, gravity, and F equals ma. So they never really departed from that topic. There was an end to it, but there was only a limited small amount of time at the end afterwards. So they didn't really get past it. So no.
I did notice, Tony, I don't know if you can put the picture back up with Fight the Flat Earth and his little bit of maths. But he does need R. You look at the picture, he puts R in there. There it is, look, R squared.
Yep.
Yeah, so you're going to need R for that, Chunky.
It's funny because he
Yeah, I think. I'm sorry. I just want to say that I think what Nathan did when with that one guy about debating cats, demanding that they give R before the debate happens. I think that's where flat earthers need to be at. We need, like, if you're wanting to debate somebody, they need to have R before they can beg the question.
Yeah, I don't think Rachie 50 watches the show enough. She might pass by periodically, but she's definitely not up to date. But these people won't listen to anything that she says. When she gets them cornered, they will apply tactics to get out of it at all costs. So, for example, he brought Hillbilly Blue Balls in to talk about his Cavendish experiment that he repeated, and basically, it is a parlor trick. And he was asking, she'd cited that phrase, "It's a parlor trick." And then they were trying to pin her on exactly why was it a parlor trick. And I was in my head, I was thinking she's going to come up with, like, there's no valid observed phenomena, there's no hypothesis, no IVDV. And basically they did get her cornered because she didn't give an answer to it when challenged. But if that had been anybody else that spat out, where's the IV, where's the DV, where's the hypothesis, they wouldn't have got away with, like, refuting their claim that it was just words that she was spewing or words to that effect, because that is essentially what they managed to show, and that's because she's not up to date with the Flat Earth debate, Rachie.
Well, I will plug my own show and advise everyone to share, etc. But I do want 10th Man to just read out his comment that he typed himself in the Skype chat. Can you just read out what you just put, 10th?
Yeah, this is Ayn Rand's statement. You can avoid reality, but you cannot avoid the consequences of avoiding reality.
No,
I want you to
read what you wrote. Read what you wrote.
I'm transitioning. So I wrote, you can avoid R, but you cannot avoid the consequences of avoiding R.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
The greatest fairy tale in the world, and it ends the moment you ask them where they got the radius from.
That's the point in that maths, John, that I was saying. They've gone very clever on Rachie there. They've gone straight to mathematics and done a nice bit of deriving and jiggling and reorganising the formula. But fundamentally, they've put an R in there, and she can reject it at that point, yeah, unless Nathan demands. Where'd you get your R first? If you're going to use it in something, I think it's perfectly reasonable in 2021, if we're going to use a constant in a formula, that it's validatable, that constant. And it's fundamental if you're going to use that bit of maths, that you have to use R. Therefore, it's perfectly reasonable to define it. And if you can't verify it, then there's no point carrying on with the derivation, because it's just not based in reality. It's just numbers.
Right. These are powerful words that are coming out of Adam's mouth, and I want to stress that, because the turnaround was stated, it's probably 18 months ago now, it was overtly and specifically stated on the show that the tables had turned. Very specifically, everything had flipped on its head in terms of how the debate, the discussion, the argument was going. From feeling like you're fighting a losing battle as a flat earther, the odds being stacked against you, society being stacked against you, and your debate opponents being stacked against you, to the complete antithesis of that. I don't concern myself in the slightest with this discussion anymore. I don't lose any sleep over it. It doesn't faze me. And we're winning. There's no arguments that we've left unturned. There's nothing that we haven't covered. And as a consequence, we don't get that many people coming in to oppose what we state. So that means that 90-10, 90%, 10%. This is a training ground. This show has always been labelled as education. Now, when it was first labelled education, it was my belief that the process would be educational. Now, that's still true, but the show, in not just name only, is very much an education-based show. You're saying, well, Rachel wasn't up to date with the Flat Earth debate. She'd appreciate that just asking for where they measured R, well, even if you knew that and asked, you might not necessarily know that having a good grasp of the black swan is the means to having the ability to just ask somebody where they got their R value. You've got to be able to back up these arguments, but you've got to be up to date with the Flat Earth debate in order to do that. So for that reason, when I encourage people to share the show, maybe give people a hint of what's going to happen. It's got it in the title, so you don't have to tell them debate. It's labelled Flat Earth debate, but that's a title. You know, you can tell them, you know, this is a great training ground for understanding how to undo globe arguments, how to prove Earth is flat. If you want to learn how to do that in a better way, here you go. Go and watch this show. And that's all we talk about. That's literally all we talk about. How to debate the nature of reality. One of the biggest paradigm shifting things that will ever happen in most people's lives is right now, right here on this show, and we're training people how to do it more efficiently. So, I'm not going to knock anybody, there's no obligation to come here and watch, but if you do, you'll pick up tips on how to annihilate globe believers very quickly. Because the arguments just get more and more and more and more concise. The housekeeping questions haven't changed in, 3 years?
Actually, what it'll do is it'll teach you that you don't even have to engage with these blurthers. You don't have to talk to them. Now, I actually said to Rachel last night, don't go on Fight the Flat Earth, because you know more than he knows. He's going to lie, he's going to call you names, and he's going to try and make you look bad at all opportunities, no matter what. If you make a minor mistake on something, he's going to jump all over it, right? I said, don't do it. You don't need to go on there to be able to show that you know more than he does about the topic that he loves the most, because he doesn't. You just don't need to do it. Now, she went on anyway, and I was like, Rachie, there's no need to go on there. You haven't benefited from going on there. But we don't need to be able to talk to these morons when you realise that the housekeeping questions are still valid, and none of them have been able to debunk any of them. It's a problem.
We don't, Tony, but they desperately need people, don't they? They need people that, and respectfully to Rachie, that they can try and trip up, that maybe haven't got most of the tools in the box ready to batter them. And that's why they don't come here. But what they do need is newer people who haven't got the full argument settled to do it in a debate. And that's what they're after. As you just said, they're just waiting for that one little mistake, and they'll jump all over it to prove that the Earth's a ball because you've made one little mistake. Well, nah, sorry, Muppets. Yeah, I don't need you. I know they'd be desperate for any of us lot to go over there and make their best rating shows ever. And that's, they're defined by us.
The thing is, she didn't even make a mistake, and they jumped all over her. Because she didn't use the phrase unbalanced force, which Newton, as I demonstrated, did not say. They thought that because she didn't say an unbalanced force, they thought that everything that she said could be dismissed, and that's how they treated it. But the reality is, even if he did say it and she made the mistake of not saying it or not understanding when corrected or accepting when corrected, it doesn't change the point, which was successfully obfuscated by them jumping up and unbalanced. Because the reality is, you can't calculate a force into existence mathematically. You need an interaction that makes something accelerate, not a calculation. Something, you need a verb. You need a doing, something that's doing, you need a verb to do that, not a calculation. So that point then got successfully obfuscated so that they couldn't, they weren't made to answer the question, well, what made Cavendish's Hillbilly Blue Balls Cavendish test? What made his balls accelerate?
And with that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you, first and foremost, to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's live show possible. If you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, however, stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow. If you are watching live, this is where we bid you farewell, so a huge, massive, enormous thank you to all of you who smashed the super chat, liked, commented, shared, subscribed, and all that good stuff. Also, below this video, you can get £50 for swapping your UK electricity supplier to Octopus Energy, and this is a particular note if you drive an electric vehicle. I've been Nathan Oakley, stay tuned if you're watching on a premiering stream, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!
I think that's brilliant. That's brilliant.
You need a doing thing, something that's doing.
I was just going to say, when Newton looked or wrote the Principia, he was wearing the paradigm of heliocentrism around his eyes. So he ascribed the force where one didn't, he observed a proportionality and ascribed a force to it.
Yeah.
Which that's the problem. Is like we both both sides realize something's happening. You know, having things return to equilibrium, but they want to ascribe a force to it outside that, you know, created the universe in their minds.
Yep. And the other thing with that is if Newton was to look at that egg test, and he was to look at the egg test from Newton's perspective, he would look at the egg test, he would isolate the egg, and he would say that the egg accelerated because of a force, right? And we could then say, well, it's pressure. But then we would say back to him, well, did you account for the fluctuation in the pressure, in the gradients, the medium? And he would say, no. Yet that was the thing that was adjusted or varied in the test. It was the varying of the medium that caused the acceleration in the science, but he doesn't consider that in his laws of motion. But if he did do that, then he'd be like, maybe my law of motion is incomplete because it doesn't take into account the medium. If he then changed his law of motion to account for the medium, then we would have relative density. But he didn't do that, did he? So it's like, well, I could just say, well, Newton's laws of motion don't go far enough because they don't take into account the effect of the medium, which is scientifically demonstrably the case that it does cause acceleration.
They need a force.
Have you mathematically quantified, because it seems like this is a law you're talking about with relative density, and it seems to be a subset of like an entropic effect.
Correct. Second order
have you
effect.
mathematically?
Right. Hold on, just before you go on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've said this many times. I was privy to a conversation between Adam, Dr. John Dee, and Quantum Eraser, which took about 10 days, maybe a couple of weeks, and the end conclusion was exactly that. Talking about a second order effect of entropy, therefore trying to establish the cause is futile, but it's essentially just an entropic effect that you're detailing. Correct. Kudos, if you came to that of your own
Right,
volition.
but it seems like it's it seems like like it can be mathematically defined as a law. Do you know anybody that's done that yet, Sleeping Warrior, or have you tried to?
It is already.
or-
Hold on, I'll answer that too.
You know
It is
anything about
already. Yeah, you can. It's part of entropic law. Yes, you can, and yes, it is. It's already there. You've already said it. It's entropy. That is the law.
It's just a natural law because fundamentally it's supported by natural law. You could put some numbers around it, but they would just be observational, a bit like Newton's done. And then you can then criticize it and say, well, those numbers don't take into account the medium. But you can take the natural law statement and apply that. But you're not going to get a number derived because ultimately you're ascribing it to entropy. So you're admitting you don't have a cause and effect. You can just push it back to that point where you can say, well, its effects are governed and driven by entropic effects. We can see that. So I can't really put a cause and effect there because my understanding comes from natural law, which is a recognition.
However, there is a slight deviation from that. You can ascribe one if you force something into disequilibrium. But then, as we always point out, it's you. You are causing something to be forced into disequilibrium. Now, the same can be true or ascribed when you describe Newton's apple. Well, the apple didn't just start in existence hovering in a balance between breaking off the stalk and falling down. It had to go up first. It had to grow from the ground using energy, and that process took a considerable amount of time to get the apple to be above his head when he came along 100 years later and sat under that tree.
And then all you've got is the knowledge of disequilibrium playing out to equilibrium. You pick the apple go up there by, natural methods, but once it's no longer sustained there, then the natural equilibrium will play out. If I pick a ball up and let go of it, the natural equilibrium will restore. That's fundamentally what you're able to describe in terms of equilibrium. And
Cue the anti-flat earther clutching at straws with things in fall arrest. right? Wile E. Coyote on the edge of a cliff that's about to fall off, and he's standing there in what, equilibrium? Well, no, because there's about to be an entropic effect taking effect in a very short space of time that's probably taken a considerably longer period of time to reach that effect. I'm talking about a cartoon here, by the way. But the entropic effect of the crumbling of the rock face for that cliff edge to fall with Wile E. Coyote standing on top of it and then fall down, go boom, boom, was the fall arrest that he was in because he wasn't in equilibrium. But they'll clutch at those straws and try and describe the force of gravity, which is 1g when nothing's happening, right? When it should be 0. What they describe as 0 and give you an equivalent, because we can't take the presuppositional orbit as a 0 because it doesn't exist. So what do we have them describing as an equivalent to their doesn't exist orbit falling around a sphere Earth perpetually, therefore floating around? Well, they say it's when you go into the parabolic motion in the Vomit Comet. Well, that's what they say is 0 by equivalent. But you're falling at a massive rate. Now, all the windows are clogged up so it doesn't look like it from your reference frame inside the falling projectile, but you are very much falling. But they call that 0. And when you're doing absolutely precisely nothing, standing on the ground, you've got 1g. Like, what? They've just moved the start line up 1. Then it starts to make no sense when they say, well, 0g, i.e. nothing happening, is actually you in perpetually falling motion. Like, right, so you're saying that when I'm falling, I'm in 0g? Yeah, that's right. That's when you reach balance. That's when it's 0. You're like, that ain't equilibrium. That's me falling. But they'll call it equilibrium. They'll call it 0g.
Yeah, but when you're falling, the reason you're falling is, in their world, is because you're subject to g. So it's forcing you down, admittedly down and over the ball. But the reason you're falling is because you are subject to the g.
No, that's only if you're that's only if you're in orbital motion. Whereas you don't achieve orbital motion. There is nothing in orbit. We're not on a sphere. We're not falling around spheres. Orbital motions are begging the question fallacy. No. It doesn't exist, right? It's been ascribed to some of the lights in the sky. They strap it onto their phenomena, the only stuff they've actually got. They'll ascribe this mathematical derivation in terms of orbital mechanics. But that doesn't mean we have orbits. We don't. So I'm only pinning on the equivalent. Well, that is an object, most definitely, falling through air. Now, they say that's the equivalent of the effect of gravity working on you as you fall perpetually around a sphere in orbital motion. But you don't experience that, so I can only go by their equivalent, and that is just you falling through air. And they'll say, well, that's the equivalent of you being in 0g. Right, absolutely absurd.
They're both in their world, they're both the same. Whether you're arrested at the top of the cliff or fall, you're still subject to the same force, apparently, yet they're attributed different numbers. The only difference is something is arresting you or something isn't, and you're free falling, but the force is apparently the same. It doesn't switch on and off whether there's something underneath your feet or not.
Right, let's just draw a line under this until you get to gas behaviour, which just annihilates this garbage, doesn't it?
Just to reiterate the point you first made in terms of the scaling, they use different numbers, 0g and 1g, when it's exactly the same. And the only reason is to reify it as weightlessness, as far as I can see. Because,
they want people to believe they can be Superman. It's absolutely nuts when you break it down and you look at the propaganda that's preceded and followed this notion that you can fly. That's all it is. They're selling the idea that you can fly when you're falling. That's it. You want to be Superman? Well, heliocentrism has that to offer. There's a reason I stick it in the rolling cards that go past. Obviously, every single one of the cards that gets displayed has meaning. Now, Neil was like, oh, it's not a coincidence. It's like, they've all got deep meaning, so therefore, occasionally, something that's on screen will tie into what's being said there and then. Not often, because there's about 2 hours of them. But the point is that, you know, they've all got significance, and one of them is Superman, flying in what looks like an orbital motion. Well, that was brainwashing for most, 70s people who went and saw that in amazing Technicolor. Probably never even seen the ball Earth at that point in their life. It'd probably never been presented to them in any fashion. And suddenly they're seeing it in an absolutely glorious, massive screen at the cinema. and there's Superman in what is essentially an orbital motion flying around Earth. You're like, yeah. Cut to NASA telling you can do it. You can do it in this tin can. You're like, really? Oh wow, heliocentrism's awesome. My religion says I can fly. You're like, okay. They're just laughing at you. You know that, right? They're just laughing in your face.
You're right. I'm thinking back to a kid. I remember that film, and the fantastical bit wasn't what you just described. It's the bit there he turns the Earth's rotation backwards and turns back time. That's the bit that, as a kid in my head, was nonsense. Oh, you can't do that. Yeah, but the rest of it, that was all painting reality. It was demonstrating ball Earth, that we could do that we do have orbits. All those things weren't questioned in that narrative. Just like I said, just the only bit was, don't be silly. You can't fly so fast. You turn the Earth the other way and it turns back time. It's not.
I'm pretty certain that was originally intended. Superman 1 and 2 were both filmed at the same time, and from what I understand, that ending was actually originally part of the second movie. But they thought that the ending for the original ending for the first Superman movie wasn't good enough, so they just nicked a load of footage from the second movie to make it a glorious movie. And obviously they can then work on whatever they're going to chuck in the second movie, which was much worse after the fact. But yeah, that whole notion with, correct me if I'm wrong, it's been a long time since I watched the very original Superman motion picture. It's a dam that's collapsed on Lois Lane, right? And he just reverses time, correct?
Yeah, it cracks on it. Yeah, she's dead in the car, isn't she, or something? So he has to, spin things backwards, put in the dam reef. Yeah.
I mean, there isn't any world, Newtonian, Einsteinian, or otherwise, where the notion of spinning the Earth in the opposite direction will cause a dam to flow against the notions of gravity in a heliocentric world, because obviously he's spinning around a sphere, so that's automatically assumed. But why would reversing the spin direction in any way change time? It's just absolutely ludicrous. I mean, don't get me wrong, the guy's flying, but like I say, the suspension of disbelief for Superman isn't as far as you might expect when they made that motion picture, because they've already shown people flying in space. So it isn't actually a stretch. I always talk about the suspension of disbelief, and there's this notion of alienation, i.e. you as an actor can alienate the audience if you push their suspension of disbelief too far. Now, in my mind, the idea of Superman flying is a step too far when you put it into context of a real person rather than on the comic book pages. But it wasn't, and I think this is one of the reasons, because they've got orbital motion and literally men flying as part of your cognition before you see Superman flying. So therefore you believe it more when it's just a dude flying. You don't have to suspend disbelief quite so far. Therefore it didn't alienate audiences away from it going, that's just silly. The guy was flying, it's ludicrous. They're like, yeah, he flew around Earth. They bought it. Everyone bought into it.
Yeah, that wasn't the ludicrous bit. Him flying around Earth wasn't the ludicrous. That was perfectly reasonable. I say it was the turning back time bit that that broke that suspension of disbelief. That broke it. That says, that can't happen. But all the other bits, the ball Earth, the flying, the orbits, doesn't.
It is. Exactly. It's called predictive programming. But yes, you're right, quite right. What you do in terms of everybody appreciates when they're watching a fictional movie that they are suspending disbelief, even if they don't know what that term means. Most people appreciate that it isn't real. Unless you're very, very young and you've got an overactive imagination. Most people, when they walk into the theatre, if it's a certificate 18 movie, X for you in the Americans, you go in and you know that what's happening isn't real. Even if it's a scary movie, the monster's not going to come out and get you during or after. You appreciate that at a certain level. Now, what the ideal is for predictive programming is to let you appreciate that after something that is actually predictive programming, but you've already accepted it as true anyway. So Adam's saying, no, when people see him flying around the Earth, they're not going, yeah, obviously that's a bit far-fetched, but I'm suspending disbelief, so it's okay. They carte blanche just accept that without question, because that's all cool. For Superman, who can fly, orbital motion, perfectly reasonable. That's accepted. But then when they say, oh, but I am suspending disbelief, it's where I describe, why would the bricks go back up into the dam? So people go, oh yeah, but that bit's silly. In my world, time doesn't flow backwards. But men can fly around the Earth in an orbital motion. Obviously, Superman's Superman, and, you know, he's from Krypton, so that's why he can survive out in the sky vacuum that I haven't even given a second thought when I've looked at him flying over clouds at high pressure, not escaping into the vacuum he's flying through. Because that's all just accepted. But all of the above that I've just described is all predictive programming. We don't live on a sphere, there is no orbital motion, there is no sky vacuum, and there is no time flowing backwards. But the first three you accept without question. The last one you might say, yeah, well, it's a bit far-fetched, but it is just a movie. But you don't question that it can fly around a sphere in orbital motion in a sky vacuum. I'm done. Go ahead, whoever.
Yeah, can I pose something for Adam? Adam, so if you don't mess around, you're going forward in time. If you fly backwards, you're going backward in time, and bricks are going back up to a building. What if you get to that happy medium where it's not, that Earth in that movie is not spinning? Now what happened to time?
I'm a little lost there.
It would stand still. In movie terms, I had to think about it for a second, but that's perfectly acceptable. A freeze frame, essentially.
Yeah, exactly. So it's so ludicrous because they're trying to tell you, hey, if you don't mess around, you're going forward in time. If you're able to mess around like Superman, you can reverse time. Okay, well, put it on pause. What's happening? It's dumb.
That's the trick. So your mind's there, questioning, reifying, telling yourself, I'm an intelligent person because I can see through that that's nonsense, whilst underpinning the other stuff that just slips by you, yeah, and then becomes foundational in your understanding. You've accepted orbits, balls, flying people, yeah.
Men from let me just add one. Men from other quote unquote planets out in the sky vacuum, on other spheres that can be blown up at any time. All of that is accepted without question. No, we don't have aliens like Superman here, but why not? Well, I'll tell you why not, because there's no sky vacuum with other quote-unquote planets, rocks in the sky vacuum, to come from. So, no, there's not going to be men with superpowers existing in different realms of atmospheres because they've got sphere-shaped air not escaping into the vacuum just like us. So, no Superman. Again, if you didn't have a heliocentric setting for that movie, it would be taken as far-fetched. In other words, if we were actually in a flat Earth paradigm and we were under the distinct impression, worldwide, without the brainwashing that is, that we were on a flat plane and we must be contained in some form because we've got gas pressure, so it's got to be pressing on something. If somebody said, well, you know how we've got this gas pressure and it's definitely pressing on something. Well, in this story, that's just not there. And there's a vacuum beyond that. And beyond that, there's rocks in that sky vacuum, and everyone would be like going, what are you talking about? You can't just have that area that's keeping all the gas here just removed so that you can travel into some non-existent area. People would question it. Again, it's accepted that he's come from the sky vacuum and a rock thereof that's been blown up that was spherical just like us. All of that is just accepted, right? So no, it's programming. It's keeping you in that heliocentric religion because that's the basis of the story. But again, like Adam keeps saying, that's the bit that's not being questioned. You question whether or not time can flow backwards because you're an intelligent person.
Well, it's really two things here I see. It's interesting discussion. So it's really a form of begging the question in a visual form. They slip in all the begging the question stuffs like the ones you've covered. And then they'll make some big claim that's so obviously stupid that the audience is saying, well, I know that's stupid. And so to get you focused on the dumb thing, in the meantime, they slipped in 10 Mickeys on you.
Yeah, they intentionally alienate you with a certain aspect of the movie. They push it too far. So within performance art, the idea of alienation is very much understood. So it would be, for me, a poor show with a very good director if they didn't intentionally alienate the audience with a piece of subplot that didn't make sense in the real world, because the whole point of every aspect of the movie is to not alienate the audience. So when there's something like that, you've got to say, well, I suspect that is intentionally done to alienate the audience at that point, because up until that point, not for us but for your average normie, everything else is kind of okay. yeah, I can kind of accept that it might be a possibility that an alien would come from outer space, because outer space is real, therefore I'm not going to question that bit. Yes, I understand that we don't fly, but I understand that it is a possibility that you can go out into the sky vacuum and fall around, essentially flying and floating. Men do that. So when Superman does it under his own steam, it's a stretch, but it's okay. That might be the case for an alien, because I've not questioned the outer space alien bit. So all of this is now accepted. But then you eventually get to a point where you've got to have somebody say, well, they know they're suspending disbelief. They know it's a movie, so you've got to give them something to say, well, obviously it's a Superman movie, so time flying backwards, duh. Like Adam says, to make you feel like you're intelligent.
Well, intelligence, that in my mind just sparks something else. So you're always hearing people say, is he going to college now that he's through with high school? What's his major? So the whole thing is set up on higher education, except when you get to college, you realize it's a mixed bag of education, more like half-truths. They'll teach you things that are valid, but then they'll slip in all the things that aren't valid. But because your tuition is 40 grand to 80 grand, depending where you're going, hey, my parents aren't paying for someone in higher education to lie to me, so it all must be true. I mean, this is such a joke.
Well, I suspect that's the very reason that it was monetized in the first instance. If you can monetize someone and put someone into debt to get it, if you imagine that you've gone into debt to buy your favorite dream car and you pay it off for a substantial amount of time and you finally paid it off and you've got the debt cleared, you inherently ascribe more value to that car, sentimental or otherwise, than it's actually got, because you had to work your socks off to actually pay the bills to get the debt out of the way to get this car. Now, if you can get someone's passion for a car just by giving it a high dollar value, well, then just do the same with their education and they'll fight for it vehemently if it's ever challenged. Now, if it came their way for nothing, for free, they might be less inclined.
Yeah, that's totally true. That's totally true. If you look at the Flat Earth, he insists that he's more qualified than anybody else because he's got a degree in physics that he got a third for, by the way. But nonetheless, he values his degree in physics. Now, ultimately, the Rumpus has also got a degree in physics, so they're on par with each other. Yet me and Adam both surpassed them because I've got a postgrad and so does Adam. Yet we're seen as dog shit by them because we don't have a degree in physics. Yet we both surpassed them academically, yet we're both seen as shit. But it's just nonsense. The academics is irrelevant in this topic because the reality is it's what you can prove. It's not what you believe. It's not what you can calculate. It's not what you can hypothesize or quantify. It's all about what you can prove. And you don't need a degree for evidence.
Also, there's another trick to that, scholarships. So we're only going to give out this many scholarships, but it's to these types of students. And so you got to pass a certain thing. So everyone's saying, okay, we'll go into sports and get a sports scholarship or do good in math and get a math scholarship. So the whole point is they've got the system so set up that it gives a false impression that your kid is going to go there at a high price. And of course, they're going to allow some kids to come in at a lesser price or no price because that's going to be their high bar. And I said, well, I mean, it's got to be a real institution because, look, they're giving scholarships to the brightest, so I need to get more bright. Well, when you get there, being bright means consensus science. You got to go with the consensus. That's being bright.
Yeah. You do is fall in line, conform. And I just think that the way that Sleeping Warrior categorized it and put it in words was really good. I think at the end of the day, it's down to what you can prove. And that's the bottom line because everyone's going on about this person, that person just wants to believe this, religious motives, this, that, the other, any other reason, but just look at the actual evidence and what can be proven, what cannot be proven, and what we experience is probably the limit of our actual indefinite experience, evidence, and we don't see none of what we expected to see. And like Nathan was pointing out earlier, that you know, if you had a fresh mind and someone told you if you had, like, let's say, two children run up to you and they both told you two different stories, right? And one of them was talking about basically the earth, you know, all the things that you don't experiencing them, and then the person who actually just sees what they see, you know which story which would make more sense. The person who's telling you that everything's rotating in all different vectors and the air's doing this and doing that, and you know there's no evidence for it, no reason to believe it. You can't really criticize people for not believing you. And when people do this show and they say, yeah, you know, where's Gaspar Vaticanino? It's not the banging the drum to be annoying. It's because you guys don't answer the question and or concede that it can't be demonstrated. So if you can't demonstrate it, you know, the follow-up question is going, if you can't be demonstrated, then why don't you believe it?
Because they can calculate it. And if they can calculate it, that allows them to assume or beg the question. And if they can calculate it and assume or beg the question, then you can deceive a big audience if you can put a lot of weight to maths as the evidence.
Well, what they're really doing though is like they're looking at a stick, but they're not seeing the whole stick. They're looking at like an inch of the stick, ascribing units to it, and then saying that stick can go on forever, and that just doesn't make sense.
Well, let me take a step further.
Go ahead, Jorge.
No, I'm just saying they show you cartoons, lots of numbers and cartoons attached to it.
Yeah, let me take a step further. All right, so what Tommy was saying, so if no one put any thoughts in your head and they ask you what's the nature of Earth, no one's going to on their own come up with the heliocentric garbage, spinning, lack of Earth-based Coriolis, all this stuff. Okay, no curvature, no R. But then they'll say, well then, so now I'm talking from the other side. Well then how's the waters on a flat Earth work? They say, just like anywhere else, it must be contained. I mean, that's really a better answer to how waters
just common
behave
sense.
on the flat. Yeah, just common
You just
sense.
stick into your
Now
common
they'll say,
sense.
well,
I mean, you know what I mean. You don't believe that water things can have pressure without containment, do you? I mean, that would be stupid, wouldn't it? So it's obvious to assume that the containment must be there. And I think that the blue sky, we've been told that the light rays are, and the reason because certain particles are filtering out certain rays of the light, and that's what gives us a blue look. Well, you know, you look into the ocean, it's blue. Like, where is this blue coming from? You know, it's because of the light rays, obviously. But if it's just reflection of the deep blue, would be like black, wouldn't it? Like what we see out in space, or if that's the deep blue.
Tommy, let me finish my point. Stop going into the deep blue stuff. Yeah. I'm not talking about deep blue stuff. I'm talking about if you say to me, is this piece of lumber straight or curved? I can give you an answer just by looking at it and run my hands across it. It's that simple. So if someone says to a flat earther, well, how are the waters contained on a flat earth? You say, well, it must be contained. You're exact. The word is in the answer. It has to be contained because I know how water works. See, if you want a bowl of water, you need a bowl, or else you ain't gonna have a bowl of water. Oh, so you're saying the earth is, contained.
I mean, it's logical to say it's contained. I mean, even if you look out into space or whatever, or however you want to look at it, whatever that is that you see at night, that to me doesn't seem like it's just empty either. It looks like there's material in it in a way. Even some of the cosmos, people say they're giant gas clouds of hydrogen. So if gravity is attracted to hydrogen, which is a gas, then why is the gas expanding in all directions in these cosmos?
Tommy,
you know,
Tommy,
in
I
the
let
cosmos,
you
you see gases not behaving the way.
Yeah, you
they
answered your own question.
predict.
They say it's attracted. It's going to be attracted to the center of Earth. That mean it's going down. Go boom boom, 9.8 meters per second, and it isn't. As you rightly point out, it's expanding in all
Surprisingly
directions.
enough,
Tommy, right. I understand your frustration, 10th.
Tommy, I put that out there so that you can give the dichotomy, the other side of it. And you went to outer space. So let me help you, if I may. So the baller would say, no, we're a ball spinning and we've got an R value and we've got gravity. And you say, well, show it to me. Describe it first so I know what you're talking about, and then show it to me in reality. And this is really all fall apart because there's no R. And so in that simple back and forth, the flat earther could say, water must be contained. And the baller is going to say, well, yeah, it's on the ball and it's contained by gravity. Oh, this is interesting. What else is gravity? What else are you going to ascribe to gravity? What is gravity? And this is where they die. First, they got no R value. Then they got no gravity. Einstein took care of that.
Even the ones that do describe gravity and they go, it's this large distribution of mass, causing an effect. It's just not even actually a force when Einstein explains it. And then usually most flat earthers can explain the intricacy, the details of gravity better than most globers that believe it. And I was one of them when I came in here, same as everyone else, really.
All right, Tommy, where's your R?
You're kind of more confidence than less knowledge.
Tommy, where's your R for your gravity?
I don't even know. Listen, that was the first thing. I never knew what R was. I've never known what R is. Apparently, it's supposed to be the radius, the geometric horizon of the Earth.
Well, when you were a glober,
that's been debunked by the Black Swan, hasn't it? So
when you were a glober before you became a flat earther. Oh gosh,
guys, one of you's got to
Tommy has
yield.
earplugs in.
Talking across each other, one of you's got to yield.
Tommy, when you were a glober, what did you think Earth was? A sphere or flat?
Seriously?
So when he's addressed, he needs to speak, and when he's not addressed, he does.
Who said that question?
I think his last words were, "I need to go."
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Okay.
No, I'm still here. I
Someone
just
said-
had to get my food. Some of my food too.
I love it.
This is you, Anthony. That's what you're like.
Don't be blaming me.
Sorry,
I've
my
done it
headphones
right
on,
me
blaring
twice in like
microphone.
1,000 shows.
Tommy, when you were on a globe, you believed you were on a globe, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Go ahead, 10th.
Okay, so when you're on the globe, you believe you were on the globe, a sphere, and you didn't think there was a radius?
No.
Let's leave him alone for a minute. Look, just because you think you're on a sphere, which is everybody in the Western world, apart from us, that would be flat earthers, and there's a few other exceptions, dick earthers and whatever, concavers, etc., etc. But apart from that, right, most people just accept that. Now, doesn't necessarily mean they've got any comprehension of geometry in the slightest. Now, if you say radius and they've had a comprehensive education, they might vaguely remember what that means, but it doesn't mean they're sat around daily thinking, you know what, Earth's got a radius, hasn't it? I wonder if that's been measured and proven. They just think, well, Earth is a sphere and the horizon's Earth curve. They're not acquainted with the, no, your horizon's not Earth curve, because that would mean you've got a way of geometrically measuring it, and that's where you get your R value. So without it being a physical geometric limitation to your view, which is claimed in your maths, and is debunked by the Black Swan, you don't have an R value. That would be a radius to the centre of a presupposed spherical Earth. And the way you presuppose it is with that R that you can't measure anymore. Most people won't be in the slightest bit aware of the Black Swan argument, or consciously aware that they need a radius value for the sphere they think they live on. It's just taking the thread that they're on a sphere, and that's all they think about it.
Right, but that's not Tommy, because Tommy went on to flat Earth debate shows and debated flat earthers. So I'm exclusively talking to Tommy, and most people would not be, as you described, be going on debate shows about the nature of Earth because they don't know anything. So why would they go there? But Tommy was on shows debating flat earthers. At that point, did he not know that there was a radius?
I can help Tommy out. If he-
I said to him, if you want to go for the maths, all the maths have been done for you, because you used a flat earth debunking site that had all the measurements to Mount Rainier, I think it was. That was being obscured by 160 miles. So I said to him, all the mathematics are here on the website, so if you want to check all the maths, they're there for you if you want to go that far into it. Anyway, what do you mean? Have you checked these maths yourself? I goes, no. Because, but they're there. He goes, well, how do you know these maths are accurate? I goes, well, they look pretty good by the way. He goes, well, just because it looks good doesn't mean it's. But if you ever done your own fucking maths, and you come in here telling me that you got proved the Earth, and yet you ain't even done your own maths, and then he had a go at me for not even having researched the maths myself, just taking it on face value.
Perfect. Thank you, Tommy. So there you go. There's your answer, right? And we get that all the time. Have you actually looked at this yourself? No. but you can go to this website and you can read it for yourself. You can go and do this claim that I'm making for yourself also, and it's been done for me. It's the Truman Show example, right? So you've got Truman in the classroom, he's talking to the teacher, and he's saying he wants to be an explorer. She pulls down the map and goes, there you go. It's already been done for you. It's already been figured out. You don't need to worry yourself about it, is the implication. Don't worry your precious little head, it's already all been discovered. So, should you be asked, refer to this. What we tell you has already been discovered. You don't need to go out discovering stuff. Clear? Now sit down. Right? Well, Tommy's taking the same attitude. What's that you say? What are you asking me? You got a radius? Yeah. 3959. Well, where'd you get that? Here, from this website. Well, where did they get it from? I don't know. Who cares? It's on this website. Would not be on the website unless it was there, and there it is. 3959 says it in miles. What more do you want? Now, if you're dealing with your average Joe, that is the level of comprehension that they're going to have. No offence, Tommy. It's already been done for you, is the attitude. And most of the time, that's why they brace against it. The whole idea of it all being done for you is why they ask us what the equivalent is when they lose their paradigm. Well, what does explain X, Y, and Z? I don't know, isn't that glorious? No, it's not glorious. Tell me what's the equivalent. Give me my new paradigm, quick, sharp. You go, no. Suddenly we don't know what certain things are anymore. That means the world is wondrous. It's like you've got the childlike wonder. Do you not have that? No. You need to tell me how the seasons work right now. You need an explanation for everything that I currently have, and if I'm going to let go of it, you better damn well have a replacement. It better all be worked out for me also. Because I don't want to have to work any of this out. I want it to be told to me. I don't want to be able to just repeat it and sound smart. So give me something I can repeat, quick. You go, no, all I can give you is a childlike wonder of not knowing and the possibility of you being that person that actually finds out. Isn't that good enough? No. Demand that you give it me now, and if you haven't got it, I'll hold up my old nonsense still. Because that's just, that's something that everyone else still agrees with. So, no, give me an explanation or I won't let go of my old paradigm. That's what you end up dealing with. They want it all worked out for them. It's sad, but true, that's most of the world. They want to be spoon-fed their information. They don't want to find out for themselves. They don't want to do an investigation. And if they did do any investigation, do you think they'd be doing primary source research, digging back through history? Would they? Hell! They're not like us. We are the 1%. We are the minority. We are the unusual few who have pricked our ears up, flicked through the books, had a little dig, and then kept on digging. Now, a lot of that's described as falling down a rabbit hole. And ain't that just the truth? But the more you get into the rabbit hole, the more you find you've been deceived. The less you actually realise, i.e. the less you actually know. And in many ways, it makes you feel humble for your own ignorance. What you thought you knew, and everyone around you still thinks they know, isn't actually the case. Now, if you can't cope with that, which is most of the people who get here, then that's not our problem. We don't suddenly have to launch into explaining how relative density disequilibrium works. That's not my job, I don't care. I've got no interest really in the subject. Got to be honest. The sun fascinates me. Moon, definitely. Stars, oh, absolutely. I crick my neck and literally give myself neck injuries looking at them, with my kids talking about them. Fascinating. And it's the thing I'll know the least about. At least with relative density disequilibrium, you can get into a description of it with a second-order entropic effect. I can't do that with any of the sun or the moon or the stars or any of that stuff. And that's wonderful. I like that. That makes the world a magical place instead of a boring place. But people don't want that. They want the explanation given them on a plate so they can get on with their day and worry about what's on TV.
Well, you just described...
when I first...
Go on, John.
I was going to say, when I first realized the Earth's flat, I was like that night I went to McDonald's and I was looking at the moon and it had me entranced. Like I was just kind of dealing with the repercussions of, the Earth not having a radius. And some people drove by and made fun of me for looking at the moon.
People did that to me long before Flat Earth. Watching Venus, watching it stick around for a prolonged period of time, watching the moon rise, things like that. I used to drag my wife out before she was even my wife, before Flat Earth, before all of that. The stuff in the sky is absolutely beautiful and fascinating. And, I'm sure I've regaled certainly Anthony with stories of people laughing at me as I'm stuck in the middle of what is my Tesco car park. It used to be a pub, But in the middle of that pub, you've got a really good view. So I'd just be there looking at stuff in the sky with my neck cracked up towards the sky and people walking past. And occasionally, if there was a really pretty moon, I'd feel compelled to point it out to people. They'd give me a funny look. I'd catch them in the eye and go, have a look. That's what I'm looking at. Look at the moon. Number one, it's enormous. Number one, it's a really weird colour. Number two. And people would look and then pay absolutely no attention whatsoever. Carry on with their walking. Fair enough.
Yeah,
It also gives the
thing.
A lot of people do it after they get to flat Earth. I'll give you that, John. I've heard it many times. When I've interviewed people and asked them about their transition or how they came to the subject, they tell me about the wonder of the sky that they've then discovered, which I always found fascinating because I was already fascinated with the sky and NASA and heliocentrism. All of that stuff fascinated me. Hence I've got a good base knowledge to actually debunk this crap, as I was semi-questioning it before I got to the subject. Go ahead, whoever that was in G+.
I mean, I remember as a kid, and like, because I knew about a lot about the world because I read all the books that I had. I had like these like weekly books, these science books, and I had all the figurines for the dinosaur bones. And I knew about the world rotating. I remember going on the plane when I was a child, and I remember saying, "Oh, do we go faster if we go a certain direction because of the Earth's rotation?" And there was like, "Oh no, that doesn't happen because blah blah blah, whatever." And I was like, "That doesn't make sense." I remember as a child saying that to myself, like very loud and profound, like that makes no sense if the Earth's rotating. Do you know what I mean? Your intuition, it goes against all your intuition or your natural instincts of what would make sense if the Earth was rotating as a child, and then you get told no because of blah blah blah.
You've retained that memory. Like Chocolate and myself have got exactly the same story, like almost verbatim, in fact. But you're unique in that respect. Obviously, you're not. Me and Chocolate have got the same story. But what I'm saying is, not everyone has that same memory. Not everybody has that. Most people swallow the story and don't give it a second thought. And most people
I did swallow it though, but I do remember struggling with it. I remember going like, it don't make sense, and like really like, I remember really struggling with it, and I just thought, oh, okay, whatever. You know what I mean? But going back to it, you think to yourself, maybe I knew more than as a child than I did, as, growing up, because of obviously the programming kicking in, and you're thinking, well, that, like you say, the Coriolis, you're screaming it at them every day, Nathan. You're telling them one object leaves the other one. It rather is separate from the object and rotates, or it does not. No middle ground.
Yep.
Well, I never saw my teacher swing a bucket with water and say that proves how water stays on the ball. But if I had seen that, I would have raised my hand just like all the other times. I said, what the heck? It's got sides. You got it in the bucket. Put it on the ball and do it. And that's what I experienced, when I was in school and this programming was coming. I fought against it. I told him I thought this was nuts. And he said, yeah, I know. I just have to teach it.
With me, I got the description, then swung the bucket round. But same as Chocolate, I think. But in any event, not everybody does that. Not everybody comprehends it, and having that memory is something that is, fairly unique to flat earthers, and not all flat earthers at that. But in terms of things like your dinosaur question, I've got a great example of someone who's taken that to the nth degree in John LeBon. So JLB channel, check him out if you wish. If he's still around, he does cover subjects that often get him kicked off YouTube, but such is life. But he took primary-based research to the nth degree when it came to the holotype specimens, which is the original bones that they then derive out into the plasticast and plastic models that you see in the museums. Yeah. So he went to this right in the middle of nowhere, right in the centre of Australia, just miles away from anything, and went and had a little look and got the full story from them, had a look at these wood-looking things that didn't resemble a dinosaur in any way, shape or form, and you're told this is what that is. It's XYZ bone. And from that, in some cases they've got a fair percentage, and most cases they've got hardly anything. But he went and had a look at what they'd dug up and what they were claiming it was. As it's on show at a museum in the middle of nowhere where no one goes, that's falling apart and has got no tourism trade, JLB went there and had a look. And you think that's what you've got to do if you're questioning this stuff, if you want to have any validity in your claims that you make to debunk it. Because most people will just buy into the story. They're not going to travel to the centre of Australia to have a look at the holotype specimens of the dinosaurs that are claimed to be out there in the plasticasts. People just don't do that. So you've got to admire people who do, when there's a subject that's of interest to them. My wife, although she's nowhere near gone to that sort of extent that JLB has, she got me into that subject. Started questioning with the validity of the dinosaurs and wanted to go and have a little look at the museums and what they'd actually got on offer, because she couldn't quite believe that they hadn't got real dinosaurs. You're like, no, not at all. It's like, well, let's go and have a look and have a question and ask a few people at the museum and see what they've got to say for themselves. So that's what we did before we had kids. We'll probably do it again, but we won't be necessarily showing them around the dino part of the museum, because certainly at the Natural History Museum in London, or whatever the big museum is with a massive dinosaur, they're getting rid of it. You know, they're like, okay, we've come to see this dinosaur, asking a few questions about what parts of it were made of what, and they said it's not going to be here. They're just going to get rid of it because they're going to put something real here, which would be the giant blue whale that I got stashed in the back. So, like, we asked them, like, well, what's going to replace it? And they told us, and we had to dig our way through the museum to find this giant blue whale, which was absolutely enormous, just stacked in the back with all this other stuff. You know, unlike the dinosaur, which is in the main entrance hall, absolutely enormous. In fact, I'm sure we will go back if it's got that blue whale in the entrance hall. I'm sure it'll look glorious, but that's a different story.
Well, you know, I have a little bit different experience because I understood the arguments based on a measurement of a dip angle measurement that you could calculate R from. So, and the arguments, if you were measuring a dip angle that you could calculate R from, all of the arguments would be, you know, would hold up. So, like, I think that's why R is so important to me when discussing this subject.
It was your point in regards to Raichi and Fight the Flat Earth, right? Regardless of the subject matter, they're going to need R. If you're asserting mass 2 as the centre of Earth, you're going to need R for that. So, if they're making these claims of gravitation, in most instances, in fact, with most globe claims, you can ask them for R off the bat. It's not like asking them for scientific evidence. It's not so big a chainsaw. You know, it's a bit more of a shiny knife. In other words, you recognise that if you run your fingers down the edge of it, you're probably going to get burnt. But by the same token, it does just chop everything around you to smithereens. You know, it's a samurai sword is asking for R. You don't necessarily have to know why, although it launched into why you'd have to know the Black Swan in the live show. By the same extent, it is that kind of it's just a lethal tool where, you know, you don't necessarily have to have a great knowledge of why you're asking for R to just pick that samurai sword up and remove a fundy's head with it.
Nathan, this is why what John said is so important with the sextant argument. In their mind, a dip angle measurement is for the curvature of the Earth. Well, you got to have R for that. In nautical navigation with the sextant, or any use of a sextant, dip correction is getting your eye to the height of the sea surface so that you can have that bottom baseline all the way to the GP of your star or sun. That could be thousands of miles away. So if dip measurement with a tool as precise as the sextant is height above sea level, and then you have the flat baseline, that name, dip measurement, is not a good name because they're trying to tie it to Al-Biruni somehow. But he never had it.
Well, it's there to convolute the argument with anti-flat earthers, I believe, in terms of the acquisition of dip correction with the sextant. But I've been thinking about this before we get into how it's a bad terminology because they've got a horizon dip measurement as almost depicted on screen here, where they would use trig for a triangle to acquire R on a different arm of the triangle. But in terms of sextant-based dip correction, the sextant-based dip correction is done to acquire flat geometry for the base of a triangle. When I say I've been thinking about it, I've been thinking about how and why this correction's done and how we'll detail it less than concisely in terms of what it actually means. You're using triangles, and the reason you do the dip is to acquire the pure geometry. I can't remember if it was Brian that was highlighting this. Originally 10th Man, of course, because this is his thing. But originally this was described by 10th Man as cutting through the refraction. Well, no, the dip correction is done to acquire pure flat geometry for the triangle. That's why it's done. They can bleat all day about how they're utilising this depiction on screen of a horizon dip. That would be the horizon falling away from your vantage point. But that immediately eradicates the actual purpose of the sextant, because you're going to be using a flat base triangle with a 90-degree angle at it being the GP of the star. So the moment you describe what you're actually doing with the tool, well, you need the dip correction to acquire flat geometry for triangulation. That's the most concise way I can sum that up, because it's important. Brian was right when he got very angry initially when we started getting into this conversation, because he's like, no, the dip correction's super important, because once you've done it, you're at the pure geometry stage. Well, pure flat geometry with a straight line to the horizon. But because you're above the waterline, which is the actual flat earth we're standing on, you've got to correct for that to get flat geometry for a triangle. So the dip correction is being done to acquire flat geometry for triangulation. Cool, huh?
Yeah, it's very good. They're both actually true. When I said that it cuts right through refraction, that was a refraction argument. I already knew, and Brian said it as well, that it's to get geometrically correct, because you need that bottom baseline for that triangle. So when I said it, it was like it was at the height of all the ballers saying, "Oh, but it's refraction." And I said, "Well, fine. This thing works thousands of miles. It cuts right through refraction." Then when you want to say, how does it work? You're going to say, well, it needs a baseline for a triangle. And that's what the dip correction does. It takes it to the water level so it can be flat all the way to what? The GP of the star or sun that you're shooting. And so it's over for these guys, because the Black Swan is going to have a heyday, because the sextant is bringing everyone to the Black Swan. That's the beauty of it.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Oh, go on, you can have the last word, John. Go on.
I was going to say, yeah, the whole idea of refracted curvature, the sextant guts that, just destroys it.
The sextant accepts refraction. There are tables for it, but it accepts refraction in the proper definition. That's what it allows. So, I mean, Brian, we're having a chat on this. There is a bit of refraction in there. It's in the tables, and that's where the error comes in your optical measurement. That's the precision of the instrument and the effect of the day. So, but as soon as you take that measurement and apply your dip, you accept that error, and therefore the refraction disappears from this point on, because fundamentally it stops. It becomes just a geometric calculation. There is, like I said, there is the refraction in there, but it's a point of error in the measurement. And once you've accepted that, you move forwards. Now, there are slight error tables. They are standard refraction. What they don't do is apply a 7/6R function to them to move them into a completely different place.
Correct. In other words, the dip correction is purely done to give you flat geometry for the triangle, the base of which is going to be flat and have 90 degrees to the GP of the star. Ergo, the only reason for the correction is to give you flat geometry. The sextant can only work on a flat plane and cannot work on a curved surface, because you need two straight lines to acquire an angle to do the triangulation. The dip correction, I'll say it one last time, is only done to lower that to the ground to give you flat geometry for the tool to work. But with that, I'm going to say another massive, huge, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ Panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams for hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, hitting the PayPal link, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. Also, below this video, you can get £50 for swapping your UK electricity supplier to Octopus Energy, especially important if you've got an electric vehicle. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
Oh, what a day! What a lovely day!
It's our good buddy Nathan Oakley.
What's up?
Knocking him down. What's up, rookie?
What you doing, bro?
I am chilling. How about you?
I was just listening to that recording, and now I just figure I'd chit chat with whoever's on.
Yeah, man. For a second there, I thought Nathan was in here. I was like, no shit.
Yes, so did I. I was like, oh, I got to get on here. And I was like, oh, damn it.
I thought we were gonna hear the word fundy a million times.
Yeah, I know. I like that. That's one I really like. I guess he means fundamentalist, right? Is that what he's talking about?
Yeah, fundamentalists. It's like religious fundamentalism is what staunch globe belief is. It's the same thing with anything, though. You get religious zealotry with Muslims. You even get it with atheists these days, right?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Probably, yeah.
Well, yeah, the atheists, the ones that are mad about it, it's religious zealotry and religious fervor that they have for the same thing that they think that they're quote unquote not believing in, which is the institution of religion.
Right.
But that's just another religion.
Yeah, that's the part that always got me is like, how can you not believe in any God when, you believe that, all the things that don't match up, like, I don't know. I just think if you do a little bit of research, you'll realize that stuff that's in the Bible and things is important because it's true. There's a lot of truth to it. Whether or not it was inspired by God, I think it was, but you don't have to believe that. But the point is that there's good words in there that tell you the truth and teach you things. So why throw it away? It makes sense to me.
Yeah, if you know how to read it, it's the ultimate self-help book, and you don't need all the other ones. It's my dad said it's prescriptions on how to live.
Yeah, that's a good answer. It's a good way of putting it.
Yep.
I'd really like to talk about something, but I'm afraid to.
Give me a hint.
Well, it has to do with the JAB.
You have 5 minutes. Okay, 5 minutes. Okay. So
Okay.
it's 11:20 now. My side, you get 5 minutes.
For those of you that believe in it, I want you to answer me a question. Why is it that I didn't get a shot? I didn't get immunized, but I didn't get COVID, and everyone that I know that's gotten the shot has gotten COVID.
Okay,
That's
now
really
that,
odd to me.
now that you said the C word, we got to dig it down.
I'm sorry.
90 seconds. But I will say that yes, you're exactly right. Go ahead.
It doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, I want somebody to explain that. I want somebody to explain that, in a scientific manner that explains how that's possible. It doesn't make any sense to me. The only thing that makes sense is that maybe they got sick because they got, what? That's what I'm led to believe. I mean,
yeah, man.
It's like everybody I know that got it got sick.
Exactly.
And it was within a few weeks after they got it done, too. That's the thing.
Yep. Great. Same thing happened to my grandma and my mom.
Yeah, my grandma, my wife, my mom. Well, I don't know if my mom got it, but I know 6 people now. I know 6 people that have gotten it for different reasons. Obviously it's for work and whatever, and every one of them have gotten it and confirmed it. They've actually taken a test and confirmed, not just gotten a cold.
Right.
I don't know. I just think it's really strange.
Well, it's coming to a head. People are really starting to wake up on it, and I think it's going to be. I think there's going to be because so my state, our governor is completely against all mandates, all nonsense, all tyranny, right? Which is great. So yeah, and so if other states start just keep putting their foot down, and the medical community tries to keep saying, no, we know best and no one else does, then it's going to turn into something. Yeah.
It's going to go to the, up the court ladder. Yeah.
It'll probably be scientists and doctors versus the government for a while. So, yeah.
Well, I mean, it's pretty easy to prove liars wrong. I mean, it's not really that difficult.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's becoming, the truth is coming out now. It's coming out through all the cracks, all the seams. New cracks are forming. Truth's coming out, and that's the deal.
Yeah, I noticed that yesterday. I happened to flip by some news thing that was on TV, and they're talking about how there's all these breakout cases. I'm like, yeah, that's the reason why, you idiot. It's like, of course, because they're giving out the new V, the new var, whatever they call it.
Yeah.
They're claiming that, everybody's got to get, done again. It's like, well, why would I do that? I asked my wife, I said, at least tell me that you agree with me now that you wasted your time doing that you wasted your time and energy on going and getting that done. I said, because it didn't do you any good. You got it anyway. I said, but I didn't get it, even though I live in the same house with you. Explain that. She just looked at me.
That's crazy. Yeah, man. Wow.
Her boss got it.
See, and that's the thing. That's actually making me feel okay, because now all the people who wanted to get it and were so desperate to get it so we could get back to normal are realizing, and we don't have to tell them anything anymore. It simply didn't work. None of what they've suggested has worked. Social distancing, masks, all this bullshit. None of it has worked.
It never worked from the very start. I mean,
well, it didn't, but we were keen, right? We knew right away. But now it's 2 years later, and then people are starting to finally fucking get it.
As soon as I did 10 minutes of research, I found out very, very quickly that there's no basis for it. And they patented it in 2011 or 2007 or something. They patented it. Why would you patent a freaking virus? Does that make any sense to you?
Well, what they did was, and we should probably stop after this, but what they did with that was they patented a mutation of it. So they took the infection itself, and then they mutated it somehow in the lab, and then they patented that.
Right.
So, anyway.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, for those listening that still think that there's supposed to be bodies in the street and there's overflowing hospitals, do yourself a favor. Go explore your city, talk to doctors and nurses and stuff. If you haven't already gotten stabbed, don't. Clearly you shouldn't. And if you have, research ways to stay healthy when you have those things inside of you. There are plenty of books out there that doctors and nutritionists and all kinds of people have written about. If you know you've got a bunch of this crap inside of you, you can still live a healthy life. Thanks.
There you go. All right, let's change subject.
Cool. And that's not medical advice either.
No.
Okay, so we've got a guy in the YouTube chat. He's always here. His name's Bendy Light, and he started out pretty polite today. He's actually being pretty polite, which is fine. Yeah. Ben Rookie says hi, Ben. But today he is arguing for.
Uh-oh.
Where is this?
Hasn't he learned his lesson yet?
Well, no, it's funny. It's actually, I like what's going on, because I was about to ban him, and then I was just like, you know what? No, let's keep letting him embarrass the Globe side. And then now he's
I was going to say, they just manifest the reality.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I haven't banned him. That's why I love talking to him. But initially, we started talking about how he admitted a few times that it's his belief that the Earth measures curved and this, that, and the other. And and he was like, we were agreeing with each other for like 5 or 10 messages. And of course now he's defending, he's saying things like about his floor and his ceiling. Not having measured curvature exactly as you require does not mean Earth has been measured flat. You'd have to have an actual measurement to claim that. I think he still thinks that we're saying the entire Earth is flat.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people think that it's like, well, technically the dirt is convex because it's above the water. But when we say Earth, we mean the whole area. We're not talking about just the water, just the dirt. We're talking about the whole thing is flat. It is. Now the dirt is above the water, but the water's flat. So no matter how you look at it, I mean, I'm not saying I believe that the Earth is 70% water because I haven't seen the entire Earth, but if it is 70% water, then how in the hell can it be a ball? It just doesn't make any sense at all. And that curved adjacent thing cracks me up because I didn't even know about that. I had never heard that description, curved adjacent. And then I was like, so I looked it up and I was like, I'll be damned.
Yeah, there's a lot of those "I'll be damned" moments with this subject.
Well, I was going to say something about, if you really think about it, if you're honest with yourself and you think about what is pushed on television, I'm not going to name any things particular, but if you just watch what's pushed on television and then pay attention to what's really going on in the world, you'll see that you're being lied to, regardless of whether or not they're lying about big stuff or not, or who's lying or what. Doesn't really matter. The point is that we're being lied to by everyone, including doctors, lawyers, all that crap. Now, why are they doing that? Because they're smarter than us, they think, right? But how do you justify that? I mean, you have to be able to justify. I mean, for me, honestly, for me to take the baller's side, I would have to be shown like evidence. I mean, physical, solid evidence, not some creation of mathematical argument. It doesn't make sense at all. Talking about physical stuff. So if you're going to bring evidence, bring physical evidence. Don't bring this argument that, oh, well, so-and-so said so, and because this works out and that works out, and because this and that, and this lifts and that don't, and that makes everything the same. It doesn't work that way. It has to make logical sense. If it doesn't, then you're down the wrong road, man. I don't understand how you can just take every single crappy thing that people say and try to twist it around into some truth when it's not true. It just don't make sense to me. Like, why wouldn't you just join the side that's right? Wouldn't that be easier? But I digress.
No, that's a good point. If I went to a Glober and I said, hey, Earth objectively measures curved and it's a sphere. And then they'll say, how do you know that? And I'll say, well, this guy who's smart and gets paid to say so said so. And then he's just supposed to go, oh, okay, sounds good, because that's the same logic that they expect when we ask them for evidence. Hey, how's it a globe? Who measured it? Oh, they did. Who did? Yeah, it's been done. Okay, can you go do it?
I think it's pretty obvious too.
Can you go do it? Can you go measure? Oh no, it's been done. By who? Everyone.
Yeah.
So why can't you do it? Because it's been done. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I would like to see this thing that they claim they've got. I'd like to see it like physically. Like, how do they argue? And I don't know. I just wish that we could put together all the evidence that we've got, for or against, and then just lay it all out and then, put eggs in a basket and see who wins, I think that we'd win like way, way, way. Like, just take 20 things that are true about the Earth, right? I think that probably about 17 of them would be in the flat Earth basket. But that's my opinion, of course.
Well, it's looking more and more like that kind of opinion is turning out to be true. Hi, Zeus. Yeah, we know that you exist. Mm-hmm.
Oh, hi, Zeus.
And you just said hi to like thousands of people. What do you think? Is the Earth flat?
Did he really do that on his own, or did he just squeeze his tail?
No, he's talking to me. Hey, Zeus, is Earth flat? Goose. Well, he just growled at me. Well, he's purring, so he can't. That's the thing. Once a cat starts purring real big, they can't talk because it'll just go.
Yeah, I know. It's funny. I've heard him do it.
Do you want food?
Well, obviously.
No,
Or water,
I fed him, and so what he does is he gets bored, and he'll hop on my keyboard and sit on my keyboard and like claw at me while I'm talking, and then I'll play with him for a second, and then I'll get back in my seat, and then he'll yell at me to let him outside. Yada yada yada. He's always busy.
You want to see something really fascinating?
I do.
There's these YouTube guys called the Slow Mo guys, and they do they do all kinds of like experiments, and they take videos of it in high speed, so they can watch it in slow mo. And yesterday I was watching one where they showed a cat jumping up onto a fence and doing some other stuff, jumping down from a tree and whatever. And I was fascinated by how the cat actually lands and how they get themselves up on things. It's crazy. Like,
yeah,
it's really neat. Like, it really makes you realize like how limber and how, cats can really like do things that you really don't think about is possible.
Right. Yep. I've had to hide so many things from him, like deep hiding, because I thought, I'll just put it here and he can't get it. And it's like, no. I wake up the next morning, he's got it.
And they love to perch on things. I've got an entertainment center in my bedroom, and it's quite high up, and there's like a bin, like one of those little, cloth bins that you slide into those little drawer things. Anyway, she gets up there on top of the TV and then climbs into that box and then falls asleep up there. And I'll be looking all over the house for her, and I can't find her anywhere. And then I'll realize, oh wait, she's in this box. She's just sitting up there looking. Like,
yeah.
Me up here? What's up?
Yeah. One of my favorite things to do is to find like a bowl, and then just put it on the ground and see if they can try to fit inside of it or not. It's so funny.
Yeah.
Like a big bowl, like
I don't
mixing
find
bowl.
stuff inside. Oh, really?
Yeah. He'll get in the mixing bowl. What were you saying?
I don't remember. It was probably not important.
Oh, people are probably going to get mad at us for talking about cats.
Hey, since when is pussy ever a bad subject?
Amen, brother. Okay, so we can talk about the Earth again. We got another guy in the YouTube chat saying, when you add the water on a cup until it is bent, and when it bends due to adhesive forces with the wall of a small tube, oh boy. Never
That's
mind.
called surface tension, dummy.
Well,
Don't you understand
and
surface
Lukey would know the difference. Yeah, he knows the difference between meniscus surface tension and other things, but yeah. So they just sit in this chat and they're just going, but what about this? Smurp.
I guess they're kind of hoping that eventually they'll hit on something that's actually right. But good luck with that, dude.
Well, yeah, that's sad, right? Because like objectively, that will never happen. So it's kind of bad to like watch a fish trying to climb out of water. It's like, well, dude, once you get there, you're gonna die. There's no point. There's nothing there for you. You might as well stay in the water. Stick with us, kid. And okay, so let me clear up a misnomer for people listening. When we say Earth measures flat, when I say Earth measures flat, I'm saying that I've measured it where I measured, ended up measuring flat. I've talked with thousands of people, watched thousands of pieces of evidence, all kinds of stuff. But it doesn't mean the entire world measures flat. Number one, that would be irresponsible to think that, right? We've got topography. But number two,
we got waves. We had all kinds of things. Yeah,
all kinds of stuff. But number two, we don't make the claim that we don't know the whole shape. So we're not going to say, well, it's a pancake, it's a square with a flat top, anything like that. We're not going to do that. Earth measures flat, and we don't have to say anything past that. Measures. So what do? You go out to the Earth, and then you measure the Earth. And then what can you say after you've done that? The Earth measures flat. We're not saying... So if we had a globe, I'd say the globe measures curved, right? That's what I'd say. I'm not saying the entire Earth measures flat.
Then there's something wrong. It's logic.
In fact, if someone says they've measured the entire Earth, they're a fucking liar.
Yeah. It is kind of funny how people that come on to argue with us don't actually do their homework. That's what makes me mad. It's like they don't do their homework. They don't listen to the previous people that come on the show. They just come in here and they try arguing some crazy, stupid thing that doesn't make any sense and doesn't really match up with anything scientifically. It just happens to be true, but what does that got to do with the Earth's shape, you know?
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, here we go. If the Earth is flat, explain what is the sun and what is the moon.
Okay, I'll explain this for you. The moon is a light that lights the nighttime, and the sun is the light that lights the daytime. That's all you need to really care about.
The more you know. Yeah. So that's a guy, Lukey Pool, in the YouTube chat. He asked, once again for the audience, if the Earth is flat, explain what is the sun and what is the moon. And the other question after that was, why can Earth's magnetic field curve?
Why can't it?
Why can
Because magnetism doesn't... Well, I don't know.
So this statement is hugely flawed. So we'll start from the bottom, go to the top. It says, why can the Earth's magnetic field curve? That's assuming Earth has a magnetic field that you've measured the entirety of. Okay, Lukey? I know that wasn't a good sentence, but you get it. And then if Earth is flat, explain the sun and the moon. Well, hold on. Are we talking about the sun and the moon, or are we talking about the Earth? Thanks.
Well, can you explain the sun and the moon on a curved surface? I mean, it wouldn't change, would it? It'd be
That's
the same.
probably right.
Setup.
I think the answer to the other one is the magnetic field doesn't curve, I think. I mean, do they have evidence to the contrary?
Well, if you look at motors and electronic, things like that, you can see that they do curve magnetic fields. But it's not really the same thing as a natural curve on something that's normally straight. You know what I'm saying? You get where I'm coming from? So it's not necessarily logical that would be the answer to that question. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
I hope that
Are there magnets out there that only have a north side or a south side?
But yeah, they have ring magnets, they have shape magnets, they have bowl magnets. They're all kind of magnets, and they do curve things. But like I said, it's because there's two fields, and they interact with each other, and they cause bending of fields. Yes. So that's basically, I would say that was true, but that doesn't mean that the Earth's flat or it's curved either. It doesn't mean anything.
Well, yeah, that's true. But to help whoever asked that question understand a little bit better, as far as we know, there's a magnetic north, but there's not a magnetic south.
Exactly. Well, not that we've seen. I mean, if somebody can demonstrate that, I'd love to see it, but I've never seen it. I've never had my compass turn around and point towards the south. I mean, yeah, I guess it does point south if you're looking at the opposite end of north, but that isn't the same thing, is it?
Well, that's just it. Compasses, as far as I know, don't work when you get past a little bit past the 60th parallel south. They don't work at all. So
yeah, you're too far away from the source. That's just my guess, but plus, if you just think about how a compass works, a compass pulls towards the center of wherever we live, correct? To the North Pole. So if the North Pole is just a flag in the center, or whatever it is, or at the top, whatever you want to call it, okay? Now I lost what I was going to say. Shit.
And it'd also be the north center point. The pole implies,
No, I was going to say if you were to stand in front of the North Pole, your compass would have to be level with the water you're sitting on, because obviously the North Pole's in the middle of the water. Okay, so if you're in a ship and you're holding your compass perfectly level with the ocean, then how do you figure that the Earth could curve around on the other side? Then your compass, when you got to the side of the ball, your compass would point towards the ground, down towards the north. It wouldn't point up towards the north. It would point down into the Earth, because the north would be through the Earth if you were on the side of it. You get it? So it just doesn't make any logical sense at all. But yet they argue about it. It's like, hello, stupid, don't you get it?
Even if they did get it, which most of them do, they are not going to admit it.
Yeah, I guess so. But I feel sorry for them, because it's like, it would be a lot easier to quit arguing about crap that you don't even know about when you could just come along with us and we'll show you all the proof, show you all the truth of it. It's pretty simple. It's not like we're assholes and we're trying to like keep the information from everyone.
Right. It's like Globers are hiding the evidence of the globe, right? And we're doing all that we can not to hide all of the information we have. We can't wait to show you. Like, what's the holdup, Globers?
Well, doesn't that kind of prove to you who's the liar and who's the truther?
Exactly. So once the audience catches on, once the general public catches on to the fact that because there hasn't been globe evidence presented after fervent asking for it for years and years and years, that means it's not a globe because there's no evidence to be found. Otherwise, we would have it by now.
And you know what? It's very, very simple to understand. If the Earth was a ball, okay, if it was a ball, then the government would just simply show us the evidence and actual photos of it. Why wouldn't they do that? Why would they let us argue and censor what we're saying about it if it's not true? If it's not true, you got nothing to worry about, right? So if somebody tells you a lie, like, I saw a pig flying and he had wings and he was shooting, rainbows out of his ass, I'd want to see evidence of it. If you don't have evidence, I'm just going to call you a liar because I don't believe stuff like that exists. It's pretty obvious. I mean, how can you do the opposite when it comes to the Earth? It just doesn't make sense to me. It just doesn't. It's just stupid.
Well, don't get too worked up.
Yeah, I know. I do. I actually do. This does get me worked up.
Yeah.
Because I know what the truth is, and it makes me angry that people won't even listen to it. It's like, dude, I'm just trying to tell you what I know. I'm not trying to like shove it up your ass, You take it or leave it.
Right. Yeah. And I get told, hey, you can't come at people all passionate like that. It's like, what do you mean? There's other nice guys out there trying to talk about it. I don't have to be nice. I'm the guy that slaps you in the face with it, and then you're laying in bed that night going, gosh, my face hurts. I wonder why. Oh, I need to do some research, or else he's going to slap me again.
Yeah, I think just the evidence alone that they're censoring it, like they used to censor aliens, and now they're pushing that. Just think about it. In 20, 30 years, they're going to be doing the same thing with the flat Earth. They're going to be shoving it up your butt, telling you, "Oh no, you were wrong. You were wrong." You know what I mean? I wouldn't be surprised if they don't just admit the Earth's flat eventually. I mean, logically, that's what I'd do if I was losing the battle. But, the government never appears to lose anything, do they?
That's probably because it's actually a shadow government that runs things,
Well, yeah, I wouldn't argue with that. I think that the people who are really in charge will never see, at least if I was in charge and I had power like that, that's what I'd do.
I'm in Ottawa, and I see anyway, a lot of these, fine cars coming out, and they're just plastered with Freemason logos and stuff. And, in a sense, they're the power behind the throne. They're the nouveau sectellum, the new secular order, And they've been around for quite a while. Probably since the Black Merchants of Venice,
Yeah, well, the problem with that is that most of those people that are in those clubs aren't practicing evil. They read the Bible, they do all these things, and it's all based around God and the Bible. It's not until they get so far up in the in the climbing of it. They experience all the different degrees. That's when
Yeah.
they start telling them the truth about it. Like, I know a guy who's like, he's some kind of knight or something in the group, and he took me to the little church or whatever you want to call it up in the top of the Mason building and showed it to me. And he explained it to me. I asked him all kinds of questions. I said, what's this Bible doing here? Thought you guys didn't believe in God. And he was like, no, we believe in God. I'm like, well, that doesn't make sense to me. I've heard you guys don't. And he goes, no, that's not true. We read this Bible every time we have a thing. I'm like, well, that doesn't make sense. But they also had a globe. Right when you walk in the door, there was a globe. And I was going to ask him, I was going to say, well, why do you have a globe here when you know damn good and well the Earth's not a ball? But I didn't.
Well, it's like the Shriners. The Shriners, they contribute to charities and stuff, earn a lot of money. A lot of them are businessmen, but they worship Lucifer. They'll tell you, if you ask them candidly, it's Lucifer that they work for, and they'll tell you outright. The Shriners with that, fez on the head.
Yeah, I saw that video too, but I don't know if I believe stuff like that. I mean, I'm going to have to meet the person myself and have a conversation before I'm just going to take that crazy stuff that guy, that video, that old man talking.
Well,
I think he was probably a little crazier.
A lot of things are controlled by, different families in different areas. And I mean, it's just like a stranglehold. Some people own, 10 square miles of land out there. Others barely own an acre, 200 by 200, If you got that much, land and farmland and control of food and products, you can't fail. To generation. It's like the one man down south, he, sort of inherited from his boss, was a farmer, 10 square miles of South Carolina, That's a lot of farm, Where I live, my father-in-law owned 2 square miles, and his brother owned the timber rights and the land from, I guess it was Earhart to almost Fairfax, and then from Earhart down to Hampton, which is like 50 miles of road or more. He had a company that makes veneer, thin veneer edges for, the side of plywood or counters or whatever. It's cut real thin and apply it with a hot iron and
Yeah, I know
stuff.
what you're talking about. Yeah, it's like peeled wood, and then you put it over the top of the particle board. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what, I guess made him a lot of money and stuff, and, also having a rich family, and, one of the families down there are the Kirses, and Kirch in German means land, so when the war was on, they would send German POWs to South Carolina because so many of the people there are, of German descent and came from Germany, so a lot of them at the time spoke German, and it sort of made a transition, whatever it was, a lot easier. Probably for everyone, If you're a guard and you can't speak German and your prisoners are German, you're not in a good way, and they are, so what are you going to do? But yeah, the same, basically, groups and organizations, they plan things long term, and if things are falling into place they want, they keep going with their agenda, and if they're not, they
Anybody ever tell you kind of sound like John Levi, the way you talk?
Is he a YouTuber?
Yeah, he is. You do sound kind of like him. Yeah, he does mystery history stuff.
I'm probably.
You're cutting out a little bit, Jimbo.
I'm probably going to do some live YouTube and do some Giants live and stuff there.
Cool.
It should be fun.
Somebody that's in flat Earth needs to get their hands on one of those bones of those giant people so we can show it around. Because I'd like to get a look at it so I can really see that it's real and not, be worried that somebody's pulling the wool over my eyes. I mean, with all the deception in the world, that's just another thing that I'm not going to waste my time on unless, there's some kind of physical evidence for it.
Yeah, they're still arguing that an effect demonstrates the cause of the effect. So we're talking about gravity.
Wow. I know they need gravity before they can even use it.
Well, yeah, I'm asking, what's the independent variable? They say, I don't know. I say, okay, let me help you out. The independent variable. Well, hold on. Yeah, exactly. The independent variable would be gravity if you were able to perform a proper scientific experiment on this, but you can't because you cannot manipulate gravity.
Besides,
that would be cool though if somebody figured out a way.
Sure. Besides what? Jimbo, you're cutting out again, bud.
Yeah, when someone holds out a microphone at the end of their arm and drops it and says, bitch, that's science? That's Neil deGrasse science, man. Don't make sense.
Or you could be like Buzz and just get drunk and act stupid.
Who's that? It's so easy to see that we're not moving through the galaxies, that we're stationary. Every night we see the same stars, more or less, and they are a limited number. There aren't that many of those lights up there, really.
Right.
There really aren't, In fact, you probably scan it and count it with a computer.
It's probably like 10, 50,000 maybe tops.
Yeah, something like that. They're lights. They're all within a certain. When I take shots of the moon.
Yeah.
We lost you when I took shots of the moon. That's okay.
Yeah, when I take shots. Sorry, I lower my camera, try to focus on the farthest light that I can see, somewhere on the horizon, and when I have that in focus, I raise the camera, and guess what? The moon is in perfect focus. It don't make sense to think that,
Oh, you're saying that no matter how long you watch it, once you focus on it, no matter where it moves through the sky, it stays focused on it.
Exactly.
So that means it stays the same way, right? That makes sense.
Yeah, like it's following a flat surface, like firmament. Some people, use the term dome. We don't know even if it's a firmament or whatever, but we certainly don't know or can confirm that it's a dome. And often things are done flat, We don't always make dome ceilings for buildings and stuff. It adds complication, right? So,
And they probably don't use a lot of arches just for that reason. I mean, like they build most houses, they don't like door frames don't have arches over them. I don't know why, but you would think they would. Like if you were going to set building codes that made sense, right, for the entire world, then wouldn't it it would be manifested in the physical aspects of the wood and the things that the building materials, correct? You see where I'm going with that?
Oh man, I can't. I can't believe this. Excuse me. So I took a picture of the guy telling me or asking me, "Can you measure a ghost?" I thought he was joking, and then so I said, "Wow," I laughed at him, and then I posted that thing in there, and then he says, "Let me guess, flat earthers think ghosts are not real as well." Wow.
Well, do you have evidence that ghosts do exist? I mean,
I can't believe that I have to even address this.
well, I mean, if he's got evidence, then I'd love to see it. But you know, I'm not going to say no because if he claims he's got evidence for it, then I want to see his evidence. But I doubt highly it's going to pan out for him.
For real.
Now, do I believe that there are entities that you can't see? Yes, I do believe that, but that's only based on my personal experience in the world. I can't justify that. I can't prove it. I can only just say that, well, I've had these experiences. But when it comes down to it, it doesn't make logical sense.
And it's not. Yeah, go ahead.
Usually, when something moves or falls, it's not poltergeist, it's wind, air currents, you know. People go into these old houses and, you know, the boards are all rotted under their feet. They walk past the door and it, you know, closes behind them or opens. You know, check the physics. You're a couple 100 pounds and you're walking in an old building. It's going to twist and tort and, you know, every action causes a reaction, you know.
Yep.
People tend to believe what they want to believe. I've watched this one ghost hunter named Tim Morozov, a Russian. He does good stuff, but I'm not sure how much is actually, you know, artistic creation. He's a fine artist, you know, good videographer in a lot of ways, good narrator, and it's commercial, you know. Even though he goes out to these freaky locations and stuff, and I like his work. I can't say what he's doing is genuine or real because you have time and people to set things up and, you know, make the illusion seem real, you know. But, you know, you can't just see a shadow and say, oh, that's a shadow person. Or some, you know, what do they call it, fog or a little bit of steam going through the woods. Well, down south, in the swamps, steam puffs out of the ground, you know, and when it puffs out, air currents move it, and it looks like a white shadow, you know, like someone moving through the woods. And there's a few places where, you know, people say, oh, it's ghosts, but it's just like steam coming out of the ground from the clay beds and stuff, you know.
Yeah.
Heat and bug
Well, I have
activity or whatever.
lightning before. Ball lightning is terrifying, dude. It's like the freakiest, weirdest thing you've ever seen in your life. It's like a ball of electricity moving through the room, and it doesn't seem to move in any
really?
like particular direction. It's fascinating.
Yeah, we had
It's like
dry
strange.
lightning.
I don't know what causes it, but it's strange.
Yeah, we had dry lightning would hit in the streets of Hamilton, bounce between the curbs until it hit a sewer and stuff. And that would stick people to the walls like glue, you know. It'd wait till it passed and then go on their way. But we were sort of used to it, you know. It's just a phenomena of Hamilton. Probably still does it there. You had the road in front of Dofasco and Stelco. It's straight as an arrow for a couple miles and right on the lake. And in the summer, pretty well every evening, it rains on the lake side of the road. You need your windshield wipers. And, you know, the line in the middle of the road on the other side, the other way, dry as a bone. That's quite the phenomena, too. You can, you know, cross the street, take out your umbrella, and it's getting used, and cross to the other side of the street and put it away. It's like,
that's weird.
It is weird. You have that, too, at the parking lot in Walterboro, South Carolina. Every evening there's a sea breeze rolls in. The heat from Highway 95 creates a wall and forces everything to rain out on the east side of the 95. And it just so happens that the Walmart in Walterboro has a big parking lot, and it'll be raining on the one half of the parking lot and bone dry on the other. Yeah. So.
Well, I don't know if that's necessarily anything spooky, but I mean, it can happen, right?
Yeah, that's weather phenomena.
Yeah, I mean, you know how wind shears things? You know, when rain's falling, it changes direction like a million times before it hits the ground, right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, things could shape it to where it would do that, right?
Yeah, and it's sort of like, too, sometimes even, outdoors you see a bunch of stuff flying around and within a limited area and stuff, or even inside, and it's not necessarily poltergeist, but it's like static electrically charged, the matter and whatever, and it just like, I don't know, repels itself from stuff, who knows, it's
I
an
think cats can
observable
see things
phenomenon.
we don't. I honestly think cats can see magnetic fields because my cat runs through the hallway, and it's always the hallway. She runs through the hallway chasing after something. Always. It's constant. And I know she's not chasing anything because I've laid on the floor and looked, and there's no bugs or nothing. She just runs through there, and she gets all like spiced up every once in a while. And I've noticed that usually when this happens, there's static charge. There's like, there's a storm coming in or whatever. And it's like every time there's any kind of static charge, the cat does this. And it's like, what does she look? What is she seeing? What is she sensing that she's chasing after? Is it little electrical pulses moving through the air that I can't see? I mean, it makes me wonder.
Hey, real quick, I don't want to change the subject, but if something isn't physical, does it exist?
Well, that just depends on, I guess, your experience with it.
So, but no, that's subjective. So it's yes or no.
Is gas physical?
Well, I'd say no.
Yes, gas is physical. Yes, gas is physical.
For air, as far as our senses go, I mean, we can't really hold a cup of it in our hand or see it, or.
But you can manipulate it.
Yes, but that's not an observation necessarily. What are you observing?
That's okay. You don't have to observe something only to have it be physical. You have to, in fact, you have to be able to touch it and do stuff with it.
Yeah.
So check it out. Is my reflection in a mirror physical? No.
No.
So yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to ask that question because this Glover thinks that he says there are things you are unable to measure with material instruments. So what? Psychological instruments? Like, come on, get out of here.
Oh yeah, they're going that angle.
Anyway, go ahead.
Back to the air thing. I mean, when you stand next to an airplane and you feel the air blowing on you from the airplane that's turned on, the propellers. I mean, isn't that physical?
I don't know. Hold on. You guys talk about that. I'm now talking to him about that again. Sorry, go ahead.
Wind blowing in your face? Yeah, that's physical.
Yeah, because that's wind, which is physical, hitting your physical face. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, we could even call it inconsistent gas pressure. That even makes sense.
Yeah, because again, there's a limitation when you say that observation is just by eye. We can observe with our senses other stuff too, like you say, the wind in your face and stuff, rain droplets or water drops in the air, etc. So yeah, I guess things we can't see can be physical, and they absolutely are. So, including air, you can compress air and liquefy it. Everything is supposed to exist in all three states in this world here. I hate the word world because it means like spinning, world around, Another one of those abominations of what they've done to our language. But, even in other cultures, they've made sure that, flat is not cool. The French, they have a term, t'es bien plat, toi. It means you're very flat. It means you're dull, you have no fun, you're, kind of bogus. And that's just, it doesn't seem like a hindrance, but, it's an example of where the the language is used to prejudice people against, stuff. It's sort of like the terms black and white. Black is usually used in connection with things that are dark, evil, somber, and white is, angelic, peachy clean, whatever, So there is bias in language, and negative. Well, bias. It's not really dependable. And the use of words too, they're stretched too much. They really, really are. What are you going to do? Take our language back. Still flat. When they go sailing, what you do is you point your boat where you want to go, and in a straight line, and you get where you want to go. It's that easy, In the Bay of Chaleur, it's like basically almost 1,000 square miles of bay, and from anywhere there, you can take off in the boat and choose your town in New Brunswick and just point at it, turn on the motor, and rev it up, and in about 30-40 minutes you cross the bay and you're where you want to be.
Hey Jimbo, long time no here. I just wanted to pop in and say hi. I was browsing, I saw the live stream, and hi. Nice to hear you, man. I hope you're well. I just wanted to pop in and say hi, really. Happy New Year.
It's really good to be back, and it's almost like family here for me, So
yeah,
I'm really glad I got back on. It's been a struggle for the last few months. Well, I burned out my home, so it's been a bit ragtag.
Oh, that's right. You did say that. I didn't.
Yeah, and I still feel really bad about it. I'm probably going to have to do some restitution or something for some of the damages and the costs, So I don't know what I'm looking at.
Hey, Jimbo, don't beat up on yourself too much, man.
No,
stuff happens. It happens. I'm glad you're safe, though. Dang it, man. We're all here for you.
Yeah, most people say that.
You just cut out, bro.
Yeah, this push to talk on this tablet is really like bullshit. But yeah, I'm looking. I'll probably have a new apartment in February or something, and I'll try not to burn this one out. But in fact, I won't. So it's first time and last time, I hope, for that kind of thing. I don't wish it upon anyone. It's good to be back with y'all, and I really do appreciate y'all.
Yeah, man. Good to have you back. Good to hear you kicking.
Really glad to be back. Let's educate these globy fools.
Amen.
Because that's really the only job, kind of seed the truth for people to look into, and it's their door to open or, leave shut, And I'll tell anyone who's listening that don't know, the truth is better. It hurts for a while because, we really have been deceived in a big, big way. But it doesn't mean it's the end, So, and people are getting better informed with the web and other stuff. Research is easier, communication easier and cheaper. We'll win this one. It's already won. I mean, the globe is so debunked now. It's a fool in the rain who's going to stand up and defend it. Just don't make no sense. But again, a lot of people have denial that is really hard set in, because when you hear it the first time, it's true, but you have to repress it and defend your religion. And that's what it is, the Grove. Big old religion. I watched Highlander 2 last night. First time I saw it there. It really is Michael Ironside and
Sean Connery? Oh, it's Christopher, yeah.
Yeah, and I like the first one. The second one is a bit cheesy, but the story is good, It's about, they make an electronic firmament. You see that grid in the sky, and they turn it on to protect us from radiation because the ozone was gone and all this shit.
Mm-hmm.
That really is a dome and flat earth and population control movie.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Of the world. It is. In fact, one of the scenes, they're at this base or something, or in this building, and it's an area F, I forget what, but F is the 5th letter of the alphabet, and, there's a 1. So basically they were, without calling it Area 51, representing the so-called Area 51, yeah. A lot, they put a lot of subtleties in movies, literally code, and they're still doing it. Will be forever. Maybe not forever, but I think a lot of these people that are deceiving us believe they're doing the right thing. That without them to tell us stories and keep us occupied, that we'd be out killing each other and all this, But I don't think hearing fairy tales about rovers on Mars changes one iota what happens down here. And that Elon Musk, gosh, what a maroon.
What a maroon, yeah.
Oh, like Bugs Bunny used to say, what a maroon.
I had a dream that I was partying with Elon. And here's why. I saw a video of him drunk on the street, stumbling to his Tesla. Someone else was going to drive him home, and he got asked a question like, why did you fake the car in space or something? And he's like, I don't know.
Damn.
And he's just like shit-faced, stumbling to his car. I don't know where I saw the video. But anyway, that's why I had the dream that I was partying with him, because I've seen Elon Musk stumble around drunk. And I guess it got stuck in there.
If I was at a beer barrel party, I'd put him in the barrel.
Oh, man. So he used to have a house in Austin, Texas, and I would drive by it every day going to the recording studio that I worked at. And I think he sold it while I was there, but he still had it for a while I was there. And my friends would say that they'd see him sometimes, downtown doing his thing. But nobody would go up and talk to him. Everybody would just like, oh, there he is. And then just watch him go by and it was weird too, because he didn't go anywhere. He just walked around. He didn't go into any restaurants, any stores. He just walked around and then got back in his car and left.
Yeah, when you have a figurehead or a talking head or a lapdog, to put at the head of, a fake corporation to launder money.
Yeah.
He's just, that fool that's taking a few bucks to launder money for, NASA and the government mafia that rips it all off. What does NASA need 50 caliber machine guns for? What do the DNR, Department of Natural Resources, need boats with 50 cals mounted on them? What, for someone out fishing?
Exactly.
I don't think DNR needs 50 cals. And they want to arm people with Desert Eagles now?
Yeah, most people couldn't even hold on to a Desert Eagle.
No, it blew it. Yeah, a two-handed shot. I had a 357 Magnum.
Button problems. Jimbo, that's what I'm going to say from now on. Button problems.
Oh, more button problems, yeah. I'm going to find a different way to do this because this push to talk is kind of... There's not enough contrast when it changes. It goes from dark blue to a little less dark blue, and I just wonder if I can adjust it in the
Perhaps. I'll be right back.
Okay. But I'm going to... Like I say, anyone who wants to show me water sticking to a ball, and I'm happy to look. Just give me something, give me anything, give me something that's really in space. No one can do it. No one can validate none of that crap. Not one iota. Gotta shut them down, and they'll get shut down one day. They'll probably just rename themselves and go into business as something else. That's what I do, or that's what most people would do. One thing's not quite working or been found out, you make another letter company and shell company and do your business. I think NASA's money all goes through Switzerland. That doesn't seem right, It's like, what do they call it there? That's a really American. Button problems. I'm going to check out to see if I can't find another way to adjust my push to talk so I don't cut out all the time and drive people nuts. So I'm going to hush for a while.
Jimmy, just use the normal one, not the push to talk, but
okay.
Whenever you unmute yourself, just speak, and then whenever you're done, mute yourself. That's the best way to do it. The push to talk is very annoying.
Gotcha. Sounds like a better way to go. Let me do that.
Yeah, whenever you're done speaking, mute yourself. Whenever you want to speak, unmute. That's it.
So, okay, that would mute me.
It's called voice activity.
Okay. I think this will be better, so I'm gonna mute. Try not to ever forget to stop talking and mute.
Exactly. The only thing is that if you forget, you can hear everything you say, but we mute people here.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, and that it might happen once in a while, but I'll try to avoid it. But feel free to mute me if anything in the background that's inappropriate.
We have enough training with other people in here, muting them. Yeah, it happens. Especially Flat Globe. He never stops speaking, so we have to mute him often.
After doing it a few times, it becomes a reflex, It should, anyway.
Yeah. You're good.
So bring on the flat water and, or, nice ball of water.
Oh, there's a...
I'm glad that he...
Gravity, the force that holds like 1 million pounds of train to railroad tracks in Australia, but lets butterflies, flap their wings and go up in the air. Amazing gravity. So magical. In fact, so much of our science, we have to believe in magic almost. And, that's part of the way they mystified people was using chemistry for magic and in magic acts and stuff. Turning water to wine and stuff like that, Every trick in the book. A lot of it involves chemistry. What are you going to do?
Any of the new people, like Cyber or anyone, do you have any questions about the topic? Flat Earth. Any question, comments? You can speak to Gladflobe. He got the answers.
No, I'm AFK.
He's Russian, so he knows.
What happened? What? Baby?
What happened? Hi.
What happened is your daddy broke the internet again.
That's funny.
Dempsey broke the internet.
Either that or he fell asleep.
How could you do that again? I mean, anyway, it's okay. We could love you here even if you did break the internet multiple times.
Wreck-It Ralph breaks the internet.
Hey, Critspiracy, I love it. You used it.
Yeah, you inspired me. It was a good idea.
That's awesome, man. Wow. Glat Flow, top of the day to you. It's about noontime in your area, huh?
It's 10:30 here.
And you, Rookie, good to see you.
Hi, Sonny. Nice to see you. Nice to speak with you.
I was going to play the missing part from the song I was playing yesterday. How dare me forget a very important part since it's so quiet right now?
How dare you?
How dare I forget that part? Wow, I don't know how
dare you?
Gee,
damn it, Sonny.
Yeah, but I've had a string of good luck lately. Like I found a bunch of stuff that I was missing. You know how sometimes you have little items that you just put in little strategic places or they fall somewhere. Things are missing, right? I found all my stuff.
Yeah, I usually don't find it until I start cleaning up the house. And then I'm like, oh, that's where that went.
So now I start realizing, well, all those things are like resources I'm not using, so I better organize it so when I need to use it, I can. Is the fan from my AC that loud? It's kind of close.
I can hear it, but it's not that bad.
Okay. The guitar's louder?
Yes, it is.
CJ, I'm just warming up. Thanks. I know I'm playing songs in little bits and pieces. Forgive me for that, but here's the first bit.
Is that Barracuda?
Oh, that's out of tune. Shit.
Well, that's the rest song. Or no.
But you know, it's not a perfect world. I'm okay with that. Everything doesn't have to be all polished and perfect. That's stupid. Real music is that's what you're hearing right now.
Totally. That was pretty good.
Yeah, I just got to get the words down on that particular one. It's a long, pretty long song.
Yeah, I don't know the words to it, but I love that song.
Okay, just had an epiphany. I'll be the roundabout. Darn it, I can't do it right now, sorry. I'll get back to you on that.
If I could sing very well, I'd sing it, but I don't know the words either. You know any Yes songs? I can sing. I know pretty much all the words to their songs.
That was a Yes song. Oh, you mean that album? The Yes song?
No, I mean like Big Generator or one of those other albums.
Right. Like I kind of through the years I have kind of played through all of those. You know, some more than others, but like Fragile was the one that I really liked because I was young and I just started playing and it was very instrumental and I was like in awe.
Yeah, I hear you.
So Fragile was the first one. Yeah, they have a lot of good stuff actually.
I think I like 90125 the best though.
Da 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 da. That stuff. Yeah.
Yep.
That guitar is wild. That synthesized guitar.
Yeah, I know. I like that in the orchestra in the background they mix with it. It's always awesome.
Mm-hmm.
It's that syncopation. I didn't know what that was until I heard that song, and I was like, "What the hell's syncopation?" I looked it up. I was like, "Oh, I get it. That makes sense." You know, I get the weird feeling though that yes, their songs are about something, and it feels like they're talking about the world today almost. I mean, they talk about strange stuff like, you know, we're playing music that your kids are listening to and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Just strange things that they put in their songs that make me wonder, like if there's like hidden meanings. Why'd you quit?
Pardon?
Said, how come you stopped playing?
I'm just a little scattered right now, so I'm trying to focus on other things. I didn't expect to be seen out performing, so I need to gather myself here. I have too many things going on. I need to put out some fires.
Well, get right on that and come back when you're ready.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. How dare you come unprepared?
Okay, listen. I'll play this little tune because I yesterday I came in and did one of my classical pieces that I learned a long time ago. I'll play this other one. Wish me luck. Uh-oh.
Muy bien que estoy afuera, el día que me muera. Bam, 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 bam.
Thank you. Whoops. That poor guitar.
Yeah, you've been banging on it for a while.
Yeah, I don't know if you've experienced anything like that, but this guitar is over 40 years old, and I've had it for probably close to 36 or 38. I don't remember. I've had it for quite a long time, since I was in the Navy, and now it has such a character to it. It's by no means a pristine, perfect sounding guitar like most people go, it's a piece of crap. I'm like, I would agree, except the owner before me, the person who gave it to me, when he first bought it, he had someone put jumbo frets on it. So it has the fingerboard like an electric guitar. That's why it plays it. It has jumbo frets.
Gotcha.
So it made it really badass to because that's why this friend gave it to me. He goes, you play that just like an electric guitar. I go, and I didn't understand about. See, that's everything. So the guitar sings to me. The guitar sings to me. Not only that, it has these beautiful freaking harmonics. This guitar. It just like. It's just like it sings, it plays, it like. I sit with this guitar and it plays music back to me. It's incredible. All the music of the world, actually. Okay, since you got me started and now I'm warmed up, let's try this other beast of a song. Oh my gosh. But I love it so much, I'm gonna give it another shot today. Playing this for all my friends. Huh?
Let's play some Mozart, man. You want to impress me?
I like this Baroque style, actually. I have my own particular, Anyway.
All right, well, I'll cut that too.
But this is also by Steve Howe. Yeah, so you probably recognize it. One moment. Okay. Give it a shot. Let me turn this fan off. 1 second.
You do that to the ambulance, don't you?
Sorry about that.
That makes it sound like it's.
There we are. Probably just have the plant fans now. Okay. Some coffee. Thanks.
Yep. You're welcome.
I made it through the whole thing. Wow.
Sonny, that was fire. I heard the roundabout.
Took you long enough.
Dude, I was in the shower.
The sounds and voices from the Discord will haunt you wherever you are.
Hang on. Sorry, yes, they haunt me. No, I put my phone in the bathroom and listen while I'm taking a shower. So otherwise it's dead silence, and I can't stand that, as you probably already know.
It's funny how we just kind of know things. Like I was just like waking up and fixing up my house for the day, like I try to do on a regular basis. But these little voices from you guys and from things I've heard. So listen to this, came to my head. Like, it's getting kind of crowded up there. Like everybody, you all know who I'm talking about, right?
No, I don't. Who are you talking about?
You don't. It's getting kind of crowded up there. Like it's really becoming useful for the military. Like
No, I'm sorry, I don't know. What that is.
Dude.
And don't take offense, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, Admiral Byrd was saying it's really getting crowded up in the north.
Oh, yeah, I got it now. I haven't watched that. See, I thought you were quoting like a movie or something, a feature film. Sorry.
Just truther stuff. Is what
I've only watched the Byrd stuff a handful of times, and I've never watched the interview all the way through.
Yeah, I get it. That
you just have a better memory.
That exploration is like, it's too boring for me.
Oh, God.
I could write
terrible.
It while that thing is going on. Holy crap.
I mean, I'd rather watch paint dry. In fact, I've done that before, and it's not that bad.
No.
Because when you're waiting to put on that second coat and you got nothing else to do for 2 hours, you're watching that paint dry.
I used to varnish all the time. I used to varnish on boats.
Yeah. That's got to be pretty fun.
Petroleum inhalation, no doubt. Whee! Try it when you're 110 feet off the water on a mast.
How much curvature, though?
Nagasani. That's the whole thing. I never thought about. Almost everybody I talk to now, I'm flat smacking in a really calm way, and people get it. Because it's pretty much like, look at this, look at the condition of water. I explain perspective to them. That's a good way to start. Because if you don't understand how your eye sees things and how, like, for instance, perspective in drawings is the same, it matches perspective in reality, that's why they use it. Otherwise, it would look distorted.
Correct. I guess I'll work on some music a little bit today, too. By the way, Sonny, send me stuff.
Yeah, did you have a chance to do that Pink Floyd, to look at the chords I sent you, the recording?
No.
Didn't.
Did you send it to Blatflobe at Gmail?
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Did I send it there? Hold on. I better make sure.
Well, it's the only email address I've ever given you, so if there's a different one.
Let me make sure.
What was your email address? I might have.
Sunny on the plane.
I don't have
Hold on.
anything from you, but
Oh, my email address. No, I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm trying to do too many things at once. Let me. Trying to find yours, and I know you changed. So.
oh no,
Yeah,
you
can
still
send me-
Glatflow, but it's still glatflow@gmail.com.
Oh, I got you. Here you are. Okay. I think I have that. I think I sent it in your DMs. It's a
Oh, okay. Let me check.
MP3 or MP4. Hold on. Let me make sure. On what the heck? I don't.
Right, I told you
Okay,
to send I told you to send the nudes to my email address, not the. Okay, yeah. So now I've got the. Yeah. Okay.
The what?
Nothing. Just kidding. But could you send it again in my DMs?
Okay, I got your address. I can Gmail. I can send it to Gmail.
Thanks.
I'll just make an attachment. I must have forgotten. Anti-sophist. Well, friend you. I don't know who you are, but okay.
That's me.
All right, let me go get down to some business here. I swear. I'm really trying to organize. I'm just focusing on doing one thing at a time.
It's really all we can do.
Yeah. One foot in front of the other. The rest of it, I can't deal with all of it, so. Yeah, here we go. Okay, should be on its way momentarily. Here we go. Okay, it's sending it to your email. I'll just send you a little DM also, so you know what is coming in. That is from me. Duh. Yeah, that was a boomer moment. You're anti-sophist. Hello. Yeah, so the email's sent, and let me verify that. Yep. Actually, I sent it to you before. You should have 2 emails from me. So, oh, there's another one on there called December 23rd. You might be able to use some of that. Yeah, how come the Surgeon General didn't warn about globes being hazardous to your health? It's dangerous stuff. Just say no to the globe. Don't be the last one on your block to believe in the globe. That's going to be really just uncomfortable. Yeah, the interesting thing about Admiral Byrd is, think about that, the weird stuff that, like, he came out with this book after his 1928 North Pole expedition, supposedly, allegedly, and where he flew his aircraft into a vortex in the North Pole and went in and met these other people there, like had a whole civilization down there, had their own sun inside Earth, so that's what this hollow earth thing, I guess, came from, right? What a weird psyop. Like, they must have the best writers ever. Think about that. They're always thinking sci-fi. Sci-fi, sci-fi. I got to bribe to keep them hiding, and I'm bound to keep on riding. I got one more silver dollar, and let them catch me now. I'm not gonna let them catch the midnight rider. Oh, well, I passed the point of caring about some old bed I'll soon be sharing. I got one more silver dollar, and I'm not gonna let them catch the midnight rider. You like that song? Thanks for letting me share. Didn't mean to kill the chat.
You didn't.
Yeah, you know, sometimes some certain songs just really like hit you really deep inside, right at the center of your being.
Don't be gross.
Yeah, that was one of them. Like for this period of time right now, it's like perfect song for me. I love it. I'm gonna keep developing it. That's great.
Can you guys hear that? Zeus can hear it.
Yep.
Yeah, loud and clear.
Cool.
I want to hear you do that roundabout keyboard part.
Oh no, dude! I'm not good at the keyboard really. I'm, I can write with it. That's it.
Yeah, that's cool.
I'm not a performer on it.
It's okay, old dude. It's no problem. Sometimes we do music. I know you kind of opposed to it for some reason, but we have times when we do, as long as we're not preventing a conversation, we each have individual skills and talents, and as far as I understand, it's okay with the server and the founders of the server that we do that from time to time. But anyway, I digress.
No worries, I'll shut up.
No, that's what I'm saying. In my opinion, you don't have to shut up.
No, I'm just trying to make old dude feel bad.
Okay.
And he will. It's okay if it's annoying to somebody, I'll stop. No worries. Do you think as a performer I'm not used to people going, shut the fuck up?
Oh my God, my whole life. My whole
for
entire
sure.
life. Turn that shit off. They yell at me.
Oh yeah. And what did that make me do? Turn it up.
Play more. Yeah, play more. Thanks. I got
Dude,
better.
can you imagine me at 14 years old, really nice stereo equipment, upstairs in the middle of dinner because he's too much of a dick to come down for dinner, blasting Marilyn Manson?
I'm chill. I'm chill, old dude, man. No problem. No, it wasn't a Pierce, man. Look.
Maybe from my end it was for a second, or on his end, I don't know. But anyway, no worries.
Yeah, no way was I trying to disrespect you, old dude. Honestly, that's not my intention there.
I think he's talking about, no, he's talking about like a sound that was bad. I think like maybe I made a loud noise or something. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, it sounded broken up there. Oh, I gotcha. Okay. No worries.
Everybody still loves you, old dude. There's no way around that.
Exactly. Old dude, you're necessary here. We love you here, man. I see. I matey. Got you, matey. So it was just a little short segments at like little blast anyway. So that's why you heard it that way. Right, Glad?
Yeah, man. I mean,
yeah.
If there's dead air, you fill it with whatever you want as long as it's not, gonna get us chopped.
Yeah.
That's my opinion. Unless we want dead air or just truth music.
I mean, I played a few songs. I think it's cool.
I just wish like we could then play the Yes song right now over the waves so everybody could hear what you were playing.
Yeah, like we could, in special occasions they'll let us mute the live streams to do things like that, and that would be like we shout out to the YouTube live chat. These are the benefits you get of sometimes having things that we play and things we talk about that we don't have to monitor ourselves because it's a live stream.
Correct.
Yeah, so I think that's a good thing to mention sometimes for the people in the live chat. There's no harm in you coming in. If you don't want to go on the live stream, you're afraid of getting banned, you've been banned before, that's what we hear from you guys all the time. Just come in anyway. You don't have to go to the live stream. We have lots of other voice channels. You can go to some other area, chill VC, and Just have a conversation where it's not on the live stream.
And it's not a debate format per se.
Yeah,
No one's going to be like, all righty, globe evidence, ready, go.
Yeah. So
Man,
unless
you
you
come up to GLVC
unless
you gonna get
unless
kicked in
you
the nuts.
unless you don't want to talk about anything, well, that's okay. But you're on the live chat right now. When I come in and talk about,
Chill VC trying to debate, we're gonna have problems.
Right.
We're not debating at Chill VC. That's fine.
Maybe debate about what we're going to chill out about today.
Hey man, that is the only debate acceptable right there.
What's the next chill topic? No, that's not a chill topic. Okay.
I had some kid come and chill VC while we were in there yesterday, wanting to talk about flat Earth and how flat earthers are retarded. And I was just like, man, you're in the wrong spot. So I moved him up to you guys, and he immediately dipped out.
No, listen. It's not. You should just go. Okay, cool. How's that working for you? Like, you're here on the Flat Earth server, so what's going on really? Could you tell us what's really going on?
Who is your daddy and what does he do? That said, KJ, if you want to play some music, we would love that.
Any
Yes.
requests?
Oh, there you go.
Man, throw some BOB up in this shit.
Maybe some BO.
wouldn't do a 1v1.
No, I was saying both in one. I mean, I'm asking again if you'd like to. If he doesn't like to, then
You're
I
a
would then
fucking
remind you
retard.
did last time as well.
You're a fucking retard because you're a retard, and I already doused your ass 28 times here. That's not counting the 2 years before that. You're just a fucking clown. Everyone knows it. You think you're cloaked?
Your slip is showing, Coach.
So Coach, you guys,
your ass. I like that.
You're still using the star. One second. You're still using the star rotation argument? I thought you guys were beyond that already.
No.
No?
What do you mean still using it? I mean, if it is,
Are you guys defending? Are you guys defending the star rotation argument?
There's no way.
When I say you guys, I mean you and everybody in Jim Panda server.
when you say defending it, are you saying using that as like evidence for some reason?
Yeah,
If someone
that
brings up, I generally don't bring stuff like that up, but if someone brings that up, like you are now, I will tell you, yeah, the star rotation is a good evidence for the rotation of the Earth.
After I pummeled his dumbass over and over for like 3 days.
All right, I'll have a
And he
1v1
comes
with
back
you
like a
about the
blind
rotation of
melon
the Earth.
chitlin.
1v1. I heard 1v1, man.
1v1.
So well, there you go.
Were you gonna say something, Elijah? I was gonna say something, but if you're gonna,
but then I heard the 1v1 thing, and then whenever I hear 1v1, I get to shutting up.
all right. So Quantum, do you want to do a 1v1 with Kosho?
On what? His favorite color?
I've offered you the radius, and then again, I offered you just now
the radius.
Rotation of the Earth.
The radius and rotation of the Earth.
Or either or none if you'd like.
I'd like to do your science acumen.
No, we've done that before.
Yeah, we have.
And how did you do? How did you do? Tell us.
Well, hang on, Sonny. 1 second. I just need to know from Quantum if he's gonna accept her.
Oh hell yeah! This will be fun. It's boring.
All right. Hang on. So everybody else is gonna have to go on to mute. I'm gonna referee the debate. So nobody else chime in. If you do, I'm gonna mute you straight away. Kosher, you know the rules of the debate, right? Objections? Yes or no? So I can tell you.
Yeah. The objections. What are the what objections can I call?
Well, basically, if Quantum starts doing logical fallacies against you, you say the word objection. Then I intervene and ask you, what is your objection? Don't just straight away say, the objection. I have to ask you, and then you tell, the audience what the objection is about. Then whether it's valid or not, I'll go ahead and let it go, or I will tell you that it's not valid and take one of your objections away. So hopefully it will be a valid objection, and not just, you have to get, when you do the objection, you have to give the person 60 seconds time to say what their objection is. You can't just jump in right after they say objection and then you say objection. Do you understand?
Sure.
All right.
Is there a reason we're using fallacies?
It doesn't have to be fallacies. It could be in any error.
Just any error. As long as it's valid. I mean, just don't just interrupt for the sake of interruption.
You have to
We'll see how that goes. I mean,
you have to justify your objections. What he's trying to say. Whether you object to, if you'd shut the fuck up, you might learn something. If you can object to anything, if there's a logical fallacy that you hear, if there's an error, if I incorrectly demonstrate your position, anything like that, as long as you can justify it, you're good. Maggie will say you're good. But if you fuck up, then you lose your objections.
Right.
Really, if you don't like what somebody else is saying, you can just object to them.
No, that's not a good reason. You have to state a valid reason. So long as you understand, then we can continue. Do you understand?
And what happens after the objection? What's the consequence of that?
What do you mean after? Like, I allow you time to give you the state your objection. Like I said, if it's valid, then I'll let you continue. If it's invalid, I'll pull that objection. I'll say no, it's not a valid objection. And you don't. Here's one thing I don't want happening. Give me commentary as to why I'm taking it away. Just know that I took it away because it's invalid. If you want to talk about anything of the debate, we can do it after the debate, not during.
So it goes. And you wanted to do rotation, or you wanted to do the radius?
If Miggy upholds your objection, he'll make you an apple pie.
Actually.
Okay.
Did you prefer the radius from the other night?
I don't give a fuck what you bring up.
All right, Kosho, since you're bringing up the topic, you go ahead and lead off.
I'm not clear which topic.
You're not clear which topic you want to bring up? That's not surprising.
You're leading, Kosho, so you pick the topic.
Well, we can go with the radius.
Whoa. We'll go with what?
Go.
What?
Go.
With what?
I guess the radius. The radius is fine with me.
Radius of the Earth?
Yeah, let's go with that. The radius of the Earth. Yeah.
All right,
yeah.
Other than the radius of something else.
Radius of the Earth. Okay, what's up with the radius of the Earth?
All right, well, often you bring up, lately seems to be the fad to bring up Al-Biruni for some reason.
For some
who
reason,
did-
yeah, that's where you get your radius.
Right. He did a nice method, but I honestly, since I've been in these conversations, I've usually brought up Eratosthenes because of how much older his method was and how it's been used for.
All right,
for a long
objection, Your
time.
Honor.
Hey, hang on. What's your objection, Quantum?
Argument to age fallacy.
Continue, please.
Yes, he brought up because it was older, whatever the fuck that means. That's a fallacy. Nothing's true because of its age. Argument to age fallacy.
I'll write that down. Thank you.
Just
Sorry,
tune
so-
in Saturday.
Sure. So it's been used. It's been used for a long time, and the
That
fact
doesn't make
is
it
that
true.
the value
Objection,
that
Your
we-
Honor.
Yep. Quantum,
It
what's your
doesn't,
objection?
he's continuing on the argument to age fallacy. It's been used for a long time. It doesn't make it fucking true. That's an error in reasoning.
That's valid.
Thank you. I'll take note of that as well.
Fallacy, in other words. So that's
yeah,
two fallacies.
Eratosthenes method.
Can somebody keep a list. 2 fallacies so far within the first minute. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, sure, you're good. Right, so
I know I'm good.
It was very close to the value we have today. I've done this method with
Objection, Your Honor.
Quantum, what is your objection?
Very close to the value today. By chance, where did you get that value from today?
The value that we use today.
Right.
There's several ways. Sure, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, go ahead and tell us where you got that value today.
Right. So you can trust that anyone who uses the recognized value, whether you get it from somewhere like Google Maps or something like that,
Google
you can.
Maps?
Yes.
Where did Google Maps get the value?
I mean, they collect their own data, but they may have
What data?
from planes they fly around, they travel, they have maps of the entire world.
Okay, tell us. Objection, Your Honor.
Yep. What is your objection?
He's just making shit up. How the fuck did planes give you the radius?
Right, Kosho, do you have any detailed information as to how they ascertained that information? Google?
No, I don't. No, how Google
okay.
got their distances around the world? No.
Okay,
I can
so
look it up for you, Kiwi, but you could look it up while I'm talking.
Right. So the only, well, no, yeah, I got you. So the only thing you know right now is that they have this information. You don't know how they obtained it. Is that correct?
How Google obtained it? No, I mean I'm not only using. I'm using Google as an example. There's plenty.
I understand, but
people.
I understand, Coach.
will
No,
give you this
I'm
number.
just clarifying. I'm just clarifying because
An example of what?
you brought it up, so that's why I'm clarifying.
An example of no evidence that you have.
An
Thank
example of the radio. I'm sorry, the circumference in some kind of way, the size.
Well,
so
where'd
I'm
they
using
get it from?
Eratosthenes. I'm going up with him. You're asking about modern day
Whoa.
numbers.
Eratosthenes. Holy fuck.
Yeah,
wait
that's
a
what I
second.
started out talking about. That's right.
Okay, Eratosthenes. So Eratosthenes did what? Did he perform an experiment?
I'd say it's more of a measurement than an experiment.
So what did he measure?
The angles from the sun from two different locations. The difference
The
between
angles from the sun from two different locations. So did he have a number of assumptions with his angles?
I wouldn't call them assumptions, but
How about the distance from the Earth to the sun? Did he assume that?
no,
He did not.
no. He basically, since they already understood that the angles were different, the same reason Aristarchus had done it. They as long as the angles were parallel from one another between us and some other distance, or us and the moon, for instance.
Yeah.
Then you can conclude that the
Please
moon
go
is.
through the method that Eratosthenes performed, please, and then validate it.
Oh, well, I can give you a simple.
No.
Method. I can tell you his exact
Objection,
method.
Your Honor.
What is your objection, Quantum?
He's making shit up. He can give me the simple version. No, we want the version.
Kosho?
Right. Like I said, I can give you a simple version.
No, objection, Your Honor.
No. Yep. What is your objection?
It's the same one as the 5 seconds ago. He's giving me the simple version. No, I don't want the simple version. I want
I
the
don't know.
fucking version.
Aristarchus did it. I wasn't around back then.
Not Aristarchus. Fucking Eratosthenes.
You rewind it. You asked me how Aristarchus had done it.
I did not.
All right. So are we talking about Eratosthenes or Aristarchus, Kosho? So I'm clarifying
Well, originally I was talking about Eratosthenes. On this question specifically, I'm talking about the parallel light and why that's not an assumption.
Parallel light rays. Really? Did Eratosthenes or Aristarchus take into a refraction?
Did they take a refraction? They didn't know about refraction back then.
Okay, so they didn't take it into account.
Refraction, it's not going to come into play in this observation.
Oh, yes, it is. Does fucking the atmosphere bend light, baller?
It can?
Does the atmosphere bend a fucking light?
Yeah, it can, yeah.
Well, there you go. Your whole argument's kaput.
Okay, well, it bends light at the most extreme when it's on the horizon.
Yeah, we don't really care.
I know you don't, but it bends light the least almost zero at noon, the time this experiment or this
really?
measurement was done.
Really?
And we're using noon, where there's no refraction.
So
we're
what
fine.
type of refraction are you using?
Zero kind. There's no refraction because it's
The
noon.
zero kind. Okay, so he took the zero kind. What the fuck kind is that?
Now where there's no refraction.
There's no refraction in sunlight.
No refraction at noon, or it's at least the very minimum, the very least.
At noon, where?
From the sun's location. So the sun's going to be
From the sun's location, where?
from that direction.
Okay, did he use two different locations?
He used 2 locations at noon at both locations.
At noon at both. How did he? How in the fuck? At 200 BC was he at both locations?
At both locations.
What?
Let's say I have a slave like he did. You ask your slave, hey, tomorrow at noon, make this measurement.
You're a
He does it-
fucking
hey.
slave? Are you making this
Yeah,
shit
he
up?
sent his slave.
I what?
No,
Objection, Your Honor.
Aristophanes said send his
Okay,
slave.
hang on, Coach. What is your objection?
Objection, Your Honor. He's making shit up. His slave. He sent his slave somewhere. What the fuck?
All right, Kosho, did you get any information as to what was really going on with this, or are you filling in, with your own idea of how things could have went?
That's a great question. I understand QE brought that up, so it's a good thing to ask me.
Okay.
Believe it or not, no, I'm not making this up. So,
well, go ahead.
We'll go ahead and prove, I guess, somehow that Aristophanes had a slave, and I'll tell you his name. Okay.
Yeah.
But if I could continue,
No, we don't want you to continue. No.
We want to know how the slave was actually involved in this test. I guess since you brought it up, and that's why we're kind of going with this. So, and if you do have the information to that, that's fine. If not, we can probably go on to your other point. How about that?
Let's go ahead and show you guys that he sent his slave. Yeah, that's the important part. Or it's just
200
the
BC,
police
you got information that he sent his slave, right? I want primary documentation.
Go see what we can find. Aristophanes' slave.
Yeah, we'll give you a minute. Go ahead.
I need primary documentation, Your Honor.
Okay, so there's primary documentation requested.
Yep.
Do you want his birth certificate or what exactly?
No, I want right from his hand to paper or papyrus.
Oh, right to Aristophanes' hand that he wrote about his slave.
Yeah, Eratosthenes to papyrus.
I'm not
That's
sure that he did. I don't think I have access to that either.
Well, tough shit. You better move on to your next point because this one's circling the drain at light speed.
Right. Most blah, blah, blah. Here we go.
Put in the right text channel, Coach. Don't forget.
This is 2015, man. 2015 called. They want your argument back, dude. Okay, what you got?
We'll just go from there. So yeah, so he would have sent.
This calls it an experiment.
Yeah, 1 second, real quick, Kosho. QE, can you look that over? Because I'm going to give you a second to look it over and make sure.
Yeah, he sent a source. It says the Eratosthenes experiment. The Eratosthenes never performed an experiment. I can stop it right now without fucking looking anywhere else. Was this a scientific experiment?
I wouldn't call it an experiment, no.
Well, that's what your source called it, so you're fucking contradicting your source.
Well, I mean, I don't agree with him in
then
term that they're using for
Objection,
this
Your Honor.
experiment or not. But
what's your objection, Quantum?
Objection, Your Honor. He provided source reference that calls it an experiment. I said is an experiment. He said no, so he's contradicting his source.
I'd be careful, QE, because if that's a fallacy, you're going to be in a lot of trouble.
Well, it's contradicting, though, isn't it, Kosho?
Not at all. No.
No,
they're calling it an experiment. I personally wouldn't for the pure reason that QE.
I don't get. Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, hang on, Kosho. What's your objection, Quantum?
Objection, Your Honor. Like I just said, his source. I just tried to pull up his whole fucking reference. He doesn't know the difference between citation and reference. Number one. Number two, he elephant hurls fallacies me with the whole fucking reference, stating at the top, the headline, that it was an experiment. I asked him, is this an experiment? He wouldn't classify it as an experiment. He's in direct contradiction with the reference that he provided.
It's not an elephant hurl.
That's it.
I cited the.
You didn't cite anything. You gave me a reference.
I did. You just didn't read it. You just didn't read it.
This is a
I gave you the reference and the citation, but it's fine.
Oh,
you don't have to quibble about that.
Okay.
This is bullshit.
Sure. Right. So.
All right. No. So you don't continue. You're in contradiction. Paradox.
All right. So we're gonna go ahead and stop this particular point. Is that all you have for this one?
Unless he can show that it's an experiment.
Okay. So that's where we're at right now, Kosho. Unless you can provide evidence that this is an experiment, we're gonna go ahead and pause this argument.
No, I think QE wins. He proved me wrong. I think we're good here.
It's not win or loss. It's just if this is your source, it says an experiment. I have no problem with it as long as you can give me the natural phenomena observed, the hypothesis, identify the key components of the hypothesis, the experiment, what's in the experiment and the validation, I have no problem with it.
I would personally call it an experiment. But
Here we go again, circle jerking around. What's your next point?
Was there another topic you wanted to bring up?
So I just want to get this straight. We're talking about the radius of the Earth, and the reason why it's proved wrong is because this article that describes Eratosthenes as sending his slave.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah. What's your objection?
He's circle jerking back to the. Shut up. There's an objection. He's circle jerking us back to his paradox.
Right. So we're not
next
gonna,
point.
Yeah, we're not going to go back to that point, Kosho.
He asked me. That's why I thought I would answer.
I understand. No, let's go to the next point.
I'm asking though. So we're done with the radius, or I can continue to talk about the radius?
It up.
Yeah.
He brought the first subject up. It's my next point. So it's my contention that you wouldn't know what the second law of thermodynamics was if it landed on your face, spun around, and whistled Dixie. So I would like to stop right there.
Okay, hang on. There's an objection. Kosho, what's your objection?
What does this have to do with the radius?
Okay, so
we're done with the radius.
Yeah, I don't. Maybe Kosho didn't get it clear. Kosho, I'm gonna go and allow it this time because you probably misunderstood. But we're not talking about that any longer.
Oh, so then the 1v1's over then.
Well, yeah. If you want to end it, we could end it. That's for sure.
He's ending it. Be clear. He's ending it. We're talking about the radius. No, the 1v1. He's ending that.
Between you and him, he wanted to move to another point. But if you want to,
okay. Well, then he probably asked me that. Then
right. So that's why I was making clear. If you wanted to move to another point, if not, you wanted to end it, you could do that too.
No, not if they're gonna be like this. No, because we had a conversation about the radius that he ended because of Eratosthenes' slave and the record of that. So no, I'm not going to continue with him about a conversation about something else.
Well, thank you for the debate, guys. Before that, I'm going to ask you if you want to do a final thought, Quantum and Kosho. It's up to you guys. Final thought, yes or no, guys? No,
I can do one. I mean, if he's going to laugh during his.
All right. So, Kosho, go ahead and do a final thought on the debate, and then I'll let Quantum.
They said I asked him to do a 1v1 about the radius. We didn't talk about the radius. I don't think at all, which is kind of it's a bad way for a conversation about the radius to go. But we did end up having a disagreement about the slave that Eratosthenes had sent. And for some reason, the fact that he sent a slave, and because the magazine article that wrote about this calls it an experiment, QE can't continue. So there's not much else to say other than we didn't talk about the radius at all.
Okay. Quantum, did you want to put a final thought? Okay.
Oh, there he is. Mr. Chicken Wing.
Wait only has to do the only reason we
Hold on a second, Methuselah. We got the principal in here that he was talking about weighing the atmosphere. You know you got big problems with that, right? On multiple fronts.
Oh boy. Seems like a difficult task.
It would be a difficult task. Number one, you're treating the atmosphere as a single entity when it's not. An inhomogeneous anisotropic mixture of gases, number one. Number two, it's a contradiction because atmo means air.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Air is gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. That's problem number two. And weight. How do you define weight?
Well, weight is the force that a system is pushing down. It's
That's
the weight
incorrect.
is the.
You're not even
correct. I would like to shift everyone's attention to 9 minutes after the hour. That bullshit was incorrect. He just made that shit up.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at this. Calculating weight. Newton's second law of motion says F equals ma. In case of an object at the Earth's surface, the force of gravity exerts on it is its own weight, which is fucking circular. But we'll move on. So substituting W for F and G for A in the F equal ma equation leads to weight equals mg. Love you long time. However, there's a big fucking problem with your F equal ma and the substitution thereof. Because according to Richard Feynman from the Feynman Lectures, even though the law of F equal ma is false, and all the derivations of Newton were wrong for the conservation of momentum in quantum mechanics, nevertheless, in the end, that particular law maintains itself. Not F equal ma, the conservation of momentum. So the law of F equal ma is false. If that's true, and it is, then W equal mg, your little weight bullshit, is also false. Over.
They only invented weight when it came to things for money.
Hold on, Jaffet. Hold on, Jaffet. We're into smooth, Mr. Chicken Wings.
Chicken wings are good.
I know chicken wings are good. I'm the chicken wing.
Make me a chicken wing smoothie, damn it.
Chewy love wingies. But
What kind of sauce do you like?
regardless of that shit, we're talking about weight, and I just
Do you
fucking
like hot
pummeled
sauce,
you.
or do you like
Hot
lemon
sauce.
pepper?
Hot sauce, crispy wings, and hot sauce.
Connie barbecue. Lemon dip.
Now,
Objection, diversion.
now we're gonna move away from that because you just got fucking decimated.
Oh, okay.
If you
Yes.
weren't keeping track on current events, you got fucking
What?
obliterated.
Quantum, you
Was it?
decimated
So-
them before he even
Yeah, you
defined
did.
the weight.
How did you weigh the atmosphere as you said?
I never said I weighed atmosphere.
What
Mr.
was your
Suction
argument?
Cup.
But the argument was that the air around us has a mass.
Mass.
The hell?
Yeah.
Define this.
Fine mass. Thanks.
Oh, I know, bro. I've been hanging out long enough.
I guess mass is
You
the
can think of
total
it as-
number of
Total
down
number of.
quarks in a system.
Say again.
Mass is the total number of
Particles in the system.
Hold on. Let him state it.
He said downward force.
Hang on, guys. Let him say.
Mass is the total number of particles within the system. Yeah.
Total number of particles. That's incorrect. I'd like to point everyone's attention to
12 minutes.
right underneath my last post at 9 minutes after the hour from the Royal Society of Chemistry. You said the total number of particles in a system. That's fucking wrong. Studies have shown that the amount of substance, that's the total number of particles, is often incorrectly identified with the mass. Whoopsie!
They wrong again? Smooth?
Oh.
Well, you just saying you're not doesn't mean you're not. You just pointed out why you're wrong. So you're wrong.
Right.
Admit defeat, dude. Like you have to
I never
concede.
said I was. I never said I was
I mean-
wrong. All right, they're magic systems, right? Have some type of physical property, right?
Pressure.
What?
Pressure.
Colloquially, we could say, "How much do you weigh?" And you weigh 130 pounds or
Wait,
220
we already
pounds,
destroyed
right?
weight.
You want to say like, what is your mass? We have to say, and I don't care what word we use. We have to say that matter has some sort of physical property, right?
Yeah, it's matter.
I'm saying that the atmosphere, or sorry, the air around us, right? The air of our reality.
What state of matter?
Is made of matter, right?
What's the matter with that?
The properties of matter indicate that nothing, right? Matter can't be nothing. Matter has to be something.
Yeah, matter's matter.
Right. So matter can't weigh nothing, right?
Well, we already destroyed weight. You're getting off the topic. You said mass is the total number of particles. That's incorrect.
Quantum,
Do you have
he's
another-
trying to say that the air
Jaffet!
is similar to solids.
Jaffet!
Comparing solids
Jaffet!
to air.
Jaffet, be quiet. You're red herring. You're helping him grease the skids for the red herring. We're not going there just yet. He said the amount of particles. That's incorrect.
Okay. You want to have a discussion?
That's what we're having right now.
Isn't that what we're having?
Yep. What would you say mass is?
I don't know. I didn't fucking claim it. You did.
No, I'm asking you. Let's further my discussion.
I don't know. It's your claim.
No, we're having discussion, not a debate anymore.
I'll just
See, let's
raise it.
talk.
I'll raise the bar again. at 15 minutes after the hour from Edwin Taylor and Professor John Wheeler from Princeton in 92. Nature does not offer us any concept as the amount of matter. History has struck down every proposal to define such a term. Even if we could count the number of atoms or by any other counting method try to evaluate the amount of matter, that number would not equal mass.
Yeah.
You're done.
So when you say mass, can you define how you're using that word?
Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to say. When we go to the gym, right, and we work out, Battle Spartan, you look pretty ripped. You've been to the gym before.
Who?
Hey, what are you doing? You are picking something up, right? And that's something.
Now hold up. You're going to try to say building muscle mass group, and I'll say enlarging muscle groups. It has nothing to do with mass.
That's not what I was going to say. I was going to say, so you go to the gym, right? You are performing actions to increase muscle, your muscle mass. I'm not saying that has anything to do with the word I'm saying. But there is a natural resistance on your movements, right?
I don't
What do
go
you
to
like
the
to
gym.
call that resistance?
I don't go to the gym. It's just hard work.
You do a push-up when you lift a cup of coffee in the morning.
Hold up, Smooth. I want to enlighten you to something. I'm a slim guy. I'm a $160, 5'10", and it doesn't labor me to lift my ass up off the couch. Okay, so resistance. What the fuck are you talking about?
Are you talking about energy expulsion?
No. No. What I'm saying is that you have an elastic band, right? You stretch the elastic band. There's a natural force. This is an analogy. I'm not saying
it's not a natural force. It's applied. There's tension. That's applied pressure. Try again.
Okay, so you guys want to say pressure, right?
No,
That's the word
we're
you
waiting
wanna
for
use?
your definition of mass. You keep on red herring fallacy away from it.
I already gave you my definition of mass.
We're not looking for your definition. We're looking for the definition, not what you
And
make up.
I don't have the definition.
Okay, then you can't claim it then. So mass is fucking, like I already said, it's undefinable. At best, it's merely a concept.
Take the mass of that concept and remove it from the table.
So, okay, so tell me, Quantum, right, in your infinite wisdom, when I perform weightlifting exercises to build to build my body, right?
Yeah.
What is the resistance on the weight I'm picking up? I'm just
Don't
saying
know.
the weight because that's what we call it. What is that resistant force?
Don't know.
Now, you understand relative density does not work without mass,
My
correct?
claim wasn't relative density. You have yet to define mass.
I'm just saying that relative density does not.
I didn't
work
make that
without-
claim. Straw man.
Who you? We're having a discussion.
Yeah, I know,
Straw
and he's
man
responding to
fallacy.
you.
This is not how you talk to friends.
Straw man fallacy.
This is
Listen,
not how you talk to
density,
friends and
he's
family.
saying he didn't invoke mass per unit volume. So come on, move on. It's another mass thing. He didn't say mass. Get back to the point.
I've heard him speak about relative density before.
No, you haven't.
I have.
Well, you wouldn't be here if you did. You wouldn't. You know,
Mike.
Yeah, well, how the hell did we get here if you've heard this conversation? Here, I'll just shut up then. Fucking, he knows.
When I first started in this chat, a lot of people told me, because I immediately wanted to argue for gravity. In the conversation, I want to say, I joined Discord.
Oh, shit. Just get back to mass.
The balloon filled with helium, right? It was showing relative density, but I'm saying relative
cares?
density does not work without mass.
Without mass, what's mass?
Mass is an intrinsic part of matter.
It's an intrinsic part of matter. That's fucking cool story, bro. Go ahead and cite that.
You just like hearing yourself talk, don't you, Smooth?
No, I mean I can go into another Discord and talk.
Well then, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Go to making shit up for him.
They would probably like your answer right now about mass. That's for sure, because it's not flying here. He left, didn't he?
Well,
Quantum strikes again.
There's a circle jerk waiting on him.
Yeah, the reason why I was telling you, what's his name? Who's it? I'm sorry. Who's in it? Jaffet.
Who's it? Yeah.
I don't like you to don't allow them. Most flat earthers not only allow them, they grease the skids for red herring fallacies. That's why I stopped you.
Yeah, true. It does happen a lot.
I like to walk them down the plank and then point it out.
No, I'm going to already do that. You just sit back and wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got to earn that step to get on the damn plank.
Yeah, what happened? Yeah, that's exactly what happens. You know, if like Quantum or somebody has them on a point, Mike might have them on a point, and you have somebody jump in and try to, throw them a line. No, they don't need that. They need to run into that brick wall and hit it as hard as they can and go splat, so they can realize that they can't use that argument. That's what we need to happen here. We don't need them to think about something else or realize some other concept. We need them to actually halt their argument and say, whoa, I don't have an answer for that. Good. Yep. That's what we want you to look at.
Yep.
And, some people think it's kind of rough and it's too hard, but we don't really care about that. We want them to stop their arguments cold.
I know. He went to density like he's going to say mass over human volume. Get out of here. What's mass? Right? I already know.
Well, maybe I should go to another Discord. Okay, see ya.
Yeah, maybe they're holding mass. Well, and what is it? It's Friday Night Mass, bro. What's up?
We're looking for somebody to step up and bring some cowbell.
Listen to another recording, or somebody want to talk? What do you guys think of the James Webb?
Say it again, James Webb?
James Webb Telescope.
I don't know. I don't know much about it.
So it's the follow-on for the Hubble Space Telescope. It cost $10 billion to create, and it was launched, I think, very recently, within the last month, right? It's been developed for years to go into space. When it was launched, it's on its way to Lagrange Point 2, where it will stay in its orbit beyond the moon and look away and do the same thing Hubble was doing. Infrared images of the universe, right? But of course, if
I'm following you.
You could believe that, right? Or you could say none of that's true whatsoever. But that's the idea. That's the
that's what the James Webb is about. It costed $10 billion, so we've had people working on it year after year after year, right? They have a huge facility when they work on the James Webb, and they make it in a certain way that has, it's has a big turtle back to where when the sun hits it, it's insulating down to 7 degrees Kelvin. So the other side of the telescope is as cold as possible, so it can get the best, clearest images of the microwave background radiation, right? So if all these engineering feats are put together, and all these man hours are put together, and all this time is put into it, and if the James Webb Telescope didn't go into space and it didn't actually make it up into it, and it was just some big conspiracy, then what was the logistical, what is the logical reason why they would spend $10 billion and thousands of hours and all this effort into creating this telescope if it wasn't actually real?
The question I should ask you is, what does that have to do with the shape of the Earth?
It's just a logical question.
You're asking why they're going to defraud.
It's an economic question.
You're asking why they're going to defraud people for tens of millions of dollars a day?
For billions.
Yeah, that's pretty big. Billions? Yeah, I would say that, they probably lie about what they really spend that money on, and then they just keep it. Yeah, I would say that's probably, I don't know, but...
Well, not lie what they spend the money on. They spend the money on creating this telescope that has very specific, aspects to it. So if you take somebody who actually engineered the telescope and you tell them, okay, so it's got a thin layer of gold, that's not where most of the money came from, but it's got these huge beryllium mirrors or reflectors, right? So you could talk about the engineering of it. It obviously costed a lot of money and a lot of manpower and a lot of testing.
What if they were just
they add a lot of stuff to it?
It cost a lot of money and it was really just aluminum foil and cardboard.
Yeah, and they've just been taking 63 million taxpayer dollars a day to do this. They got to look busy, right?
No, the idea is that it's actually made for what they say it was made for.
That's the idea.
Because if you'd ask an engineer that worked on the James Webb Telescope, they would tell you what they did to, create it to where it can do its mission properly, right?
Okay. Let's see if they can step up their CGI game this time around. They didn't do so good with Voyager or any of the last ones, so I guess we'll just have to see what they pull out of the hat.
So how would it be CGI if you have the actual room of where the telescope is? It's about a 2.5-3 story tall telescope that they worked on, and there's tons of footage of them working on it, right? That's on Earth. That's people working on Earth all together on a telescope.
Yeah, okay, but let's just see the product that it yields is what I'm saying. That's really all that matters. That's what this is about, right? Who cares how much money they put into it or what they claim to have built? We just need to see what they're going to give us with it.
This is just a really long why would they lie question.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. That's why
this is a long why would they lie question. But
yeah, let's just see the product.
It's just something interesting to point out.
Yeah. Are you surprised?
Hmm?
Yeah,
I just
think with it.
Huh?
Let's see what they come up with it.
What they come up with. It's supposed to be the follow-on for the Hubble Space Telescope. But of course, if you say anything that the Hubble Space Telescope has taken, and that's all a farce, right? Then you'd say anything that the James Webb would take was also computer-generated graphics. So of course, it'd be nothing whatsoever. But it'd make the whole process of creating it, and you see the people creating it, and they make this thing, they roll it out, they put it onto a rocket, and we can physically see with our eyes that the rocket goes up. But of course, you could say, it doesn't even go into orbit, doesn't release anything. That's all just computer, whatever, right? But you can see it go up. So the money of taking this huge, massive telescope and putting it onto the fairing of a rocket ship, taking this rocket ship, this massive rocket ship, because it needs to be huge to be able to launch this massive telescope, launch it back up, and see it fly out. So again, this is still a why would they lie question, because the money involved, but still.
So they put on this really cool show about this really cool camera they made. Well, let's just see what pictures they take with it.
Sure. Yeah, it's going to take a couple months, and then you can. Hopefully, these pictures are, it's supposed to give us what they say is greater detail than anything we've ever seen before, which sounds great, right? But it's much cooler to know that if that's actually pictures of space, because instead of people just sitting around, right, you'd actually have to take a person, sit them down, and if the pictures were fake, you'd have to take them. It's like, okay, how can we make pictures that look even better? Okay, let's make up some galaxies, blah, 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 and let's like spiral them around, and let's set them out to the public and say it was actually the James Webb Space Telescope and Lagrange Point 2 taking pictures of outer space. And let's just lie about that because we can, I guess, because we want to, because it's funny. I don't know. There's literally no motivation.
Well, they
no
have a
motivation whatsoever for them to do that.
sunk cost position in telling us that we live on a ball in space, because they've been doing that for decades, and that's their entire modus operandi, is to generate so-called proof for this. So they have a huge motivation to do that. Also, the $63 million a day is a pretty good reason to do it too. So I don't know what you're talking about.
What's the $63 million a day? Enlighten me.
That's what NASA takes in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Still, logically, it doesn't make sense.
Well, is NASA, after everything that they... their entire modus operandi, their entire purpose is to explore and to study space. Are they going to turn around and suddenly go, sorry guys, space is a thermodynamics violating vacuum, it's an impossibility, it doesn't exist, we were never there, everything we've shown you is just cartoons? Like, well, they're not going to do that. So of course they have a motivation to tell you that they're launching the coolest, greatest telescope of all time into space, and they're going to get you the coolest pics that they've ever had.
No.
There's absolutely no motivation to go the other way and say, yeah, we just lied all those years.
No, they'll just create another entity that's like NASA to come in and sweep away and say, oh, we figured it out, that it's not really out there. They faked it. It'll be something like that, where we already have tried and true and you've already believed in this new company or this new, entity. That's what they'll do.
The sunk cost fallacy of continuing to say that the Earth is
Well, what motivation do they have to expose themselves? What motivation do they have to come out and say, we're liars, sorry, everything we've ever produced or shown you is bullshit? They have a huge motivation to not do that, right?
What motivation do they have from the beginning to even do anything that wasn't what motivation did they have from the beginning to say to lie about the shape of the Earth?
Hold on a second.
A lot of money from us to lie to us about where we live. I guess they want to deceive us about where we are and what this is. I don't know.
Hold on a second.
What do you? Sorry.
Why even ask the question of why would they lie? That's totally irrelevant here. Can you show us gas pressure without a container? Because otherwise, the space place that you're talking about, the fairy tale, the Narnia, doesn't exist, and it's all a lie. So you know they're liars. After that, we can figure out why.
That's why I said at the beginning of this, what difference does it make and how does it change anything?
Well, going to a thermodynamics violating vacuum and taking really cool pictures, what they're telling you is basically on par with what he just said, which is, we're going to go to Narnia and get you really cool pictures, and then you're coming back and going, hey, they say they're going to Narnia and they're doing this. Why would they lie? So they must be doing it. So that just doesn't really work.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean...
Yeah.
They're deep into the lie already. So, I mean, I guess you don't think they're lying, but we obviously do. So, from our standpoint, they're deep into the lie already. Why are they going to just reverse course?
Yeah, I was pointing out, and I understand the outcome of this, of me saying any of this, because I understand it's asking why would they lie. But each and every engineer on the ground working on this thing would be spending all those years, all that dedication, all that manpower for absolutely nothing.
Well, they got
Right.
paid.
Sure, they got paid, but they're working on a lie.
You don't think the
Right.
government? You don't think the government's created busy work for people before?
Yeah, they have.
And
Yeah.
they're working on a show.
And let's not forget, every time you go to work, you are working on a lie for the government, okay?
Mm-hmm. A lie for the government.
You do work for the government every time you go to work. The job that you have, a portion of what you work for, is paid to the government for interest on loans that you didn't ask them to take out. You are working for the government every time you go to work, every day.
I work directly
had
for
a
the
job.
government because I work for the Space Force.
Great, so you work directly for the government, and then they still take a portion of what you earn, quote unquote, and pay off interest on loans. So you're doing it every day for the lie, the fiction that is the United States corporation. You realize that, right?
But he doesn't believe that, obviously. Do you believe in the Space Force just because you get paid to do something that supposedly is involved with it? That's my question.
Well, yeah, I believe in the mission. So I work in missile warning, right? And unclassified level, how do we protect ourselves from missiles? How do we protect ourselves from nukes? Right?
Do missiles come from
We have
space?
satellites that do infrared, and so we get advanced overhead persistent infrared warning.
So you're
When a
working
rocket
on
goes
protecting
out,
from bombs and missiles. What does that got to do with it?
Well, do satellites exist? Do they orbit the Earth? Are they
Something
in
does.
geosynchronous
Takes a
orbit?
picture,
Are they in low Earth orbit? Are they in medium Earth orbit?
prove
Are they
where they're
revolving
at.
around the Earth to give us warning on missiles approaching? Because that's how we warn ourselves.
We did that with balloons too.
Maybe the James Webb telescope could get us a good pic of a satellite. The first real pic.
They're called satelloons. They're just basically weather balloons with a satellite hanging from the bottom of it.
I don't think so, because it's not electro-optical. It's infrared. Its mission that is not its mission, so it won't.
What difference would that make?
Unless there's something I don't know, which there probably is about James Webb. There could be. Yeah.
Do you know about electrostatic tethers?
I don't know about
Again, what does
electrostatic
that have to do
tethers.
with- what does that have to do with why would they lie? I don't get it.
I'm saying that a job. So if my job's a lie, obviously I'm part of this big lie, right? But missiles go up, missiles go down. They kill, they explode, right? So how do we know? Especially intercontinental ballistic missiles, right? They're going a little bit farther up, they're going down. And how do we track? How do we protect ourselves from these ballistic missiles, right?
With radar. I mean, yeah, the same way we've done it for years.
We have radars on the ground, yes, but there's both ground
have them in the air,
and
too.
there's space-based assets for warning, right? There's both kinds.
Hold on a second. Who's firing missiles at us? When did this happen?
Well,
I
we
was
had
mad.
we set up most of these satellites during the Cold War because of Russia, right? So the Cold War era, Cuban Missile Crisis, we sent up these satellites, and these satellites have infrared capabilities, so we can get warning on whether they're sending intercontinental ballistic
when did
missiles.
Russia fire a missile at us?
It's the Cold War. There's a reason is to defend ourselves. The Department of Defense.
There was never a shot fired. There was never ever a shot fired. So how do you know these things actually work?
Well, we know they work from theater ballistic missiles in the Middle East. Theater is within the region, within a specific region, like CENTCOM, right? Central, Middle East, right? These are missiles that are going within the Middle East. We see those on, you see those. The plume, it's called the plume of of the flames coming out the back, that creates heat. That heat is infrared light, and we get that data, and we get to warn people on the ground, right? So this isn't just about lying. This is about people dying, right? How do we keep our troops from dying on the ground? Army, Marines, in the Middle East. How do we keep them from getting exploded? How do we protect them from missiles, right? So that's how we do it.
By not putting them in that position in the first place. That's how you do it.
Sure, yeah, I completely agree. However, if they're in that position anyway, how do we protect them, right? This isn't me agreeing with them being there or whatever. It's not like my knowledge on this whole Middle Eastern war stuff is that in depth. I don't have any degree on it, but we have these things to protect them anyway. So, unless we have, you could make the argument, okay, well, in the Middle East, how do we protect them from missiles? Oh, well, we have a radar and it's in that region, and so therefore it could protect it because it's in that region. But what if we don't, right? If that doesn't exist, if you look all around the Middle East, it's like, okay, we don't have a radar. It'd be in space.
Hold on, dude. I'm gonna have to just kind of like respectfully back you up on all the fantasies that you're begging the question for.
Sure.
Tell me very first. Who we're at war with, what we're protecting them from, why we're involved in these conflicts. But even before that, you've made assertions that we've sent rockets to a place that doesn't exist called space, and you haven't given any evidence for that. So we're going to have to start at like square one. So how do you have a gas pressure without a container, and how can you prove that anything went to this place called Narnia? Space.
Well, there's different ways. On a technical standpoint,
okay, there's different ways. And go ahead and explain.
If you would take this thing called telemetry, right? So we say that a satellite's over a certain area, and then at a ground station, we would get information from these. From the satellites to see how their health, like a health status update, stuff like that. We get that information back down, and it tells us. But we can only do it over a certain amount of time because that's where the position of the satellite is, right? And then there's
so you're not giving me any evidence. You're not giving me any evidence for where the satellites are and how you can prove that they're there and whether or not that medium exists. We call it space. Can you prove gas pressure without a container? Because we live on Earth, there's gas pressure here, and of course, that requires an antecedent called a container. So how do you have gas pressure without a container? Because if space exists, then there is no life on Earth, and there never was. Make sense?
Well, container. So you can have a container on Earth, right? And
So
you
you just
fill
go
up
on.
a jar. So are we in the section where are we calling Earth and its atmosphere is not a container, right?
He's saying that it was.
How does air contain air? Can air contain air?
Well, heavier elements fall down, So
What are you trying to tell me? I'm asking you about gas pressure. Air can air contain air, or do you need an actual solid barrier to contain it?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure.
Might be a way.
Have you ever experienced a time where you had a flat tire and you went down to the tire shop and you told the guy, hey, listen, I don't have a lot of money, so can you just go ahead and put air around the rim of my tire and just don't even worry about the tire itself. Put air around the wheel and I'll drive out of here. Has that ever happened to you? Or do you actually need something to hold the gas?
You'd be very hard pressed to contain air with another gas. That'd be extremely difficult.
All right. So if we have gas pressure at 14.7 psi at sea level, why do we have gas pressure on Earth without a container because we're supposed to be next to a very, very, very low pressure system called space, near a vacuum, and we have gas pressure here. How does that happen?
Well, this goes to the gravity question.
There is no gravity question. There is no. Well, obviously, but there's no gravity. You guys don't have gravity unless you want to make a claim about it. What is gravity?
What is gravity? Do you know?
This goes to the two types of gravity. Einsteinium, Newtonium. Which one do I side by? You know.
Two types of non-proven, non-existent gravity do you want to attach yourself to? Go pick one. I don't care.
Right. If I say Einsteinium, you have a disproof for that. If I say Newtonian, you say, well, science doesn't, it's out of date because it's Newtonian, right?
It's not a matter of
existence with the fabric of space, and the more mass something has, the more it bends space-time, and the more things follow that trajectory as if there was a force, or there is a force pushing down on it. You know, that whole Einsteinium gravity theory. And where I'm at now, I'm inclined to side with the Einsteinian theories, the idea, more so, even though it's not a complete picture, even though that it's not completely there. There's some inconsistencies, and we're working out, just the whole idea of the site. Yeah, go on.
Right. So, listen, I want to be as respectful to you as possible. It's the internet. I don't know you, whatever. So I just want to walk you through this. You say we're not all the way there with this idea, and you're sort of right, because it's an idea at the beginning. You have two concepts. One of them is time, and the other one is space. Neither one of these exists in reality. So you have two non-physical ideas that have no bearing on the physical world. So why would you lean towards something that is just something that you think about in your mind? It only exists as an idea. It's a non-physical thing. How do you kind of want to lean towards things that are non-physical to explain physical things?
So I'm confused how space and time, these things that we've given names for the phenomena that we experience in real life, is like as real as reality itself. How are both of these things only ideas and not real things? How do you tell the difference between one point in time to another? What do you call that, and what is that?
So are you telling me that Wednesday next week exists, or does this moment right now only exist?
Well, the crazy thing is, and I don't know this perfectly well, but the whole thing with, the whole gravity and time thing being interconnected, the being near a black hole slows or speeds up time, whichever one it was, and, funny enough, like Interstellar, basically the point of that movie. Good movie, by the way, very entertaining. But that whole thing with how gravity and how much gravity there is messes with space-time, right?
Now, see, that's begging the question. So you're using gravity to explain what it is that you're trying to prove. You are begging the question again. Don't use gravity when you're trying to prove gravity with the space and time that are conceptual and non-physical. What color is time? And tell me how much space you can put in a box. These are two non-physical ideas. They are conceptual only. And you're trying to prove something that was thought up by basically a philosopher who married his cousin, okay? So if you're going to say, well, it's really kind of crazy how it all works together, all these concepts that we can't prove and there's no experiment for, and it's all just thinking up in my head, these are the reasons that I believe in gravity. All these ideas, but nothing physical, nothing proven, nothing tangible. How do you do that?
I feel like it kind of depends what you would call tangible or not. So this is
Now
kind of
we're
like
going to go to word definitions. Okay, tangible, physical, something that you can hold in your hand, something that you can actually see. Can you see time?
no, but I feel like you can see the effect time has on
Can you manipulate
reality.
And what effect does time have on, let's say, concrete?
Not much unless you just poured it and it'll dry.
It dries because of time, or does it dry or harden because of the release of moisture and the adherence and the chemical reaction of the glue inside the concrete? Is it time, or is it the chemical reaction?
I feel like everything in my concept of it, you can't. All those things happen within the concrete, but without time, they wouldn't move whatsoever because nothing will happen without time. It's like adding like the x. It's like having like a graph and then having like a point on the graph, but without like the x-axis being time, without it going, like you're not going to get the line. So nothing's actually going to happen unless time passes.
We're back to concepts. So we're imagining a line that you're calling time.
Okay.
But okay. So you see how we always kind of circle back to something that's an idea but not actually concrete, physical, tangible in reality? You're talking about ideas again. So until you can actually prove that ideas make things happen, then we're going to be at an impasse in this particular conversation.
True. Like there's the before concrete drying and there's after the concrete drying. Right?
Yeah.
And if you say, well, no time has passed whatsoever because time is a concept, time doesn't exist. All that's happened is that the chemicals in the concrete or the evaporation and whatever concrete does took place. And before it didn't take place and now it has taken place. But time doesn't exist because it's an idea. So what has taken place? Just it's doing its thing.
So we use words to describe moments. Right, we use words to describe moments that happen. We call them even that they happened or will happen, right? But in reality, we're discussing something that is already gone. Like every word that I'm speaking right now, it will no longer exist except for on a recording. Like the closest thing that we could ever get to as far as time travel is concerned is recording, right? Video recording. But that's only a 2D representation or possibly a soundbite of a moment, right? But it can't encapsulate the entirety of that moment. There's a lot going on in that one moment in this creation. So we can't even sufficiently describe what time is because it's a concept, right? All we know is that right now exists, and then it's gone, and the next moment comes, and the next moment comes. So, assuming that next Wednesday doesn't exist and last Wednesday doesn't exist, let's talk about how we can have gas pressure without a container, all right? And if we can't have gas pressure without a container because we don't have any gravity, there's no gravity to be involved in all this, all that conceptual medium stuff, all the spooky motion at a distance stuff, all, the experiments and sheds with torsion bars and balls and ropes and stuff that men made, okay? None of that stuff is real. So how do you have gas pressure without a container? If you can't explain to me how that happens, then I think space is a total fantasy.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure with the limitations set by what I think is the empirical versus the rationalism or the rationalist, right? Like with set, it's like saying gravity non-existent, space-time non-existent, time itself doesn't exist. Then I don't know if you can. Thing is, we believe in a lot of other stuff too, right? Like, okay, we have the laws of physics that we can prove work on Earth. And so we believe in all those because we've seen it, right? We can test it and then we can prove it's true. But anything that's conceptual to fill the gaps, if we can't consider any of that to be real whatsoever, then I don't know. I feel like this is the trick question where you actually can't prove it unless you, yeah.
Outer space is nothing but conceptual.
Well, yes, I agree with that. But let me ask you a question. Are you okay with the idea of just there are things in this world that we can't explain and can be okay with that? Like, is it necessary to make things up that are just total nonsense to cover up for what it is that we can't explain? Wouldn't you rather just go, I don't know, instead of believing a lie?
I feel like the ideas that we come up with, even though they're not the full picture, they can get us closer to the full picture. And if we don't do that, then we'll be forever ignorant. So we've lived partial lies in general education forever. There's stuff we know that's not completely the truth. What we know about, like, how many chromosomes we have, like how many, like what chromosomes cause these diseases, what the whole medical field, like, what do we know, not know? Oh, bloodletting. It's like, we tried, but then we improved, right? We were wrong, and now we're less wrong. But if we didn't do crazy, just retarded shit in the beginning, then how would we do anything? We'd be just cavemen, right? What does striking a rock against a stick do, or flint? Well, you're just hitting a rock against a rock. Of course, it's not going to do anything. Don't be stupid. But it's like we have to do crazy stuff to be able to create fire. And then this fire can create more things. So, yes, I think we should come up with stuff that seemed absurd, is potentially wrong, in order to get closer to the truth.
There's not an equivocation there. You brought in a lot of stuff. They're like cavemen and bloodletting, and none of that has anything to do with the question that I asked you.
Exactly.
I'm asking you,
Thank you.
why don't you just go ahead and answer the question? If it can't be explained, then why have this concept or lie or something that is totally unreasonable, unlogic to explain something that we don't know how it happens? Why is that better?
What else do we do?
Well, that's even worse than knowing nothing. Now we're going to
we can know nothing, right? And then we can have no chance whatsoever to ever know or understand how this works. Or we can come up with an idea to help try to get closer to what the actual truth is, even though what we have isn't technically true. Because when we do that, we create things. We're able to generate great things that improve the lives of people.
Were you thinking about space when you were saying that? Because, it's a little bit uncomfortable hearing the stuff that you're saying.
Yeah, so what if we're just going further and further away from the actual truth? Wouldn't it be better to just start at baseline, know nothing, and go from there, instead of digging ourselves a hole?
That's what we are doing. We're starting from nothing and trying our best by fact-checking each other and doing, scientific inquiry to get to a closer truth. But we know that it's all partially incorrect to some extent. But if we don't have anything, nothing is worse than anything at all.
So nothing would be worse than just having a completely false story.
Well, if you believe it's completely false, then...
Well, it's 100% conceptual. Space, everything to do with it. I mean, what direct experiment or measurement has been done to validate anything to do with space? You can't even establish the first step that it can even exist without, that it can even exist next to a non-vacuum.
Well, that's only when you that's only when you throw all the other stuff out the window, which we've already discussed. Gravity. If you throw gravity out the window and then it doesn't make sense because you can't conceptually figure out, or you can't really just doesn't work.
So if we throw out all the other conceptual stuff that we're backing up our conceptual stuff with, it doesn't work.
Yeah, pretty much.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's the whole, because you say, how does this conceptual thing work, right? It's like, okay, well, let me bring in this idea. It's like, okay, that idea doesn't work. Okay, well, the point you said doesn't work, so let's move on. That's kind of how the argument's going here. Let's see, what was the mass thing, the whole mass thing? Oh, go on.
how about this? So you have, which I think you agree, everything about, Einsteinian or Newtonian. Newtonian is a little bit different. Einsteinian gravity, which you lean towards, is based on concepts, non-physical, non-tangible. And then you have Newtonian, right, that is based on spooky action at a distance, right? Mass attracting other mass, large things attracting smaller things. And that, of course, is bunk. All of these things violate the laws of physics, and you talked about physics a little bit ago. So we've already shown that physics erased these two ideas. Then we have physics in the other end of the spectrum that says, hey, you know what? You're going to need a container for that air pressure. And that works every single time. In fact, it works so often that we don't have anybody coming in here telling us how they can have any gas pressure without a container. So logically, reasonably, because I know you brought up logic earlier in your conversation, I think that logically, because physics supports this, that we would need a container around or over the Earth, however you want to think about it, right? Because I know you're big on concepts. The gas pressure here, and that would make space a complete fantasy. Would you agree or would you not agree?
Like a gigantic container, like a giant glass container covering the entire Earth.
I just said glass, but you can think of a snow globe if that helps you.
Sure,
as a concept, sure,
Or it could be a terrarium.
Big terrarium. Yeah, that would be pretty absurd, because where would this container come from?
Why is that absurd?
We don't know what the container is. It's just
material, physical material. You're saying
we can't say exactly what that material or its composition is. It's just a logical deduction from the fact that we have gas pressure that points to, the antecedent of the container.
Oh, I see.
That's absurd, and it's not absurd to have a ball in a vacuum. That's not absurd.
Okay.
Okay.
And I guess to disprove that, we would have to send stuff up past our atmosphere and see if there's anything actually like physical there. If there's not, then maybe the theory isn't as good,
It doesn't, the barrier doesn't have to be, the container or barrier doesn't have to be what we would consider physical. Who knows what's up there? It could be semi-permeable.
Okay.
Nobody's locked into one particular thing because it's not a claim that can be made. Do you understand?
Right.
So,
yeah.
But you have to have a barrier, a container for gas pressure to exist next to a vacuum or near a vacuum.
Yeah, the claim is. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say like a giant Earth force field.
Well, a physical barrier of some kind to hold the gas pressure here.
Right.
I don't know. Ask the U.S. government. Check out Operation Fishbowl. They probably have a thing or two to say.
I think
Operation Fishbowl. Make sure to check the databases for that one.
I think they probably have one or two thoughts on the matter.
Operation Dominic as well.
And I think it's, so that would be Fishbowl of the Lord. And I think the fact that they named it as such, I think that's a little bit of Duper's Delight. Is that what that's called, you guys? Or what would you call that? I mean, coincidence? I mean, pretty weird.
No. I know about this. Where we detonated nukes in very high altitude.
Firing nukes in the sky, basically.
The cool thing about this one is that at the time we did this, I think it took out the vast majority of satellites that are already in orbit. Like they were just eviscerated by the radiation, not the radiation, but the power of the blast. But there wasn't that many satellites up there to begin with in 1962, so it wasn't as bad as it would have been nowadays.
Well, without gravity, my count on satellites is 0.
Yeah.
Although they usually, there could be satelloons and stuff that they took. Yeah. So.
And so we say that like, oh, satellite phones are from like little towers that are in the ocean, and GPS are also from towers in the ocean, even though
That doesn't mean that
do we really have physical evidence of these towers existing with the amount of GPS, the amount of satellite phones we have around the whole globe?
Yeah, towers do exist.
Huh? I said, like, do we have like physical evidence for these GPS or satellite phone towers if they're not satellites?
You've never seen a phone tower?
Sure, there's phone towers, but like,
there you go. That's a satellite phone.
But like around, like in the middle of the ocean, still use satellite because it's a satellite phone.
We got pictures of those. I'll link one.
Did you hear
But do you have proof that that's what it actually does? What if someone's like, hey, you know what? These actually don't do that. This is what they are. Actually like, this is not even classified or anything. This is like something that, you know, what if this was like something else?
Okay,
You know,
but then
not satellite, not GPS. So
yeah, we're back to the original question. When you show gas pressure without a container, we're back to that again. If you can't demonstrate gas pressure without a container, you're in a real tough spot with those satellites in Narnia, man. I'm just letting you know. You can't keep backtracking to something that you can't prove.
Another thing you need for orbital mechanics is the Earth's radius too. So you're hooped on quite a few levels there.
Can all that story form the curvature in reality?
What?
Can all that story about satellites, space, whatever, can form the curvature in reality? Can do that?
Dr. Barry, if you don't shout, if you actually just talk normal, I don't think your mic will cut out. You don't have to yell. We hear you really good, buddy.
Yeah, because I have no headphones. I thought that it's bad.
So what about the curvature?
I'm saying all these stories about satellites and space, can that form the curvature in reality?
Yeah, we need R to launch anything into orbit.
No, I'm asking you, can that, what we launch, can that form the curvature in reality?
Can it do what to the curvature?
Form that we can see, can that all this story, what we are saying now about space, can that form, make it curvature in reality?
Can it like make it over the curvature of the Earth?
No, make the curvature real in reality.
What is making it real in reality? What does that mean?
That means that sphere will be sphere. Do you understand me? Then sphere will be sphere.
Sasha, it sounds like your mic is in your mouth.
Sorry, Jenny. Sorry.
Fear
No,
is-
you're good.
I'm sorry. I don't understand the question. I'm sorry. I can't.
I'm asking you how this story about satellites will form the curvature in reality.
Okay, the story about satellites form the curvature in reality.
Yeah.
So, like, do we have like images? Do we have like images from space, from satellites, to show the curvature of the Earth? Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, what he's asking is he's asking, if you keep saying the word satellite, will it give the Earth any curvature, which has not been measured, not detected, and not demonstrated in any way, shape, or form? In fact, quite the opposite. So you can keep saying satellite, but if the Earth is not a globe, all of this is for nothing. So do you have any evidence of the radius of the Earth?
Oh, like curvature of the Earth, that whole thing. The oil rig.
Measurable.
Yeah.
No, just do you have any measurable curvature of the Earth? I mean, there's a lot of money being spent. And okay, so, but you know, I mean, there's ballistic missiles that are supposed to be transiting, you know, all the way around, quote unquote, the planet, quote unquote. That would require a radius. But if that doesn't exist, then your job is kind of for nothing. You know what I mean?
But we know the missiles exist, and we know they have certain trajectories, right?
Yeah,
and the
but we know,
trajectories are based off of.
Listen this, hey, listen this, but we know that curvature does not exist, for example.
Yeah, I've heard that argument.
for that argument, but isn't let's say like this: can aeroplane be aeroplane without wings?
Probably not.
Can sphere without curvature?
No.
Okay, that's it. If you want to look into that, put yourself on the ground and watch the all water operations, not fishbowl operation. Water operations are the better. You know, you take the photo, whatever, you make the measurements. You can do it yourself, you know, and check if that radius is correct or not.
Oh, here's
And
one
then-
thing.
And then after that, when you realize there is no curvature, then you can speak about satellites again.
Sure. Yeah. Because like I can't say satellites orbit because that doesn't even make sense with a flat Earth. It doesn't. Because what the hell are they orbiting? So, but when it comes to curvature, here's one thing I never understood: the whole idea of all right, bottom of the boat disappears before the flag does. Right? It's like, well, that's not curvature. That's light. I never understood what was meant by that. After long distances, what is light doing that does that specific thing? I don't understand that. Can anyone like fill me in on if it's not curvature that makes large boats disappear bottom first past the horizon? What about light is making it do that?
We can show that is not happening. That's what you are saying now.
Yeah, how could that be Earth curvature if we can see them apparently disappear over the horizon and then we can get out a camera and zoom it right back into view? Where's the physical Earth curvature obstruction if we can do that?
Yeah, if you zoom in far enough, so I feel like that's kind of not okay. I'm gonna say
it should be gone, right? If it went over a physical Earth curve, it shouldn't come back no matter how much.
No,
zoom,
I
right?
understand
It went
that.
down a hill, right?
That's I'm saying most of the time it should, or in scenarios it should do that, but then you have based on the forgetting the word, the whole mirage. It's called the superior inferior mirage, right? So the superior mirage is where when the light hits the bottom of the boat, bounces back up around the curve that's supposed to be there, and you can see the full boat, even though it's further than the curvature of the Earth, because it's a superior mirage based on the atmosphere you're looking at the light through. Yes?
Man, can I interrupt you? Because can you tell me which kind of mirage extending the horizon?
The superior mirage extends the horizon.
Can you post the citation of that?
Well, that's
superior,
the point of the superior mirage.
Yeah, can you? I want to read that. You know, you need to like this superior mirage extending horizon. I want to read that.
Sure. I might be wrong. I don't know, but I know it. You can see the bottom of things, so it would prove that. So if it's not the horizon, then maybe it's the just the objects you're looking at in the beginning. That's like
objects.
the light hitting.
Yeah. That's the point, man. That's the point. Objects, not horizon.
Yeah, but if you're
but listen this: if Earth have the radius of 3,959 miles, we cannot have horizon 20 times further than where should to be.
Okay.
Is that true?
20 times, yeah, that's a pretty big number when we're talking about horizon.
Yeah, can somebody?
I feel like
somebody show him? Can somebody show him that we have horizon 10 or 20 times further where should to be? Not
probably
on
the
horizon. Horizon
Black Swan
itself.
or whatever. But
what that mean? Whatever.
I mean, I'm saying that's probably what the Black Swan was pointing out.
Yeah, and what is wrong with Black Swan?
The appearance of the oil rigs based on they should be much
oil
lower.
Rigs, man, again, you are wrong. They are nothing about oil rigs are only measuring the distance.
Yeah, they're just a marker. It's the horizon itself.
Oh, it's the horizon itself.
Why is there a background repeat?
I want to know what is wrong with the Black Swan.
So let me look this up here.
Here we go. He's looking stuff up again.
This is the first time I've looked anything up in this conversation.
Well, you've gone quiet for 10, 15 seconds plenty of times, so you could have been.
Are you saying?
It's because I think before I speak.
Are you saying that you first?
All right.
I guess that works.
Have you guys got him to concede on anything?
No.
I don't think so, really.
Why don't you just like stay on like one point, right? I heard you speaking the space and the time and the space, gravity. It won't work without gravity. So many different things have been brought up. Gas pressure without a container.
Mm-hmm.
Just stay on one of those points and actually concede one way or the other. Make a decision. And,
yeah, I'm not.
Go on from there, because otherwise, I mean, it's kind of like death by 1,000 cuts or something. It's kind of weird.
You don't concede. You get a greater understanding. If I concede, I'm throwing my brain out the window, right?
What's your greater understanding? Is the horizon? Is your greater understanding is the horizon an apparent position or a geometric location?
Geometric location, but the appearance of it can change based on the environment. The appearance of things. That's why it's called a mirage. It's
are
not
you seeing the geometric location or the apparent position? Which one are you seeing?
The apparent position. The apparent.
So is that a concession, or is that just an understanding?
My understanding is of a mirage
that
is that
conceded.
It appears to be further based on the environment you're looking at it in. That's why it appears.
Can you demonstrate that Black Swan image is a mirage?
Yes. Black Swan image is mirage because if you just look at the shape of the oil rig, you can see it's clearly
again, man. You're speaking about oil rigs. That's not the point.
May I?
Yes.
See, the problem is that we're dealing with known distances from authoritative sources.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what you're talking about. So when you apply that distance to the math of spherical geometry, it doesn't fly. We see too far somehow.
Yeah,
You're saying that we have all these optical illusions happening everywhere.
I'm also not seeing anything. I'm not seeing anything inverted or lifted up above sea level or anything like that. So it doesn't look like any kind of a mirage I've ever seen.
The waves in the background could be a mirage, right?
Okay, I'm looking at the image. Yeah, the way, just the shape of the oil rig is. This picture's you can see the bottom of the oil rig is like all like horizontally shift. It's just shifted incorrectly because of the atmosphere.
Can you stop it, please?
Yes.
Can you stop it, please? Jenny said to you now, this is only distance, not argument. Argument is horizon, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, so it's the horizon that you have to say is being lifted up and inverted and all that stuff, which is not apparent at all from looking at that observation. Like look at a Fata Morgana or any of those, or just a regular mirage. Like it's not like the Black Swan. That's just a flat open horizon, straight. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
You want to say that this is looming? Or you want to say that this is maybe?
I'm not finding a.
You will not find anything because that is not happening. You will not find anything about extending horizon, my man. Because of that, we are telling you.
But water's also an object.
You have objects on horizon. Horizon itself cannot extend 10 times further. Are you listening?
But the horizon's also an object because the horizon is made up of the water if you're looking past the ocean.
Horizon
just like every
is
other object.
Horizon is an object.
Hmm?
You are saying the horizon is an object.
Yeah, because it's made up of water. If you're looking past the horizon, it wouldn't. You're supposed to treat everything the same, right? So, like, if it happens if a Fata Morgana,
Horizon
if your
is
mirage
made
happens to a oil rig, it should
water.
happen to the horizon at the same time, because that's what the light is doing. It's reflecting off the object. So the horizon can appear further when the light is bouncing off.
Horizon is not the object. Horizon is a apparent location where the sky meets the ground or water.
Is a cup of water an object?
Is it horizon, apparent location when the ground meets the sky or water meets the sky?
Okay. I'm saying that can appear farther, like with every other object in view, with a superior mirage. And so therefore
No, you
you'd see
cannot
further.
appear further. No, you cannot. You cannot. You are saying now bullshit. That is not true.
Why can it not? If it's also an object, if the light is doing the same thing to the oil rig as it is with the water, why would it not appear further?
Okay, great. Now you will put John Smith, 1973. Then after that, Miller, 1999. They proved everything, citation, experiment, everything that's what's happening. It's extending horizon because of superior mirage. Can you do that, please?
I mean, if I could find a source.
Oh, really? But you
I'm
can
just making a logical guess, right?
what is
My educated
logical
guess is that
here,
the
man?
light would act
What
the
is
same on the
logical
ocean
here?
as it would with objects.
Listen, this. You're saying something logical, what is not logical.
That's called making it up as you go along.
Okay.
Can you have your cake and eat it too?
Maybe.
Okay. You've lost your mind, sir.
I don't think I've lost anything.
Well, you've lost your ability to reason.
Logic?
I don't know
Speaking about
how.
logic. I want some side goal logic.
See, I don't
Once you
know
eat your
how
cake,
it would
it's
be
gone.
illogical.
You won't
I don't know how. I'm not sure how it'd be illogical to say that.
You just said the horizon is an object, and then said it's apparent, and then said, well, it's apparently geometrical, and we can apparently see the object further than what the object actually is.
Mm-hmm.
Is that logic?
If the light is hitting the, I think
No,
it's
is
logical
that
if the light is
logical?
hit. Yes, if the light hits the water of the ocean and the oil rig and reflects at the same way based on the atmosphere, hits your eye, then it will appear further than the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, but you're saying that what we're seeing is not actually what's there. You're making the claim that basically that the image itself is a hologram. You've got to substantiate that. Otherwise, we're just what it is what we're seeing.
Yes, it's a mirage. That is what a mirage is.
Okay, substantiate that because I just posted a picture of a mirage. That's not what a mirage looks
Are you
like.
fucking idiot? Are you fucking idiot? You are saying that horizon is a mirage. Are you fucking idiot?
I'm let me
I
post,
need to speak
where's
now
the,
like this. Sorry, because this is too much, man. You are offending me, man. You cannot speak like that. This is too much. This is not. This is nonsense.
Okay, there's the picture. If you look at the oil rigs themselves, it's obviously a mirage because of the shape of the freaking bars. When it comes to the horizon, my guess is that.
Hold on. Once again, the oil rigs are not really part of the argument. The argument is about the horizon. So let me just, if you want to say that the horizon is a physical position, right? The problem with that is that I'll give you an analogy, right? So say that there's a hill, like a physical hill, right? We're on opposite sides of it. The hill's blocking our view of each other, right? You still with me? All right, cool. Now there's kind of inverted air layers, refraction, temperature, whatever. At any point, are you going to see the hill appear behind me because the light is bending? Because if it's supposed to be a physical object that is at 1.2 miles, then how could it be appearing behind the distorted rigs that's 9 miles away? That's almost a order of magnitude of difference. And there's also that if the rigs appear in front of the horizon, right, that means that the light reflecting off of those rigs, which you mentioned, is reaching the camera first. Now, how does that happen when the horizon is supposed to be at 1.2 miles?
Can I tell you something honestly? That oil rig about what you're speaking need to be 66 or 60 feet under the water, but doesn't matter,
this is just another hand wave. It's another hand wave of the Black Swan because they don't understand it. They refuse to accept the implications of what the Black Swan shows, or any of the
And so
Black
what
Swan.
they basically have to claim is that the obstruction is appearing behind what's obstructed because the light's bending. It's like, okay, cool, but you can't even demonstrate something like that.
That the light is. My assumption would be that the superior mirage is happening to the whole image at the same time, and that's how you'd get the effect.
Well, that's the problem. You're making an assumption. Can you demonstrate?
Well, you're assuming that the Earth is flat by looking at the
We're
image.
not assuming. We're making an observation of it and seeing that it is flat. You are making the assumption that what you're seeing is not what it actually is. So you're going to have to substantiate that.
I wouldn't even go so far as to say flat. I would just say that it proves it's not a globe of the size.
Right, it can't be a globe because it's not curving at that necessary 8 inches per mile squared rate, at any rate.
How can you prove it's not curving at all just by looking at the image?
Well, okay, look, so do you know where the geometric horizon is supposed to be if it is curving at that necessary 8 inches per mile squared rate? For it to be the ball that you've been saying that it is the whole time in order to get orbital mechanics and all this stuff you've been talking about. Do you know where that horizon should be?
Yeah, it should be a shorter distance than what's shown in the image.
Well, there's a specific distance.
But the image
based on the
is
geometry of your ball
longer.
Earth. There's a specific distance. Do you know what it is?
Nope.
Okay, it's 1.225 miles.
1.225 miles.
Right, so where is it? Where is the horizon?
Horizon would be in front of the oil rigs.
It's out past the oil rigs. It's behind them. The furthest one is 9.4 miles, so it's somewhere out there around 10 miles, maybe even further for all we know, but we'll give you 10. So you're off by a factor of 10. And you want to just hand wave that all away as if it's just an illusion. What we're looking at is just a mirage, even though mirages don't look like that. So that's a problem. A factor of 10. We have an observation from that same location where we can see the island 30 miles out. Now it's off by a factor of 30. Is that all just an illusion too? Why? Like, how are we the ones making the assumption here? You're the one looking at something and assuming that it's not what we're seeing.
He's got a much bigger problem as well, though. He said orbits wouldn't make sense on a flat Earth. Actually, orbit means to wheel or circuit, only possible flat surface. And the only way demonstrating this is through quantum levitation or magnetism, and it only works on a level surface foundation. That's how real orbits reality.
Only works on the flat Earth, not using gravity.
Yeah, you can't even demonstrate their sort of magical ball orbits don't even exist. That's only in cartoons. Real orbits require a flat surface on a foundation. There isn't even another option.
Well, they kind of do orbit on a flat surface. It's just they're orbiting around, a slice of, the circumference.
No,
they're not
you don't
like
even
wavering in
have
orbit. The orbit goes
they're
in
orbiting
a
on
circle.
the flat Earth. No, they're not orbiting, but if they were, they require a flat surface. That's what every demonstration ever presents itself as, a flat surface with a foundation. There's no such thing as balls orbiting at all. You don't even have an example.
Mm. Yeah,
Live
well,
stream voice check right there. It's in the
if
live
the
stream
Earth
right
was
there.
flat,
there's an
then
example. No, there's no if. It is. It's already proven. There's no if. That's how it works.
it'd be like all the object. There couldn't be any satellites whatsoever, right? Because
There are no satellites. Yeah, there are no. we
right.
don't
So that's
use
why you're
them.
saying it. Because
Yeah,
how would they be curving?
in the military? Yeah, in the military.
Why would they be
we use
traveling?
right, there are no satellites. Exactly. If there are orbits, again, in order to have an orbit, it requires a flat surface on a foundation. There isn't even a claim otherwise. And in the military, you can ask BattleMod. We use J-stars and air warning and control systems. There are no satellites transmitting signals to us. We have to use literally $1 billion aircraft system of dozens of aircraft to give us information. If we had satellites, we wouldn't need hundreds of aircraft giving us the information through radars and sonars and that from the air. JSTARS is the land-based, right? It shows you what the land looks like, and the AWACS shows you what the objects in the air and where their locations are. So there are no satellites.
That's called redundancy. We can have both at the same time, just like ground-based and space-based.
There are no satellites.
Infrared.
It doesn't matter anyway. That's why you have to hide from curvature anyway. That's why you have to hide. You have to go to other things that are in your imagination and hide from what we can prove. So it's all begging the question. You don't have.
All right.
Yep, known satellites are they're hovering via balloons because there's no such thing as perpetual energy machines that can just magically float around. That's why they have to buy all the helium.
Well, an object in motion stays in motion. Do we believe in that?
Yeah, in real life, planes fall down.
How that will
Hold on.
the curvature again?
Hold on,
I need to take that up. How does it feel the curvature again?
What'd you say?
The same question. How that question will form the curvature in reality?
Do you know planes, when they turn their engines off, bro? You know when planes turn their engines off, they start to fall? Do you know that?
I mean, I guess. I mean, if you wanted to glide them, could you glide them?
Yeah,
I'm not a
still lose
pilot.
energy, and eventually you cannot glide forever. It takes energy. That's why we have to have engines on airplanes. Yeah.
Yeah, because of drag, which is apparently there, which is obviously there. Atmospheric drag.
Maybe it's time now to
are shaped the way they are.
Tides were like that, huh? Maybe it's time that you ask now how tides work on flat Earth. That would be good question.
How do tides work on flat Earth?
How they require a flat Earth.
Huh?
How tides work on globe?
Oh, how do tides work on globe? So you can see that the gravitational pull of the moon is causing the
gravitational pull. You can see listen this. You can see where we can see gravitational pull.
Well, what I can see is that the moon appears to pass, but there are two high tides about.
Yeah, I was just going to say.
This means that you have a high tide on the opposite side of the ball. Right.
Well, maybe then the sun is doing the rest of the work.
Now about birds.
Maybe that's called science. That's called. Wait. Did you? Hold on, relax, Sasha. Hold on.
No, I cannot relax. I observe birds, and they are falling every time near that tides. I think that birds causing that tides.
What? I'm sorry.
Birds. I'm with you, Sasha. Sasha, I agree. I'm going to translate.
Gravitational pull. Where we can see that? On television, in nature, underground, in the water, where?
Sasha, can you ask me what type of birds cause the tides? I want to tell you about it. It's my new study. I want to tell you about my bird study. They're called penguins. They cause the tides. They're birds in the water. You're welcome.
Pegasus causing.
Pegasus.
You know, it's very very near to unicorns, but they don't like Pegasus. You know, they're not so good.
Pegasus. Oh yeah, well Pegasus, that's a stretch. Yeah.
Yeah. Because unicorns they disproved all gravity shit.
Pegasus are the best. Yeah, they disprove gravity. But real quick, I mean, that's the thing is that he just said maybe. I mean, this is again the belief of the outer space religion. The evolutionist just literally hangs everything on maybe. It just must have happened. It's in the imagination, Sasha. It's not a real conversation. You're
and I think it's better that he speak with me. If you continue, I know where this will finish.
Okay, you take it away, Sasha. When you need me, let me know. I'll just stand on the sidelines. I'll go back to cleaning the bathrooms. You go ahead.
No. I need you now. I want that you speak with him.
Okay. Well, I think penguins cause the tides, bro. They're in the water, and they're birds in the waters. Anybody want to disagree with that? That's my opinion. I think penguins cause the tides on the flat Earth.
Dodo birds.
Penguins, the dodo birds, they're causing the waves.
Right.
I have proof.
Right. Well, the point is, at least I have a flat Earth I can prove. I can prove the flat Earth. Why the tides are caused, I'm not insane enough to hide from what I can prove. A way object. That's the point.
Wait a
so in
second.
reality, we go, wow, look, there's the ocean, there's the flat Earth. I can't tell you how the creator made the tides work. I'm not an infanticist living in a cartoon. You'd have to be crazy to think you know how the tides work when you're scared of Earth curvature. If you're scared of a straight line, how could you claim you know how the ocean works? That's way more complicated.
So, what's the flat Earth theory on why there's tides?
I don't have a theory. I don't have a theory. I'm not a person living in a cartoon.
Like idiots, you know?
Right. Well, okay, well, hold on, Sasha. What's the theory of why the Earth is flat in the globe Earth religion? That was easy. You like that, Sasha? That's how it's done. Yep, that was easy. Thanks for playing.
Ask him about morality.
That's next. We're next up. Now, do you believe in morality, a way object, or do you think that it's okay just to have your own personal subjective morality?
Oh yeah, I believe that morality is based on kind of like we kind of like came up with it based on
you can do it.
evolution.
Come on, you can do it. There you go, man. Evolution makes. There you got it, Sasha.
Yeah,
evolution
it's completely based on evolution. It's based on our best interest to remain human.
I can't believe Battle Mod's. I can't believe Battle Mod's letting me do this. This is called a shooting gallery, but Battle Mod just has too many heads on his wall. He's taking out too many people. I cannot believe he's letting me do this. This is unbelievable. Yeah, Sasha, that's it. Evolution makes everything. Evolution makes chia pet balls in space, and it makes internet heroes, and it makes morality too. Sasha, you didn't know that?
Mm-hmm.
Well, there you have it. If you believe in evolution, Sasha, there's no such thing as any rules unless you believe in reality. Now you have to have explanations to why things work that we can't prove. The evolutionist will then ask you, how do tides work? Because I'm trying to show you I can accept my senses. I now have to go beyond my senses, Sasha, and tell you why things that we can't prove how they work. You see, that's what the evolutionist doesn't even know anything about his own belief system, but he thinks he knows how cartoons and outer space work. So I can't do anything, Sasha. So
let me give a little bit of backup to my claim, right? So every animal.
Does information also evaluate it?
That's right, Sasha. Yep, information accidentally made itself.
Was like how to say. I know my English is bad. How to say that also information was made by evolution? How to say it in good phrase?
Exactly. That's called spontaneous information. Yep, spontaneous generation information. Sasha, you got it.
You know, information came from nothing. You know, exploded in an information. We people have information. Do you know what is information? We have information. How that fucking came from the space?
How did information, how did consciousness come from like nothing? The great freaking quantum soup, you know.
Presupposing quantum soup. Evolution, relativity, morality.
Anti-morality, sophist morality, old house.
Anti-morality. I'm not like anti-morality.
It's all relative.
Let me give a big a little bit of an explanation of what I mean. So my idea of morality is that people in general, like we want to continue on humans. Humans like humans, and humans like to reproduce, right? So our moral is to treat each other nice, and all that we all know the morals of how to be.
So you're
good
saying
person,
it's so if I have more
good
so
people
Sasha,
to
okay. No, we're not good. So you don't believe in words anyway. So if I get together and I create a consensus and a majority of the population agrees with me, it's okay to, of course, take your resource. Yeah,
it's all relative.
Good and bad is kind of just based on how well as a human race we can do.
Can you tell me one answer, one question? How we get that? Only what you say. How we get that?
Oh, the whole evolution thing? I mean...
No evolution thing.
Morality?
Yeah.
Morality is in our DNA. Morality is just what we call our human nature.
Do you have any, listen, this is better. Do you have any logic information that some morality came from somewhere? Do you have any information that maybe came from somewhere?
It came from ourselves. We made it up. We created it because we had to, because we're people.
Yeah.
It's inherent within ourselves to be good people, or else the human race wouldn't exist.
Written in one book. This.
Where do you think you got that information? Where do you think that comes from?
I just think it's basically self-explanatory, right? We're here because we're good to each
How
other.
is it self-explanatory? There's people that go out and do evil stuff that weren't taught things that you're talking about. That it's self-explanatory, but there's people that go and kill people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How is that what you're saying? It has to be taught.
It's those people, since if they're a net negative on humanity.
I'm going to stop now so you can explain your stupidity.
I was explaining it. So they're a net negative on humanity, so they're immoral people. There can be both moral people and immoral people, but the reason we have decent, good morality is that, it's for ourselves. It's so that the human race can survive, because if it wasn't, then we'd all be killing each other, and that would be evolutionarily completely ridiculous, because then we wouldn't exist, right? That's against life.
When was the moment that people realized that it's time for morality?
Huh?
When was the moment when one man realized that it's time for the morality?
There was never a moment. It was within us the whole time.
Really? But we have some kind of moments written that somebody telling us to be like that.
Where was slavery morality?
We were freaking wrong.
We were wrong. Hey, can I ask some of you guys to not shout into your microphones, because it is killing me. Okay, and you're cutting out because you're shouting. Relax.
I agree, guys. Listen, one at a time, nice and slow. I'm going to let somebody else speak. Okay, so either Sasha or Master Chief or the evolutionist without a claim, one of you can speak.
Yeah, I apologize. It's just I was triggered.
I know what happened. So
I just have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
How do the amoral and immoral squirrels survive?
Well, the moral squirrels are going to go on and reproduce and make more squirrels and have, a decent living, while the immoral squirrels are probably just going to shrivel up and die, and it will be worse for the squirrel population. So, over time, squirrels exist, and if all the squirrels were immoral, then there would be no squirrels, and therefore it'd be a failed species, right? Humans are not really a failed species because we are mostly good to each other, and we can survive, and we can, so kind of the whole.
It sounds like you're equating morality with survival. It sounds like you're equating morality with survival. Would you say there is any such thing as an objective moral truth?
There is no objective moral truth whatsoever.
There is.
Because
it's wrong to kill babies. That's an objective moral truth.
You just said they were
not for the aliens. So if I was a super advanced alien species and I was in it for myself because my evolution told me so, because that's in my DNA, and how much would I care about killing like an infant baby? I wouldn't care that much. That wouldn't be inherently immoral. It would suck for the humans, and for humans to do that to a infant would be immoral for the humans.
Okay, we're way in the weeds. Too far.
We're not even in the weeds. This is my explanation.
We're so far in. This is pure insanity.
Sir, you didn't even give an explanation.
That is exactly my
horizon is
one at a time, guys. Listen, I just tried to listen, bro. Back it up. Listen, let's get back to your religious point of view. You believe in evolution. Do you think evolution is scientific, a way object?
Scientific? I guess so.
You get guess. So no then. So I guess would not. Be
yes.
Even that answer is not okay. There you go.
What does it mean by scientific? Does it follow the scientific method?
No, that's what I'm saying. In your opinion, I'll even let you use. Do you want to choose a type of science? Because I know atheists have their own viewpoints on science. So what would be your scientific definition? Again, you're talking to me, not somebody else. I will allow you to have it real quick. So go ahead. What science?
Evolution Yeah, we call evolution as a science because whatever. I forgot what it is. What
That's
they
fine.
call
Good enough.
it.
I'm so lackadaisical. I'm so liberal. I'll take that. Perfect. Evolution is science. Great. Can you give me one example of evolution science without a presupposition?
One example, like what the Darwin finches.
That's going to have a presupposition. So if you can't use that. You'd have to use something without a presupposition, which would be science, even objection. Like you can objectively experience something that could, like this was evolution, or I saw this, or I experienced, or there was an event away, right? An event happened that I'm assuming you believe in, and that's why you believe in evolution. What was that event or scientific experience?
Oh, like I literally see evolution take place? No, sorry, it happens too slowly. I can't.
Okay, so is there such thing as an example of evolution that has happened in history without a presupposition?
An example of evolution happening in like modern history over the course of what would that be? A couple thousand years?
Let me make it even easier. Let me make it even easier. Okay, I don't know. That's a good answer. What is the reason you believe in evolution? How's that?
Because I feel like when we compare ourselves to other animals, the similarities are just really vast, and so you can say, okay, these people or these animals kind of like changed into these animals. They kind of split off into their own.
So it's okay. That's a precept. So because of a presuppositional belief system, because of your preconceived belief, because things are then similar, therefore it proves a preconceived presuppositional assumption, religious belief in evolution. See, that's still a presupposition.
That's why it's the theory of evolution, baby.
It's a theory, right? So is it a scientific theory or something else?
It's good enough for science. I think it's a pretty good one.
Show me. Okay, so then we're back. Since you use science again, what is the science of evolution? Just give me any example of science.
If you take over a long span of time, you could, but you can't do it in a short span of time. So what are you trying to make me say?
But that's back to your imagination. That's back to the religion again. You're going back to your imagining point. So again, you'd have to actually have an event recorded. Did somebody else record it? Okay, I'm going to give you another limb. You said the Darwin finches. So you're saying birds making birds is evolution. That's what you're saying?
Well, if they evolve different kinds of beaks, maybe that could be evidence to support the theory of evolution because of how similar they are, but their difference, right? So that would just be evidence towards that, right?
Okay, so if you're saying, so that's fine. Watch, I'm going to go along with that non-claim. Watch this. So you're saying if birds make only birds, in fact, not just birds, you're saying finches only make a variety of finches, let's say over a 5,000 year time span, that's evolution.
If they make something that is genetically different, then how would it not be evolution?
No, they're the same. No, that's the point, is that they're genetically the same. Even
how are they genetically the same?
You're not listening. You got to listen. So you're saying I'm genetically different than my parents that are both different looking than me?
Very, very slightly, but that's not evolution.
No, they're not. I'm 100% based off the already existing gene pool. There's not even an ounce of gene. There's nothing, not even hypothetically different about the gene pool. That's why it's called a gene pool. So my two parents created my gene pool that's based off of an already existing gene pool, and I'm very different than both my parents. I'm much taller than both my parents, okay, for an example.
And your genetics are from them, but it's a combination of them, so they're unique to you, unless you have a twin.
It's called a gene pool, so there's no new information. So that goes back to the finches. The finches only making finches based off of a finch gene pool for thousands of years. Do you consider that evolution?
How would you know if they're exactly the same, if there's genetic mutation? Because if they're exactly the same...
No, they are. No, listen. Wait, I didn't say they are. This is a hypothetical. I'm saying, do you consider this evolution if finches stay literally within the same gene pool for thousands of years? Let's just say 5,000 years. 5,000 years of finches making the same birds, same combinations, different colored feathers, slightly different beaks, right? Just like I'm slightly different than my parents. That's within the exact same gene pool. You consider that evolution?
Yeah.
Thank you. So you admit that evolution is actually just not changing and staying the same kind, literally, not even changing speciation to use evolution. You see, Sasha, they actually don't even believe in evolution. They call normal reproduction evolution.
The problem is they actually did change because they changed for a reason. They
No, they
have
didn't.
different shaped
Nope.
beaks
Man,
because
man,
of the shape.
man,
No,
you
that's
can
the same.
speak
No,
about this,
exactly.
you know,
Hold
like
on, Sasha. Hold on. I know. Relax. Hold on, Sasha. I'll give it back to you, Sasha. But watch. That's the point. He is saying staying the exact same breed, not even a different breed, is evolution. That's what they're claiming now. They're claiming that staying within the exact same gene pool, having the variation, remember, it's called a variation within the kind. The variation already exists. It allows for slightly different color. Like my two cats, I have a mackerel and a tabby cat. They made white cats, orange cats, and mackerel cats, all from the same gene pool, orange, white, and dark. All from the same gene pool, all cats only making cats, and they consider cats making kittens evolution. Finches making finches evolution. Horses making only horses, they consider that evolution. That's what this magical paradigm does to them. It destroys their ability to think, Sasha. They don't even understand their own religion.
But don't forget.
Hold on.
Wait, I need to speak with Ixo. Don't forget, Ixo, that everything started before in water, you know? And amoebas, you know, and everything. And when amoebas and whatever, that first animal when it came out from the water, you know, then do you know what's happened? Then they get organs, liver, heart, you know, all these organs. What they have function, you know, what you know, when they come out from outside, they kidneys, you know, they got kidneys because they needed kidneys, you know.
Yeah.
Lungs, Sasha, lungs. Don't forget lungs. Lungs
Sasha,
was
I'm talking to
important.
you. Sasha, I'm talking to you. Watch this. He says that no, if they stay the same kind of fish and stay in the water, it's still evolution. That's the problem. He doesn't even know what evolution is, Sasha.
Are they the
he
same
says if
kind?
it stays the same. Right, he says if it stays the same, Sasha, it's still evolution.
They're
so
not
sorry,
the
he doesn't
same.
even need changes. They are
They're
the
not
same.
Is
Yes,
half
so
the
you're
litter of
saying
your
humans-
kittens are their legs twice as long?
Stop. Yes, they're all the same kind. They're the same family, same
Are
genus.
half the litter
yes,
of the
everything's
cats
the same.
Are their legs like twice as long? Because that's like a
No,
physical
they're
difference.
all
That's
the
a
same.
large
It doesn't. So you're saying a small person is no longer human, or a really tall person is no longer human? Which one's not human anymore?
No, he's saying
They're both human. It's just it's
See, there's no,
genetic
right, so
diversity.
it's the same.
No,
it's the same. So is there? Hold
Same
on,
species,
Sasha.
but they still
Hold
have
on.
different
Nope,
genetics.
there's no such thing. Nope, it's the same. So you're saying staying in the same family is still evolution. See, Sasha, he doesn't even understand his own belief system. He believes and admits now for the 10th time. Okay, Sasha, I'll give it up to you. Just for the record, for the audience, staying the same and the same family,
bullshit,
literally the
what he's
same
saying.
kind. They're saying that staying the same is evolution. Audience, thank you.
I know my friend one, he wanted to be in water, and he bought his swimming pool, and he spent like 20 hours every day in water. And after 20 years of doing that, he became fish. He have no lungs, and he's still now swimming there and with other fishes. He's in the river.
Oh.
He
So you're
don't
saying
like
that-
salty. He don't like salty because he still didn't ever how to say, evolution didn't give him more that he can also survive in the salty water.
Does
But
he have a taste for sushi? Does
But
he have a
how
taste
did
for
his
sushi
genes change that much with himself?
They didn't. It's a joke. Oh wait, it's a
I know.
joke. They don't. Genes don't change.
So
They
that's
stay
exactly
within the
right.
gene pool, which, again, Sasha, he says that staying the same is evolution. For the record,
I didn't say staying the same is evolution because you're not saying the same.
finches staying the exact same family of finches, not even a different kind of bird. Yes, they're all finches. They stay within the family, just like I'm not identical to my parents. Only staying finches is evolution to the modern age.
But
Only staying finches, but having different variations.
Only you have stories
normal
about
reproduction,
evolution.
yes.
You
Not
don't have
variations,
anything.
you
Right.
There
You
are
don't have
variations.
You might want to help.
There's
him out.
not
based on the area
variations,
of
you
the
numpty
island.
piece of shit. They all have beaks. They all have esophaguses. They all have the same fucking song. They all eat the same fucking thing. Seeds.
But why are you so upset though?
A long-beaked
because it's not evolution.
finch.
It doesn't matter what there is and what
It's not a
there
finch if
isn't.
it has a long beak.
A long-beaked finch is going to give birth to like a whole bunch of short-beaked finches
Shut
that
the
can't
fuck up,
survive
dude.
because of their island.
Yo,
Some might be slightly
Finch
shorter.
is a fucking fish. You fucking
Those are different types of finches.
I
on the
know
same
you
island.
guys
That's
hear me,
evolution.
right?
Yes, let
Oh.
Elijah talk.
Joshua, speak out of pocket again, and you're gonna get muted. You're not gonna be sitting here cursing all over the live stream when no one else is having that language. Be a leader. Okay. And anybody else?
All right, Elijah. My bad. That is uncalled for.
Okay.
You're good.
With
You're
the
good.
cherry, with the cherry story about evolution, it's story, and we don't have any scientific proof for evolution.
But Sasha, let the sleeping dog lie. He says staying in the exact, not even a different kind of bird, the same bird, staying the same type and kind of bird as evolution.
All the night, whatever he wants. He can speak all the night, and that is from his mouth. I will tell you, there is no scientific proof for evolution, and that's it. You can speak now for 4.5 billion years if you want.
So how's there different races of humans?
There
Oh my
aren't. Wow,
God.
you believe in. Wow, he thinks there's different. They're not. That's the thing. We're all one human. We're all one of human, the same kind. It's called mankind.
We're in the
and
same
you're saying that
species, but we have genetic
same kind.
differences.
No, they're same kind. All humans are the same, and there's no such thing as two humans making anything other than what, Sasha? A human. Is there any chance for two humans, a male and a female, to make anything but a human? Any chance at all?
No, they're going to make a human.
And that's
right.
And that's evolution.
However,
yep, and you believe that's evolution.
But it depends. But two different kinds of humans are going to make.
They're not different kinds,
combination.
so that's a lie. That's a lie. So now you're lying because you're triggered. That's not. There's no such thing as.
I'm lying because I'm triggered. I'm not triggered, and I'm not
yes,
lying.
if they can reproduce by necessary, yes, because you don't understand reality. You're stuck in a fairy tale. By necessary antecedent, if two humans bring forth, they are the same. They're human. Period.
Maybe he means to ask why are there different colors of individuals?
Why is there just different kinds of humans? Why is there different races?
No, they're not different kinds, just different colors.
There's different races of people.
I think you're talking about different kinds of evolution, macroevolution.
I'm not going to get into like race
No, there's
theory
no
or
such thing,
anything,
Matthew. No, that's incorrect, Matthew. There's no such thing as either. They're both the same, Matthew. You can stop. Thanks.
You can hold on for a second.
Macroevolution is if you change species.
So
hold on a second. Wait. Hold on a second. Now, you see your way object. What just happened here is your religion made you step into a big old pile of eugenics. You see what just happened?
Yes, he says different kinds of humans. He thinks there's different human races. Yes, it's insane.
That's sick, bro. I'm just letting you know. I'm not like, you got to figure out what just happened in your mind. You went from evolution means different types of humans, which, eventually ends up in gas chambers. I just want you to know how that goes. You know what I'm saying? Think about that for a second.
Yeah, if you decide to be, a terrible person, but at least to have morals.
Well, now wait, you don't decide to have morals. You said that's baked into our genetic code because of evolution, remember? And you can't fight that you're going to be a geneticist, like a eugenicist. You get that, right?
Well, he doesn't have morals. He's
But
already
the thing
admitting
is,
this by lying.
the genetic difference between all races of people is so small that different races of people aren't even in categories of and I looked this up before, but of what was it called? Subspecies, right? So you know how like there's the Homo sapiens sapiens and then there's the Homo the Homo Neanderthal.
Cartoons.
So those are different subspecies of the same species.
Absolutely
right?
no such thing. Sorry.
Different humans are within the same subspecies of Homo sapiens sapien because have how similar. Yet they're still genetically different. Because if they weren't, everyone would look exactly the
there's
same.
no such thing. Nope, absolutely wrong. No, they already have the ability to make different offspring based on an already existing gene pool. It's called variation within a kind. Allele frequencies are only variations of already existing genes. There's no new information. So 400 million years of horseshoe crabs staying the same is evolution, right? Away object staying the same for 400 million years.
Why the heck would they need to evolve if they can suit in their own environment?
There you go. So
they can remain the same.
So it's staying the same evolution for 400 million years? Is that evolution?
They wouldn't need to evolve much. Evolve is change,
is that
right? If they don't need to change,
I can't get an answer. So is that evolution? Is that evolution staying the same for 400 million years?
It's an interesting case. I guess not, because they didn't evolve.
Okay, so are there any examples of evolution that you know of?
Oh, at first he has to define it. Has he done that yet?
I don't understand how.
Orion, I agree. Now, Orion, you take over. Do your thing, Orion. But I was giving him his pseudo version. Yeah, he doesn't have a definition. So you start your type of conversation. Go ahead. Let's see if we can answer. Go ahead.
Well, let's see if he can find an official one. Do you have an official definition for evolution?
I'd say that evolution is when you take a small mutation of a gene and your next of kin that is going to help you survive in your current environment. So your children's children and so on are going to be better suited for the environment and they can survive better, because that's pretty much the meaning of life, is for your own species to survive, your own kind, and to thrive in whatever environment you're set in. And so that would be kind of my definition of evolution. Would be small changes over time in the genes, even if it's in the same species, to better suit the environment.
Okay, so I wasn't asking for your definition, your own personal one. I was asking for the definition, like the kind that you look up in the dictionary.
I think that's closer to the definition. If it's not, then what the hell
there's
is
another
it?
problem. I got to help Orion out. So Orion, there's another problem, is that he didn't describe evolution. He described normal reproduction. That's what staying cats and kittens and dogs making puppies is. Yeah, thanks.
It sounded like he described adaptation almost, but not even that.
Adaptation is evolution. What are you talking? It's the same thing.
Right? No, he didn't describe that.
The same thing. Why would we need two words for the same thing? And if it's the same thing, can you find the official definition for it? Not your definition, but the official definition for it? Can you post that in the live stream text for us?
Sure.
So,
okay. But here's hold on 1 second. Just to Orion, he did not describe adaptation. He described normal reproduction. That's not even adaptation. He described something already having
It's
the
literally what I just said. Like I said, the official
I'm talking. Hey, I know. Relax. Your religion's being crushed. Let me explain. He just described something already having the ability. So that's not even adaptation. Thank you.
Already having the ability. How about evolution?
Too easy.
Doesn't exist. It's just reproduction does what the definition of evolution does.
Reproduction is your own personal definition again, or is this the official one?
This is the official definition, which is
It sounds like something you just made up.
I literally got this from Wikipedia. I posted in chat.
Wikipedia. I'm not. Can you get a source, maybe a little bit?
Source.
Than that? Like
why
Webster's, or maybe
okay,
at least a textbook, a citation of some kind. Something that's clear cut, something that doesn't really leave anything to the imagination.
Question is,
so we're not about the imagination here. We're about objective reality here.
This is the main idea of evolution. Me finding another source that says it in a slightly different way isn't going to change anything. I don't know.
Cambridge Dictionary: the way in which living things change and develop over millions of years, and then down it's written Darwin theory of evolution.
There, same thing. Evolution is changing heritable.
Okay, so now what evidence we have to support?
Is it written Darwin scientific theory or Darwin theory of evolution?
Which theory of evolution it is?
You mean that theory and scientific theory are the same thing?
Is there different theories of evolution?
No. What he means is there's two different types of theories. So there's a colloquial theory, which could be me pointing up at the stars and saying, oh, those stars are just glowing unicorns clustering together far away. So that'd be a colloquial theory. Any idiot can come up with a colloquial theory. But a scientific theory is something that has evidence behind it. So is this a colloquial theory of evolution, or is this a scientific theory of evolution?
If it was just come up with by Darwin, then
it
depends how. Like, I'd say scientific, but I mean, the theory is still the theory of evolution that Darwin started.
You will say scientific, but you will be
either
wrong
way,
because it's not. You can say it's scientific, but it's not.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a colloquial theory, dude. It means that just, anybody could have come up with it. There's no evidence backing it, and I'm not even entirely sure that the definition is a sound one at that. Well, there's no evidence backing it, so what difference does it make?
So any old Joe back in the day could have come up with that and been like, "This is my theory," and it would have been just as good as Darwin's theory of evolution.
No. What I'm saying is it would be just as valid as if I were to say right now, we didn't evolve from monkeys. We evolved from rats. That whole going from the rat to the monkey and then monkey to human. No, it didn't work that way. We just came directly from rats. Now you see that claim that I just made right there, that hypothetical claim. I'm not really claiming that, but let's just pretend I'm claiming that. That claim that we came from rats instead of monkeys is equally valid to the claim as the claim that we came from monkeys. So there's just as much evidence for both, and they're both colloquial theories, not scientific theories. So do you see how it's kind of bullshit if there's no evidence backing it? It's a colloquial theory. It can be dismissed.
How would those be the same if empirically you could see that we look similar to chimps than we do to rats?
We look similar to bears. No, we have the same feet as bears as well. So which one did we come from?
We don't
Chimps
look facially the same as bears. Sure,
no,
we may
don't.
have
Yes,
some.
I'm sorry. That's irrelevant. Then you just crossed the line into more theories and more imagination.
I'm just talking about like literally.
It's not empirical.
Literally how similarity, like how similar you look.
But that's an opinion. It's subjective. We're talking about direct evidence. So would you have any direct evidence that we came from monkeys? Yes or no?
So that couldn't be evidence. Looking at the similarities between us and species,
no, it could not be.
Theory
of
evolution.
Yeah, of course.
Dear God, no.
So how would you do it? You'd have to like.
That means that watermelon and melon are the same. They are spherical and they're similar.
Yeah, you could say, okay, melons, lots of melons, different melons look similar, so we'll put it in the category of melon, and so therefore they might have evolved or split off from each other at some point down the line. Yes, that would make sense. That would be some sort of evidence by looking and seeing things that are similar. They have seeds that are like this. They have flesh like this.
No, it's not evidence either. We're talking about direct evidence that this came from that, all right? So you have to show evidence for the process of reproduction having happened and something different coming from something else in the past. So, like, again, I'll put forth the theory to you again. This is a bullshit theory. Let's pretend for a second I'm claiming this. We came from rats, not monkeys. So is the burden of proof on your side to prove to me that we didn't come from rats? Or is the burden of proof on my side to prove to you that we came from rats? Who has the burden of proof if they make that
You
claim?
have the burden of proof, yeah.
All right, and I would have to really solidly demonstrate to you that we came from rats, right? Like I'd have to really prove it to you, right?
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is you got to really prove it to us that we came from monkeys. And when I try to find that evidence myself, I come up completely empty-handed. Just, I mean, that whole Lucy thing, the skeleton that they named Lucy, they dug up in Africa allegedly, turns out it's just a mixture of different animal and human bones mixed together. They're not even from the same skeleton.
That's true. That was a pretty big meme right there.
And
that
even
doesn't
that
mean there's not other
wouldn't be
skeletons.
evidence enough. Even if it was a legitimate skeleton, even then it wouldn't be evidence by itself. Sufficient evidence by itself.
Sufficient. So it wouldn't be any. Would it be any form of evidence whatsoever by seeing this and then making kind of like inferences? But the more pieces you have, doesn't it kind of like fit this puzzle that makes sense?
Well, what pieces, man? They're speaking about million years ago. They don't know what is 4,000 years old or 200 years old. What are you saying about?
What do you mean?
What happened? What they're saying about dinosaurs? When was dinosaurs? Let's say
65 million years ago or greater.
65. Okay, what happened between 34 and 33 million years ago?
30. Oh, like after the dinosaurs?
It's 1 million years happened between 34 and 33 million years. What happened in that 1 million years?
Well, if we find, hey, hold up. If we find bones that age at that date, we would have a greater understanding of
which bones are you speaking maybe of carbon dating?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Is carbon dating fake?
Oh my God.
No, it's not. Okay,
taking some samples of.
Yes, it is.
Okay, real quick, Sasha.
I want to tell you why. I even don't know, but my wife explained me this. That it's only guess.
Sasha.
You
Okay,
like-
carbon. Okay, real quick. So carbon is
Okay.
obviously a way object. Hold on, watch, Sasha. Watch. Give me 20 seconds. Count to 20, Sasha. So again, a way object. You gotta wait. Count in your head. A way object. Carbon dating only dates back to 50,000 years. So you think dinosaurs are 50,000 years old now? So that was easy. Also, radiometric dating is based on another presupposition. The other radiometric dating methods don't even have any science. They admit they're based on religious presuppositions that were invented before radiometric dating existed. They came up with the dates 100 years before the dating system existed. You have a religion. Thanks for playing. See, that was less than 20 seconds. Wasn't that nice, Sasha?
Listen, this is so. They're carbon dated something in 65 million because they find it something 65. They didn't find anything 20 million, 90 million, 80 million, 730,000.
Sasha, watch this. Sasha, Ace card. Sasha,
man, this is
Sasha,
sick.
watch this. I'm trying to impress you, Sasha. Ready? Watch this. Hey, away object. What if dinosaurs still exist? Does that change anything at all if dinosaurs still existed? Away object?
Does it change anything?
Yeah.
No, because there'd be different kinds of dinosaurs.
There you go. No. The same dinosaurs existing today that we find in fossilized. Same exact everything.
Oh, same exact dinosaurs?
Yes, same exact everything. Yes, same exact anatomy. 100% the exact same anatomical features.
Yeah, that'd be pretty crazy because you'd assume that majority of them would change
Just relax.
over
So
time.
So how about if I find creatures that are older, like a horseshoe crab? Horseshoe crabs are supposed to be much older than dinosaurs, and the exact anatomical matching horseshoe crabs still live today. So again, it's just a fictitious evolution religion.
But
you don't
that's
even
an
have a claim.
exception.
No, it's not an exception. You don't have a claim. Every time we show you that the animals are still alive, you just change your mind. See, it's an exception. It's over.
How many skeletons we find of dinosaurs in the world?
It doesn't matter. Some are still alive today.
No. It does matter. How many skeletons of dinosaurs we can find in the world?
A lot.
A lot? Are you sure?
Oh, a decent amount. I don't know.
Or maybe one bone?
One born?
Oh.
One bone.
There is no complete skeleton of any dinosaur.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
he
there's
already
no complete
admitted.
skeleton
Listen,
of any.
guys, he already. Did you guys not get the point? I'm trying to teach you, flat earthers. Did you not
We
know?
know how, but we know we will.
Sasha.
No, I know. I want to speak this. We want to assume how animal looks
Did you miss
like.
the point, guys? Listen, guys, I'm going to shut up, Sasha. I have to say this. Did you not notice, even if they're still alive today, he does not change his mind. It does not matter. There's nothing falsifiable about this fairy tale.
No. That's a good point. I think that would be a big hit against the theory of evolution. If the exact same dinosaurs and they're all the same, they existed today, that would be really... Because there would be so many that wouldn't change. That would really change
It's
how
irrelevant.
we think
You already said it's an exception away because horseshoe crabs, cockroaches, and dragonflies are found in older layers than dinosaurs, according to your religion. They're still alive today.
Okay, but
identical anatomy.
This is bullshit. This is bullshit. People find it out.
Damn, they must have been in the exact same environment the whole time. Like, I don't know.
Oh, there you go. So again, staying the same for millions of years is still evolution then? Away object?
They were in the same environment. Why would they need to change their genetics if they're in the same environment?
By necessary, they don't change genetics now. That doesn't happen. If something already doesn't have the ability to survive, it dies. So all the law of phylum, the law of life that we witness shows that all things already have to have the ability to survive. There's no such thing as going to an environment where I don't have the ability to survive, then I magically survive. If I don't have the ability, I die. So some dinosaurs still exist. Crocodiles still exist. All right. We also have Chinese water dragons that are small versions of Gigantosauruses. They still exist. Horseshoe crabs still exist. I mean, I'm sorry, but we have thousands of animals that still exist that are found in older layers than dinosaurs. So it doesn't matter. You've been crushed.
So where'd all the variation come from?
In 100 years, you can get literally hundreds of breeds of dogs, same exact kind, no speciation.
I think Saturn Ring has most influence.
Yeah, but why are there dogs and wolves?
Yeah,
because Saturn Ring.
Where did dogs come from? We evolved
dogs
wolves
come
to
from
become
wolves.
dogs.
Dogs come from wolves. That's what a necessary antecedent to a gene pool
artificial
is.
selection.
That is artificial selection, but also, you don't think there was like any kind of, I don't know. It's
So no
probably
claim.
mostly
So, way out,
artificial
it's
selection.
your claim, right? So again, you don't even have a claim for evolution. That's how easy this is.
Not only that, I want to point out, you just said we evolved wolves into dogs. Thanks.
We did artificially select the wolves. Yeah, that's not really true, but
It's not anywhere near true. Nowhere near. Not even in the same ballpark.
We're doing it
not
for
even
a
in the same
couple
fucking
thousand
country.
years, though,
Not
right?
really. Sorry?
How long were you doing it, though? For like a couple thousand years?
I don't know. I wasn't alive a couple thousand years ago. Do you want to talk about right now?
Well, you can write something down in 2,000 years, someone can read it and believe it, if it was true.
Yeah.
Are you going to live 2,000 years?
Can you
No,
write
but
something?
the people in 2,000 years might.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh my god.
Again. From here on out, you don't have to think that, some story, some fairy tale you were told when you were younger. You don't have to think it's fact and there's nothing to wonder about. Now you can once again wonder to yourself, where did we come from? How did we get here? How did the birds get here? How did the trees get here? Where the hell did these things come from? Because the truth is, they might tell you some story like they think they know how they got here. The reality is, I don't think anybody knows how any of us or any of these things got here.
Okay. That's fine. And I can keep wondering. That's fine.
By the way, domestication syndrome is not evolution.
What is that syndrome?
When you domesticate an animal, that is not evolving the animal.
That's true. I made a misstatement.
Okay, thank you. That's all I meant by shut the fuck up.
You think you live on a globe, right? Away?
Researchers have been able to. Yeah. 15 to 40,000 years to create dogs.
Yeah, that's a nice little story, but
years ago. 15,000.
It takes a couple hundred years, and you get dogs from wolves. What are you talking about?
If you want to come back, this is more important because we find out that the Black Swan is superior mirage.
That's a couple hundred years, yeah, probably. What, Black Swan?
Yeah, it's superior mirage.
Just give me a second. I got to use the bathroom real quick.
Okay. He's enjoying.
TMI, my friend. TMI.
I'd like to ask him where he thinks genetic information comes from, because that can evolve.
Or maybe to ask him, is this information, no rotation, no curvature, and no gas pressure, is not enough for him, and maybe move somewhere else? Because if it's not enough for him, what to pick?
I would just like to meet an observational scientist that actually agrees with their observation. Thanks.
I would like to meet an observational scientist, period. But what's that?
Yeah, exactly. There's one here right now. Matthew Learns is an observational scientist and then says you can't trust your observation. That's my favorite kind.
Well, so I would say marine biology. Observational science.
Well, I would say marine biology, psychotelemetry.
Hey, Gladflobe, I would say, my gosh.
What now? Yeah, that's what I just heard. That's what I just stepped in. Matthew, so that was cute. So were you were going to challenge another Glober, but from our side of this specific argument? Pseudo flat earther. You're going to moonlight as a flat earther on this specific argument?
Yeah, he wants to be your friend. Gladflobe, he wants to be your friend. I think he's already sent you a friend request.
I don't think Matthew's evolutionist, though, right?
No, that's right. I'm on your side on this one.
No, he just believes in millions of years and all the other parts of evolution, like the magical outer space religion that the Jesuits created. No big deal.
Oh, okay. Well, I just learned that. Sorry, Matthew. Carry on, guys.
I know the natural selection can create
No, you don't believe in evolution, but you think God lied to us in the Bible and that he fooled us by making a world we can't trust. That's much more safe, yeah.
Yeah.
God lied. He lied.
Now, God, somebody writes that thinks about.
No, I have more respect for the psychopath
Bible.
away object than I do someone that says God would lie to us and we can't trust our senses at all. That's a so-called God belief. Forget that.
No, you're right. God would not lie to us.
Oh, but you say he did. You say we can't even trust our senses or the Bible. What are you talking about?
God cannot lie. God does not lie.
No, you said he lies all the time, that he made us. We can't even trust our eyes. We can't trust our equilibrium. We can't trust our experience. And we can't trust the word of God. We can't trust Job. So anyway, more respect for away object. You keep up the good work.
God never lies. At least you're staying. Trust his word.
At least you're staying consistent, away object. So thank you for staying consistent.
Oh, but
I'm consistent.
Matthew, God didn't make spheres. That's for sure.
Can I ask my question to him?
Please ask.
Matthew,
so away object.
Hold on, bud.
I'm one of the unique globers on this server, so I agree with you about the shape of the Earth, but I disagree with you about some of the things that you said about evolution. So my question would be, where do you think genetic information comes from? Because it can't spontaneously come from genetic mutation. So where do you think information comes from, like new, the coding for new proteins, for example?
Coding for new protein, like if the genes change in like the next after like reproduction and the genes change, like how does that happen exactly? Like, because if you're creating new gene, well, if genes are just like made of those like 4 different parts, right, and they're just changed slightly, that would be a new piece, but it's all made up of the same stuff.
Yeah, but it's really difficult for a single genetic mutation to create a new protein, and so that's the problem that even people who believe in evolution say is a big problem that's unsolved in evolution theory right now.
Okay, so would it take multiple like gene things until they get enough in like a certain region? So
yes,
where
there's not enough time.
There's not enough time to do that?
That's correct. That's the current problem in evolution theory right now.
Okay.
You should
I didn't know about that.
It's not me saying this. It's just that there literally is not enough time. In fact, the chief reason to believe in evolution is because you presuppose that intelligent design doesn't happen. If you presuppose that, then evolution and methodological naturalism is the only answer, and that's the only reason for believing in methodological naturalism right now.
Okay, that'd be the only reason? Because you don't believe that God created all humans perfectly and right off the bat?
No, I was just talking about intelligent design of life in general. I mean, the other big thing is that even before you get to evolution, you have to have physics working correctly, and the fine-tuning problem is that the force of the electromagnetism, all of these initial physical contexts or constants are perfectly balanced to create life or to allow life, and there's no explanation, no natural explanation for any of that type of stuff.
Yeah, the whole pi is this irrational number and e is this number and the speed of light is this constant and all these things, and it makes everything work. But I just think if all the numbers were slightly off and it didn't work, then there wouldn't be any universe in the first place. And so there would have to be those numbers so the universe would exist in the first place. And I don't know if those failed universes were a restart because, like, I don't know. If time doesn't exist because there's no universe, then like you have infinite quote unquote time, you know? It's like anything can become possible no matter
So
how
after we
improbable.
told you about space and time being a concept, why do you still talk about it like it's real?
Because I don't know how you can take the change of something.
That's just our observed
the change of everything. Yeah, we observe things to change.
So how is it
and then we
objective?
give it.
How is time objective? How is it physical? How is it measurable physically? Right? So it's like ghosts, right? It's like ghosts. Do ghosts exist? Can you prove it? right? Big debate since the beginning of time.
Well,
earlier someone was saying, hey, do we have right now? Do we have last Wednesday? Do we have Wednesday coming up? Is that something we can get? Or is it just an idea?
Concept of Wednesday, like, but
there you go.
If we take two things, like the concrete example, right? With concrete drying, and we have another piece of concrete drying, and they're drying at the same rate, right? And rate is change over time, right? Just like speed is, how do we get velocity? Like distance over time is velocity.
Check this out. What if you were immortal? Then you wouldn't know what time was, and then you wouldn't be able to say shit like that. You'd be like, time? What's time? No, everything's happening all at once. It just goes in cycles.
What's a cycle? How long is a cycle?
Doesn't matter. What do you mean how long? That's given how much time you have to count it. Okay, because your life is finite, so everything about your understanding has to be finite. You have to be able to, and that's what we're trying to do, actually. Can we put this in a box? Can we put space or time or space-time in a box?
I don't know if we don't want it to lock it away in the box. We just
What
want
flavor is Tuesday morning? What flavor? How does Tuesday morning taste? I mean, you're kidding me.
Can you weigh me up 7 grams of space time?
It's ridiculous. So anyway,
7 grams of space.
I think you get
Depends on where you
the
wake
picture.
up.
Yeah, can I get a large order of that, please?
No, people, you cannot joke like that because it doesn't work like that. It's work more on high level. You cannot understand how that works. That's the problem.
Yeah, got it.
If I travel like 60 miles per hour, an hour is a measure of time, then after I've traveled the distance of...
What did you say? What is mile? I don't know. What mile is?
Oh, kilometer, right. Like, it's the standard measurement of...
Oh, standard. What is standard? Kilometer or mile?
It's the American measurement of the
Well,
distance.
I'm not the American, man. How we do? I don't know
I'm
what
traveling 60 kilometers per hour, and
Okay, I'm now American. Now I'm American. I don't understand what you're saying.
So after 1 hour,
No, it's
when I've
funny,
traveled,
man. I'm serious.
Hold on.
I'm just trying to give an example.
Yeah, but if we don't make agreement with the kilometers and miles, how we will get the point?
It's miles and kilometers, very close in measurement, kind of. They're just
No,
thinking
they're
the
not
same
close.
thing.
They're not close. Not even close.
Okay, that was a bad one to say. Don't say stuff like that. That was really bad for you.
They're not close. I'm sorry. They kind of mean they're not the same measurement. Okay, my bad.
They're different.
Of course they're not.
There are different
Of
ways
course
to
they're
describe
not.
the same thing. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
When you say 3 hours, I understand you. When you say 3 miles, I don't know fucking what you're saying.
I jump in the car. I drive 60 kilometers
You
per
don't
hour.
understand me what I want to say. If
What
we
are you
don't agree on the measurement, that means miles, I will never ever know what are you saying, what that mile means.
Okay,
so a mile is a man-made construct. Go out and find me a tree full of miles.
I understand.
A mile
It
tree.
is a
Fresh
measurements
miles.
are
Sorry.
measurements are based. They're made up. We made them up, all right?
There you
and
go.
then we'd make them smaller and smaller and smaller, and then until we were like, okay, what do we base the second on?
See, now this is
Okay.
just fucking weeds. And then you make up seconds, and you're like, oh, how much smaller can we go there? You can go
And then we don't wanna
infinitely
go
bigger or
smaller,
infinitely smaller in your head.
So then we base like the second on how long it takes for a cesium atom or whatever to.
But length is an opinion.
Do a thing.
Length is an opinion. Width is an opinion. Breadth is an opinion. It's all us going, hey, look at that. That's this. It's what I say it is. It's this over here. That doesn't mean that's what it is. A rose of any other color.
Well, it's going to kind of remain the same, but the way we describe the length of it is going to be.
You need to understand this thing. If when you say 30 miles, I can say this is 48 kilometers. But Sean can say this is like 370 human. This is 370 Sean's.
Okay. It's fine to make any unit of measurement you want.
He will say, I don't know what are you saying. This is 370 Sean's. That means how he is high. You know? And his brain is working only like that, you know. He can measure only, do you understand me?
So we can't like compare, it's like, okay, what are you comparing it to? Another measurement you don't understand. That's why this freaking scientific community is like, okay, so we get down to a second or like a certain weight, and the same thing with distance. Let's compare it to something everybody can measure.
How heavy is 3 hours?
How much days has the year?
365.
How we know that? It was before 360, and before that it was even less. We had 10 months, we have now 12 months. How is that possible?
We changed how we measure it.
How we... Really? That means that we make some agreement on that. How is possible that sun is rotating all the time the same, and in every 4 years we have 1 day more?
Because it's not exactly 365. It's like 365.25 or something. And so
I know.
years it adds a day.
Sun is rotating the same.
It's still a caveat. If it's divisible by 100, it's fine. If it's divisible by 400, but unless it can't
That's
be
exactly right.
Right. So there's caveat to when it can be a leap year. So it's not really an exact science.
Yeah, and you can't make predictions with stuff that you've seen once.
Then you have Orthodox measuring time like this. Then you have Jewish measuring time like this. Then you have Chinese measuring time like this. And then what time is it?
But we all agree like on the same time, though. Even if like
it's an agreed upon hallucination.
Agreed upon time. Sure, whatever. It's agreed upon hallucination.
You're fucking dead right. It is, dude. Change my mind. I'm serious. This society itself is a well-programmed, agreed-upon illusion. I don't have to go there. I digress.
Like that, but can I let's round this out real quick because I think a ladies' night might start up here pretty soon.
Yeah.
So you've been great. By the way, you've been calm, even though there's been a lot of shouting, and we've bounced all over the place. But every time we bring up a new topic, what you essentially tell us is someone gave me a story that's close enough, and I believe it. And I just got to ask, just help me out a little bit. Why do you want to believe these things even though there's nothing empirical to support them? What is the bias? Where does this come from for you?
I can believe them to the point where I don't have faith in all of them. I don't believe them without like any I'm not, if someone comes around with something better, then I alter. Right? I'll switch it. I'll be like, okay, if this is better and everyone agrees it's better, then maybe it is better. Hopefully, right? So we switch the idea and believe it. But I'm not going to be stuck on like one singular idea.
There, right?
Yeah. Horizon 10, 20 times further, that's not it.
Hey, listen, bud, I've listened to you the whole time you've been here, and you're smart enough to understand exactly what we're saying, and I think you know we're right about a lot of stuff. So if you're willing to set your pride aside, set whatever you thought this might have been aside, start fresh, you're going to love it. You're going to love what you learn, because it's the truth.
Shut the fuck up. All right. You guys have a good night.
I did ask for that. Yeah, you're right. Okay.
Peace out. Or you might find it to be terribly depressing that the vacuum of space doesn't exist and you're never going to be an astronaut.
The vacuum of space is depressing.
So is it ladies' night or what?
I'm glad it doesn't exist.
Hey, fellas, no more. Is it ladies' night?
Ladies' night.
I mean...
Is it?
Yeah. Hey, damsel, what's up?
Oh, not much. Just back for another round of this since I missed last week.
Super
duper. A little sick last week.
You were sick?
Yeah, it was just that little cold-like stuff going around. So I was like, didn't get enough sleep and I was done.
Oh, I'm very sorry to hear that, man. Glad to hear you're back.
Oh, yeah, I'm feeling fine now.
How long were you a medic again, and what branch?
Air Force, 12 years, and then I was a PA as well in the civilian side.
Awesome.
Cold light thing going around. Better call the sheriff.
Call the sheriff. I think I have a sheriff not far from me right now, actually, because he lives as a neighbor here. I've got new neighbors.
Well, it seems the only two ladies here right now are KJ and Damsel that I can find. If I'm not blind, there might be more. I think that's all
Karma
we have
said
right
she would be joining us later, so I know Karma's going to try to. She's got to run and get something called hardfish. Does anybody know what hardfish is?
Absolutely not. Never heard of it.
Me neither. I was trying to figure out what that was. Her mom needed it.
Huh. Hardfish. I'll look it up.
There's cuttlefish, which is for feeding birds. Maybe it's
dry
something similar.
says it's dried fish. So they call
just
it
dried fish. Okay.
hardfish. What kind of
That
fish
makes
is
sense.
it, though?
I guess
Oh,
any
look.
fish, if it's dried, will be fine.
Well, look, she just posted a picture of the package. It says hard fish or something on there.
Ooh.
And then it says some other word that I could never pronounce.
Fish jerky.
It's like, what in the
No,
world
that's
is
like
that word?
gefilte fish. Yeah.
It's fish jerky. Dre says fish jerky.
Don't look like
I feel like I probably wouldn't eat that.
Huh?
Yeah, I don't think I'd eat that.
Oh, I didn't bite. Okay.
How do you
What about
say EYJABITI?
Ayabiti? Ayabiti.
Yajibi?
She says it's delicious.
I probably
sure.
slaughtered the pronunciation.
Yeah. Oh, see, and the hard. How do you say that though, Trace?
Hardfisker.
You guys with your cool symbols and drawings in your language.
I know it's wild. I love it.
What is that?
Yeah, you say it as hardfiskur.
Hardfisker.
Is the D with an R on it too, and that's why you like carry the R over into the D, and that's like the sound it makes?
No, it's not a D. It's a letter called eth, and it has like a like a B sound.
Like a T and H together.
Yeah.
Crazy.
T and H together, kind of. So it's hard. So both of them roll your tongue. So both the R and the both roll the tongue.
Harfiskur.
You did good.
It's very robotic. Anyway.
Well, we try.
Yeah.
So uncultured in here.
You think we would be, right? We talk to people all over the world.
So in Iceland, has anyone ever cooked food over the lava pits or used the geothermal heat to directly cook food?
That seems like such a tourist question.
It is a tourist question, of course.
Yeah, a lot of people lost their pans during the start of the last eruption. Currently, it's just filled the whole valley, and people are still like visiting it from a different angle now. You're nowhere near the opening. You're just seeing the leftover spills. But yeah, they lost a lot of pans trying to cook things on the lava. They would just melt into it, or you'd have to move because the lava was started to move. So yeah, they've done that.
Yeah, it's probably a lot easier to fry an egg on a rock in Arizona.
I was gonna say that'd leave blisters, wouldn't it?
That's high risk cooking.
We had people like go and stand on the lava.
Foreigners.
Yeah.
Tourister.
Foreigners went and stood on the lava like right after it just stopped moving and like barely sat on the top. He just stood on it, and people were like, "Get off there!" Yeah, it was not smart. Nobody got injured though, so.
Well, I've seen some not smart stuff when I went to Yellowstone. So people going up the edge of boiling pits of water and mud. So yeah, tourists, we're not that bright sometimes, are we? But even with the signs up, they still did it. There were signs all over it that said, "Go nowhere near it. Edge could crack. You could fall in and boil to death." I watched people go right up with their children and started yelling at them, "Get on the trail."
Yeah, get on the trail. You don't want to win a Darwin Award, do you?
No, I think they want to. It's just like them playing with the buffalo out there. People are always getting trampled by the buffalo too because they think they're like something to go up and pet in a park.
I have a thing
I
saved
can tell you from
with a
experience
news
that's the
article I just posted, which is an Icelandic article about an American couple who went and walked on top of the freshly hardened lava with a baby on their back, even though they'd been warned that this would be incredibly dangerous and there's lava underneath still. But they misspelled it because instead of what would mean allies, which is Banda in Bandaríkjun, which means, Americas or the state of Americas, they wrote Banaríkjun. And Bana means deadly or, killer. So they wrote the deadly states. So you guys were the deadly states for a day.
The deadly states. Okay.
Of course. And why not?
Very
I'm sure
dangerous.
that's how lots of countries refer to us.
Very dangerous doesn't mean don't do it.
In, what was it? Ace Ventura 2, when nature calls Sequatuocha! Sequatuocha! It means white devil. I always thought that was pretty funny. But anyway.
Diablo el Güero.
What's that?
White
devil. Something. Yeah, white devil.
Okay. So I take it most people haven't seen that Jim Carrey movie?
I just don't remember it. I was pretty
Yeah,
young
I've seen
to see it.
Yeah, I don't remember it.
I've seen it quite a few times.
Wow.
I remember
Well, it would be only the guys that
Rhino.
it would be only the guys that quoted movies instead of paid attention in middle and high school that said that. So
What about
White do that, weren't we?
we were those kids. yeah.
Chicago or Chicago? It's in the bone. It's in the bone.
It's in the bone.
You guys, easily amused by those.
I know. Hey, Jim Carrey's ace though. Come on.
Yeah, Ace Ventura. Yeah, The Mask. You don't think that was a little bit of
I'm sorry.
pre-programming? The Mask.
No, dude. And here they found the most obnoxious actor to play the most obnoxious cartoon character, comic book character. Did you read The Mask? Even just like one of the comics, like what it was based off of. And I wouldn't expect you to, but I did read the comic as a kid, and the movie wasn't. I mean, there's no way to make it like totally spot on because there's crazy shit that went on in that comic, but they did their best, and Jim Carrey was the right guy to cast for that. Totally. Smoking.
I remember loving that movie when I was a kid.
Yeah, I think
It's about Loki, right?
Yes, it is a Loki version of character. Yeah, it's definitely based off of that.
Interesting.
He did say something interesting though. Jim Carrey was on an interview somewhere, I can't remember, just recently, stating that the electronic panopticon and the transhumanism that's about to come upon us is an awful thing in the way he described it. So he actually was warning about how bad it's going to be if we go that route.
I've seen him also hold a pretty interesting speech for some students at some point.
Yeah, he's been all over the place, but I love it. Yeah, I love it.
So
You see his artwork,
hear my
his
funny
painting. Go ahead.
story about how I got censored?
Yes.
Oh yes, you're going to tell your story that you said you had for us today.
Yeah, so Drace convinced me I should get Tinder. So I got Tinder. And I put in 2, 3 cute pictures, and then I put the Spider-Man meme where he's stopping the bus labeled Big Pharma to protect it from the kids. The awakened ones are protecting the kids. No problem. Next day, I add the Menkel and Rockefeller quote. I have it. I can just throw it in here. And then I go to sleep. Literally, wake up next morning banned from Twitter since I added the Tinder. Sorry, I meant that. I said the wrong thing. Since I added the Mencken and Rockefeller thing. So either they have an algorithm that's like, oh shit, she's quoting truth. We gotta get rid of her. Or we found the blue pill triggered guy who just made 300 accounts to report me or something. But I thought it was hilarious. Trace got mad, but I thought it was hilarious because
Why did Trace get mad?
You got reported.
And I'm his sister. Nobody's allowed to ban me without him getting mad.
That's
it was
true.
Hilarious.
It's true.
I even told my boss about this because she's been joking. She has to start a reality TV show and to find me a husband or something. And she was like, "You must have broken some record getting banned this quick." She's like, "What did you say?" And I'm like, "I hadn't talked to anybody yet. I get banned before I said a single thing to anybody."
You obviously talked about the wrong people there.
Yeah, for sure.
Or said the wrong words about somebody.
Did you put Rockefeller in the wordings?
Yeah, it says quotes by John D. Rockefeller.
I posted that as a picture with one of my pictures at the end. Like after you look at all my pictures, this quote pops up as one of my pictures.
Got it.
Hey, you can't just criticize people on social media without getting banned.
I don't think you'll find a decent guy on Tinder.
Again,
also true.
It's all like beta
but I meant
snowflakes
Tinder
on it.
this whole time, which is what I said the other time.
And she didn't criticize anyone. She just quoted them. So you're not even allowed to repeat what anyone else says.
Yep. Yeah, also don't use dating apps. Please.
I just thought this would be fun to try. Trace convinced me, like...
Don't let that sleazy portion of society convince you that there's anything
you don't
good
know what
there.
the dating scene in Iceland is like. Do you know what it's like to live in a country that has 350,000 people? It's always cold. And there, every single Latino that shows up here is always like, where's the social scene? Why are people never like coming together and meeting people? How do you meet people in Iceland? You don't meet people here. You either know somebody, you know somebody, you work with somebody, or you find them online. Versus one of my best friends, every single person she's ever dated, she met online, including her husband.
Husband, yeah.
So,
yeah, I've heard that.
How are the bars in Iceland?
Bars? Bars.
How are the bars in Iceland?
So are you going to get another app then? Are you going to do a different one?
Truth there is.
Karma, are you going to get a different one?
I don't know. I'm not super excited about any of these dating apps to begin with. Like I said, Trace had convinced me to get it.
Yeah.
It's just, I'm 28 now.
Yeah.
If I ever want to get married and have kids, I'd probably have to have a first boyfriend for the first time at some point. On more than 4 dates throughout my
Start
life.
off with flat earth.
Yeah.
Start with flat earth.
Yeah, but at the same time, the next guy just could be the one dude that you should have ended up with in the first place. So you never know.
I've never had a boyfriend, so I've only been on 4 shitty dates. So,
well, you deserve at least 4 regular dates now to make up for it.
Okay, to be fair, one of them was actually decent. There was one normal date that was actually nice. No,
the one only one normal.
I can tell you horrible date stories if you
Hey,
want.
it's 1 in 4 or 5, whatever. You know, us guys, we take what we can get.
Sounds like your options are pretty limited in Iceland.
Big for yourself, buddy.
Especially if you want the critical thinker. Every time I meet someone, okay, this could be somebody interesting, and then you're like, hey, have you seen anything about this? And this hits them so hard. I'm like, okay, I don't want to talk to you anymore.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I have no desire to be with anybody that isn't on the truth path.
I'm going to plead the 5th. Isn't it ladies' night anyway?
It is. But you're all right.
Yeah, you're the one speaking a lot.
Good night, ladies.
We haven't started even our music, and we haven't checked to see if anybody's new in here either. Oh, yeah. Somebody's roboting really bad. Can't understand you. Sorry.
A flat earther man for you.
Bad roboting. Bad robot.
I made a flat earther man, and that's about it. I didn't make anything else up.
flat earther
You
man.
need a flat earther? Man.
No, I'm saying
Okay.
out of the
Godric's like, I'm
role-playing,
single.
The only words I heard was flat earther and then man, and that's the only thing I heard from the
Right,
sentence.
right. He's telling you he's single. He's a flat earther man. And
There you go.
I'm single too.
Taken, but she should start off with the flat earther if she's gonna date.
The funny thing is, the only time I talked to a flat earther online, like something like this, he was like, "You must move to Tunisia and you can live with me and we can get married." It was like within 2 days, just because he found out I knew the earth was flat. He got very eager very fast. It was very funny.
Not sticking around.
I think he just hadn't met. I think I must have been the first flat earth woman he ever met. So I ended up just giving him really like nice advice and like how to do better with the next girl in the nicest way I could. And I'm like, all of the luck to you, bruh, but I am never moving to Tunisia.
No Tunisia for you. That's awfully warm compared to where you're at. So what else is going on in your life, Karma?
Work has been a little stupid with all this COVID stuff, and now they're trying to inject the kids 5 to 11, and I've been just losing my mind. But, you know, good. How about you?
Oh, yeah, they're trying that same stuff here, but it's a little slower in some places than others. But yeah, it's driving me a little crazy. But at least here in the South, most people are still anti-mask and leave each other alone and don't care what your status is. They're more about freedom, at least here. They're let people choose as they wish, which I agree with. So that's good.
Yeah, it's not a mandate, but they frame it in a way that makes it sound like you're supposed to get it and stuff like that to try to social pressure parents into it. And I'm not allowed to speak about these types of things at work. They've already put out a memo because we're technically government run.
Oh, they've put a memo out for you.
Yeah, one of my friends has been kind of taken over the, what's it called, like vice boss position, while the vice boss is on birth leave. And she told me about the email as soon as it arrived, and she's like, "Yeah, we're not supposed to talk to the kids, something about health anxiety, and we're not allowed to talk about these things. We're just supposed to minimize them and blah blah blah." And I'm like, "I've been minimizing it since the beginning, bro. Don't worry about that."
Yeah, it's a good thing you're there, though, at least to try to help out those children. They deserve somebody like you to watch over that, at least while they have to go through this trial, whatever is going to happen.
I do my best. And I do try to sneak in little flat earth stuff every now and then. Like, they're doing their own thing, and I'm just all of a sudden start drawing on a board that's in there, like one sunset where it's flat like it should be, and one that's curved like if it was a globe. And then before you know it, 3 or 4 kids are coming over like, "What's this? What do you do? What are you drawing?" And I'm like, "Okay, what do you think it is?" And then we start talking about this, and I'm like, "Okay, what do you think the difference is?" And they're like, "Maybe this or that." I'm like, "Yeah, it's just this one's a globe and this one's flat, like how you see it."
You're sneaky, but that's good too, because you live probably close to a large body of water, I would assume, since you're on an island.
Yeah.
It makes it very easy to teach these little ones to go look for themselves, and these older kids too, to go check for themselves. Go look.
Hell, like yesterday or the day before, I was explaining to a 2nd grader what air pressure is and how it works.
Very cool. You're going to have to get into the laws of entropy so that they'll understand really well.
Maybe when they're in the 4th grade. That's why I want to start a science club, and the kids are super excited about that kind of stuff. It's just my biggest problem is I need to be able to explain this in Icelandic on a level that a 6-year-old can understand. And I don't have vocabulary in Icelandic to do that. But I need to work on that. I just need to find some old science books or some shit and find out what the terms are.
So you don't have the scientific language in that particular dialect?
There's I learned some of this at school, but this was before I had an interest in it. So it kind of like over all these years, I'm like, what the hell was the Icelandic word for this? I've been using the English word with Drace for the last 10 years. So I don't remember for shit what the hell that was.
You're going to have to translate. Okay. Awesome.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm also going to have to think of some good experiments that I can do with the kids so they can get a good like memory of it so they remember it when they're growing up.
You'll have to do some on Coriolis with a merry-go-round if you have one.
We do have a spinny thing. We have a spinny play thing when you get in and you can spin around like a crazy person. That should work.
Yeah, see, that'll work. Or do centrifugal force versus centrifugal, and all that craziness they try to get confused with.
I also want to teach them a little bit about light and how that works, but I need to learn that more myself. I'm counting on Drace to help me with that part.
Yeah, I already bought the crystal. I bought a crystal to refract the light for you, and I bought some other stuff. We can still.
Yeah, Drace has already been getting my supplies ready. We have a vortex creating thing. We have a gyroscope for kids to play with. What was that last thing you said? Yeah, he bought a prism crystal, so
right, you can shine the light. Yeah. And if you can get some polarized lenses, so you can show them what happens when you put polarized lenses in series and things. That is really cool.
That would be awesome. Don't know where to get that though. We'll see once this gets rolling. I might order them online. Work to order something.
Yeah, might have to find some for you and send them.
Yeah, worst case, I just have to buy it on my money because if you can't use the request form that we used to pay because we're, like I said, state run, so we are on a budget and we use these little paper slips instead of money or a special card or something, and I'm not sure how all that works, so I'd have to talk to my boss about buying anything for the club. But I like that idea, and if you have any more ideas like this, always feel free to DM me.
Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, I'll come up with a few. I'll remember back what I used to like doing when I was younger, since I was a science kid.
Oh, that would be so cool. I love any of these ideas, and I've had kids even ask me about this. Like when I'm talking about this kind of stuff, I've asked like, "Would you be interested in a science club?" And they're like, "Hell yeah!" And then later they'll be like, "So we having science club or what?" And I'm like, "I'm not ready."
Yeah, they're going to be excited about it. That's good though. Get them fired up about it, about learning how to investigate. Teach them the logic. Teach them what a real science experiment is. The difference between an observation and just an experiment even is a big deal. Consensus is not science.
Exactly, and you can even use like basic social examples to prove it.
Yeah, you have to teach them all the fallacies. You should go on and get those ones that are the Star Trek ones. That's how I've caught up on my fallacies by watching those Star Trek cartoon ones. I'm sure the kids would like those.
Yeah, so I think the best way to incorporate that and teach them about the fallacies is to either create what's dinosaur in English? Bible has a ton of these. What's it called? Parables. Okay. Little stories where you can make them resonate with like, I can put myself in the shoes of the main character and he's learning this and I'm learning alongside him and all that stuff.
Well, you have to laugh. QE uses parables even himself when you think about it. What was it? Susie and the other character he had, the two characters on the ball.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like when they explain autism, they use a really good parable where they have, for instance, two pictures. One has two girls in a room and there's a box with a ball in it, and they put the ball in box A. Now Susie leaves the room, and Joanne, she moves the ball from the box A to box B. When the first girl comes back into the room, where does she think the ball is? Now, normal kids would be like, okay, she thinks it's in box A because she doesn't know what Joanne has done. But when you ask autistic kids this, a lot of the times they want to be able to connect that she won't know just because they know, So they feel like she should know because they saw it happen and stuff like that. So they'll still think that she'll know where the ball should be. Something like that. Something to do with the connections and how they think.
How they see the world, I guess. Yeah, how they see everybody connected. That's interesting, though.
Yeah, I love these kind of things. I love learning about this kind of stuff.
You have to name the science club something really cool.
Oh yeah, even just having it called Science Club would attract so many kids because they want to learn about science. This is before the educational system kills your curiosity. You know?
Yep, Science Club. Yeah. That's perfect.
Yeah, way before that. Make them. They still want to ask questions and not have to be told the answer just to remember it, to memorize it for a test. Yeah, they want to know.
And because it's Science Club, I can also teach them the difference between science and pseudoscience. And knowing that difference before you start science class in school is gonna be a good experience, I'm thinking.
I feel bad for their teachers after you because they're gonna be like, oh no, these ones actually know what they're talking about. We can't just tell them they're gonna ask too many why questions.
I love the why questions.
I do too. I think that's important.
I think that also shows the character of the person receiving the question. Whenever I find a person who loves the why questions, I'm like, oh, you're like me. This is a good sign. Because if you like asking why questions, you don't mind receiving why questions, because that's a chance to explain and further understand it yourself, even.
Seems a lot of people just want to be told the answer and just move on. They don't want to ask the whys.
Oh, but that's often trained in because they don't get to ask the why.
Don't ask why. Just do it. Or just remember it.
If it's not in the book, I can't help you.
Yeah, sad.
That's why I love just having conversations with the kids. Like we have one of my most popular things at work is story time. And the kids will just, seek me out whichever club I have or whatever I'm doing, wherever I am, and just be like, can you tell me a story? Something like this or something like that. And I try to sneak in as much as I can into good morals and good lessons into the stories, and sometimes skip certain things if I think that will teach them bad things. And I swear it really does help with these kids. It's so lovely.
Yeah, well, that's because they're pretty special kids, so I'm glad you get to work with them.
It's also just when you see kids using the logic that they learned from you with other kids, it's so endearing. Like you're like, oh, that's so cute. Somebody's like, I want you to draw the exact same thing for me as you drew earlier for that person. And then a kid who's been getting pictures from me for a while might be like, she's not a printer. It's not going to be the exact same, so you can't be disappointed if it's not.
That sounds like they're a fun group.
They really are. I have over 100 kids every year, so you always have. Well, I'm not allowed to say favorites, but you have kids that you really enjoy hanging out with.
Oh yeah, there's always ones that you get along with better than others.
Yeah, the best thing even is when they grow too old and they start, a different thing, but they still come by to say hi and maybe tell you what's going on in their life or just talk to you, because to them, you're still best buds, man. Doesn't matter if he's not going to his thing.
Yeah, I remember going back and seeing some of my teachers too, from elementary when I was in my teenage years. It was always nice to go back and see some of them and talk. And then I met some of them again when I was an adult. It was kind of fun. Just let them know how I did.
Yeah, I love when you meet good teachers like that, because I always make a point of, if it was a teacher that inspired me or made me feel comfortable in school or something, to go up to them, because I didn't have the guts to do it when I was young, and tell them how they helped or how they might have been the one teacher that I looked forward to going to class to or something like that. And their face when you tell them that, it's like, Those are the moments that the kids give you where you're like, this is why I do this job.
Oh, it's the same thing when you have a patient come back and tell you did something good for them, that you made a difference. It's incredibly rewarding. So yeah, I know that feeling.
I mean, hell, I experienced that even when working in a retail store or that had grocery and clothes and stuff, which is not where I'd expect to experience that.
Yeah, but we just want to be useful to people. It's important for us as, I think, human beings should be useful. It's just like when they were telling everybody they were just, they were not needed as employees this last year. They weren't important. They used to call us military. I'm trying to remember the word that they were using. What was the word they were using this year with people that they were laying off for the virus that was going around? Non-essential. Non-essential. They were calling people non-essential. They used to do that in the military too, when they had to shut down the government a few times here, and they couldn't pay our salaries as military. And so, depending on your job whatever your job was, you were told whether you were going to stay home and work or not, and get paid or not. And they call us non-essential when they do that. And I think that's incredibly dehumanizing and degrading, and meant to do so. I think it's meant to do that and put people into a state of like, I'm not worth anything.
Yeah, it's the same thing they do with the globe. But making you feel insignificant and like you don't matter.
Yeah, it's the same kind of thing. And it's horrible for people to go through that. It really is. I don't think people realize that that's being done to them in a lot of different ways. And it disconnects you from being, able to be a like-minded group or feeling satisfied as an individual, but also knowing that you're valuable to the group. They've done it to our elderly.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said that I heard, because I did disconnect as well. I connected again just before you said disconnecting. So after that, totally agree with everything you said. It's because I'm in the car.
Oh yeah, you still biting your hard fish.
Well, I left super late because Drace has been talking to a pretty girl and keeps getting distracted. So it's all his fault.
So Drace, that's why he wants you to get a boyfriend, so that when he's with his girlfriend, that you have somebody to.
Yeah, it's also just because I've been too avoidant of dealing with any of that shit. So he's always trying to encourage me to get out of my comfort zone and try to work towards fulfilling my dreams and that shit. We try to do that for each other.
What a good brother.
The best. Okay, I'm gonna stand out in the rain because I'm not gonna put a mask on.
Oh no, don't do that if you can help that. Don't ever if you can help that. So no snow today, just rain.
Yeah, mostly rain. It's been kind of nice. Sorry, I was handing in Mom's card. My hands were busy. But yeah, I'm very happy with the rain actually. Although that means I have to wear size like 45 shoes, which are 8 sizes too big, because those are my rainproof shoes.
So you look like a cartoon character. Is that what you're saying?
Very much. But it totally fits once I have 2 snowsuits on. So it's okay when there's snow. I'll just look like a giant troll or something.
Like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. You get it. Except I'm really short, so I look like a troll, basically, because it'd be squished together.
You look like a troll. Awesome. Well, I'm sure you look better than a troll. So.
Well, you can't see my face when I'm that well dressed up because once I got to 50 kilos, I got so skinny that I don't deal well with the cold anymore. So now I just overdressed whenever it's really cold.
Oh. Yeah, well,
how about you? How's your week been?
Been really pretty good.
Like I'm having a nice chat.
Oh yeah, no, it's been a good week. Let's see, what have I done that's been different? Well, I moved into a new house. That's good for renting right now. And making new friends. Lots of new friends around here. I haven't flat smacked anybody recently, but there's more flat earthers around here than I've ever been around before. It's kind of interesting here. Oh,
that's awesome.
Yeah, it's been easier to convince people too. So, or not convince them. I don't even try to convince them. I just tell them the information, and they just get convinced, I guess.
It's like people are having an easier time like seeing the truth because it's kind of being forced in their face with this whole Fauci nonsense.
Oh yeah, the last 2 years has gotten a lot easier to wake some people up. Not everybody, of course, but definitely more than it was before, where people were just like, I'm fine. I don't really need to know the truth, and it's, I can leave it or take it. It's not really necessary. Now it's absolutely necessary for a lot of us.
Yeah, because it's finally inconveniencing people. And then there's people who are becoming hard-ass truthers because all of a sudden family members are dying. And when you look into it, you're like, oh shit, they've been killed.
Yep. No, it's been quite a different experience the last 2 years. Can't believe we're almost down to half the month being over, the first month already. This year I feel like it's going to go by very fast.
Same.
I know. We got a lot of people that are, I was just going to say, we got a lot of people struggling though. So, struggling emotionally right now. So I keep thinking about the other gals who aren't on right now. So if they're listening, just remember, I'm thinking about you. Love you guys. I wish you guys were here tonight. If you show up late, it's great. If you can't, that's okay too.
Yeah, totally agree with that.
Yeah, it's been kind of hard to get us all together the last, almost 2 months now?
Well, that's understandable because of the holidays. I mean, we are the ladies, the women of the family. There's a lot of cooking and baking and taking care of people and holidays, so.
Yeah, we've done the same. Yeah, I've been busy too. Caught a cold, like I said last week. I was kind of just not well enough to come on. I was just too tired. I was exhausted.
I totally get that, especially when work starts being annoying because of the restrictions and mandates and stupid shit. It's just, not everybody has energy. Like, for instance, this starts at like 10 in the evening for me. So sometimes I've just been too tired from work to join.
Yeah, no, I know, because it's pretty late for you all. So, yeah, and it's really early for me. It's 4:00 in the afternoon when it starts for me. So,
Wait, 4?
Yeah, 4 in the afternoon where I'm at when it started. So we're at.
That's actually kind of nice.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's a good time, but sometimes it's hard to get here in time too, because I do a lot of stuff up until daylight is gone, and we still have daylight right now. And then summer, man. So I usually take my tablet with me though. That way I can do it on the run or doing what I'm doing.
But yeah, I get that. I'm usually not free until like at least 7.
So has Kai been around lately? I haven't seen her. I was listening to her music the other day again.
I think I heard Kai the other day, and Witsit as well. Yeah. But I don't remember exactly when. My days have blended together.
Yeah, I heard Witsit last week when I was checking in, just listening while I was not well. But I haven't heard her for a little while. Wondered how they were doing with their. I know they're planning on doing a tour or extending out again and doing some kind of bigger tour this time, maybe more stops since they've got the new RV.
That sounds exciting.
Yeah, it's too bad you guys aren't here in the States, because it would be fun to have everybody meet up at different places and go RVing or camping. It'd be fun.
Yeah, we should just have a meetup in Iceland.
I would go for that if I didn't have to do something to get there, like take any kind of medical procedure or test or anything. I would come in a heartbeat. I'd come visit.
Forgot about the regulations for a second, okay?
And no, it sucks because I would come in a heartbeat. I really would. I've got plenty of time on my hands, and it would be fun.
Okay, Trace just suggested a great idea. All we need to do is just go to Mexico and then just walk across the border.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Well, that's what people are talking about. I guess, Mexico is no restrictions at all. None at all. You can go there, which that's a good idea. I'm not that far from Mexico. Maybe I should take a trip.
Trace has been being hilarious next to me, and he's talking about, yeah, we can get a bunch of money from Biden, and we can vote.
That would be fun, right?
That would be hilarious, is what that would.
We tour Trump's wall, partial wall.
I think Mom and Dad have been to America at some point. I remember them getting a, what was it? Were they getting a Harley or? It was some kind of motorcycle. So they drove through America. Yeah. They had to drive through America on the Harleys to get them home or something like that. And Mom got pneumonia during.
That's a crazy thing to have happen. Pneumonia on a big Harley. That would not probably feel very well for traveling.
Okay, I don't remember it perfectly. Trace is correcting me left and right, but I know at least for a fact they were on bikes. They were in America. They went across, and Mom was sick. That's all I know for sure.
I'm sure that's a
she
fun
experienced
memory.
the grace of God during that trip.
The grace of God. So she had a little bit of a miracle somewhere or something?
Yeah, they were driving through what was a little bit like a desert or something, just endless road. Something we would not have in Iceland. And it just goes on forever and forever. And she has pneumonia. And she is so tired, and her butt hurts so much from sitting on the seat. And she had no energy. She's exhausted. And eventually she's like, okay, we gotta pull over. I gotta sit down and catch my breath. So she sits down, and she's just like, I don't think I can get back on the bike. Like, oh my God, what am I supposed to do? And she's talking to herself and to God. And she's like, God, help me, or something like that. And then she looks to the side, and a few feet away from her is this big sponge, like the type you used to make a cushion.
Oh, yes.
And fits perfectly for the bike seat. And that got her through the rest of the trip.
So her prayer, and
her prayer was answered by a sponge.
A sponge for her to sit on the rest of the way so she could make it before her butt was so tired. Oh, and I actually know how hard it is to ride that far because I've ridden horses and motorcycles before, so I know what she's talking about.
Yeah, and with pneumonia on top of that, that's not easy.
Yeah, and I was real bony back in those days too. Yeah.
Oh yeah, she was probably like 46 kilos at that time, or 47.
Yeah.
But yes, we're all tiny and petite, so. But except for Trace, yes.
Yeah, I didn't get over 94 pounds until I had my first pregnancy. It took me getting pregnant to get over 94 pounds.
I used to be a chubster. I went from 75 kilos to 50 kilos in like a year or something. That's 1/3 of my body weight.
That's serious weight loss, girl.
Yeah, now I fit into clothes that a 10-year-old used to own. Literally, I have those.
No wonder you have to bundle up so much. You freeze to death.
That's why I wear double snowsuits when the blizzard came. Also had double pants and triple socks.
Yeah, I'm missing the blizzards in my former home state where I moved from, 7 months ago now. My son is still back there. They had something close to 8 feet of snow still on the ground, and the other day it melted and was warm enough that it rained, and then it froze, and they had like 2 inches of ice on everything, and the roads were just impassable. It was crazy. But I'm glad I'm missing it actually this year. I'm enjoying. We actually had to have the air condition turned on during Christmas time around here. It was 80 degrees in Arkansas. It was crazy hot around Christmas. So we had days that have been up in the 70s, and then we dropped down again. Like this week, we're supposed to drop back down at about 12 degrees. So.
I just noticed that CB said that he checked in Kashi. Says he knows Kavanikan. They might have some questions we could help answer, he said.
Good. I'm ready to anytime.
Hi, guys. I don't really have any questions. I was just listening.
Well, welcome.
Thanks. Where do you live in Arkansas?
Oh, in a little out of the way place called Lead Hill. Close to Lead Hill, I should say.
I stayed there once when I was like driving across the country. We stayed like, I don't know the town, but it was outside of like Memphis, and they have like a lot of tornadoes or something. That's all I know about Arkansas, though.
I'm in the place that's not tornado ridden. I'm in the Ozark parts, so it's in the western corner of the state. So it's a little different environment up here, but not much different. But the tornadoes are much rarer up here, though they can still happen. But it's a lot of rolling short hills, high plateau, and lots of water, lots of lake, lots of oak trees, lots of trees.
Yeah, I've seen the show Ozarks. It's like nice up there. It's like a resort area, right? Kind of.
There are some resorts up here. I'm close to Branson, Missouri, so I'm right on close to the border of Branson, Missouri, and in the Ozarks of Arkansas.
Got you. I've never been up there, but it sounds nice.
I like it so far. I've only been here 7 months. I've traveled through here before I moved out here. I was from the Pacific Northwest. I grew up in Washington State. And lived in Oregon and Washington mostly, and traveled all over Montana, Idaho. I lived on the Washington-Idaho border and was born and raised there, and then moved all over the place. But
wait, like Coeur d'Alene?
Coeur d'Alene, Spokane.
Yeah, my ex is from Spokane. I've been there.
I'm sorry you had maybe a bad experience there, but or the person anyway. But yeah,
it's very beautiful. Pretty. It's very pretty in the winter. It's gorgeous, but yeah,
it is. But it's hard to dig out of, and I'm getting into my 50s, and I've decided I really don't want to dig out of 8 feet of snow very often.
For sure. I mean, I wish we had more snow here.
So where are you at?
I'm in DC. I'm in DC, so we have like a pretty mild winter, but we got snow like 2 weeks ago. So.
Oh yeah. So you're up that way. Okay.
Yeah, full east and a little bit like in between north and south.
Yes, you are. Exactly. Almost exactly in between.
Yeah. But yeah, it's cool.
I visited there. Well, and as a military person, I've been through there too. So, but yeah, I visited and stayed there before. It's lots to see.
Oh, DC?
Yep.
Yeah, it's nice. I've lived here for a long time, so I'm just kind of over it at this point.
Yeah, you're not the tourist anymore. Or
right.
Not at all. Yeah.
Right. Everyone else is.
For a tourist, it's annoying to you all that we all come there, and that's the same we had in even Coeur d'Alene's like that. A lot of people visit there, but Seattle has a lot of tourists as well, and national parks are the things I always laugh at. Is the visitors there? They're not very, very understanding of what a real national park means.
Right.
When you go to Yellowstone, like I was telling earlier, I saw some of the craziest behavior. People think that the wild animals there, since they're in a national park, might be slightly tamer or something. They're always trying to touch them, get close to them, put their children on them for pictures, and they end up getting very hurt or not surviving the encounters.
Oh man. Yeah, no, that's actually, I feel like I've seen a video of something similar to that, like with a moose or elk or something. I don't remember, but
yeah. Buffalo up that way is usually the one that causes the biggest problem. But yeah, people are really crazy. Back in the day, my dad tells me when he went through there, when he was a child, people were still putting garbage out they were allowed to put their garbage out of their cars for the bears. The grizzly bears would come up to the cars, and there would literally be people that would go and put their children on the backs of grizzlies and take pictures. And there are pictures of people doing that. And really dangerous, silly, stupid stuff.
Yeah, I bet.
And I saw a family that I think was from Japan, because I think that's what they were speaking. And they had 2 little kids, and they were walking up to the edges of these boiling pools of water in Yellowstone that have signs in multiple languages all over, saying, "Stay on the trail, you'll fall in and boil to death." And they were going up to touch the water, and it was just insane. I saw all kinds of insane behavior. So I know your tourists are sometimes from all over the place, and they don't know what they're doing either, and I'm sure they're very annoying.
Oh no, it's mostly just them driving that bothers me.
You can't drive.
Yeah. But the traffic's already bad, not without like tourists like doing U-turns in the middle of the road during rush hour.
Oh yeah.
It's not too bad.
So are you a flat earther?
Sorry?
So are you a flat earther? I didn't look up your profile, so.
Oh, I just joined, but my roommate told me about it, and well, not the server, but just about like the concept. And I mean, I don't know much about anything, so I'm just kind of interested in learning more.
Oh, cool. Well, if you have any questions or want us to go over anything, we're more than willing. Karma's very good at explaining things as well.
Yeah, I mean, like a little background would just be interesting, I guess, if you don't mind.
Sure. What would you like to go over? What's your questions about it?
Like, I don't know, like core beliefs or whatever. I just, I'm not in that field. I don't do research really, but
yeah. Well, for us, it's not about belief. That's the nice thing about this. If you like empirical evidence and truth, we're not into trading of one faith for another. In our concept, it's if you can't be proven or measured or physically observed and or experimented on, in other words, empirical evidence, then why should I have to believe it? So, I mean, I believed in the globe, but that's because I didn't have enough knowledge about what they were telling me that I could evaluate it effectively and know that I was being given a story, a religious belief almost. So for us, we've gotten to the point where we just don't accept that anymore. So unless we can measure it, experiment on it, find empirical evidence, observe it, we're not buying it.
yeah, I feel that. Like, just because someone tells you something doesn't mean it's true, and I've not seen anything to prove that it's true. So that's where I'm at.
Well, where's your base level experience is when you walk out the front door. Do you experience a curved surface, or is it flat most of the time? Other than topographical plane, mountains, valleys, those sort of things. But over water, especially, your experience is it's one way. And then when you are asked, can you feel movement? Can you? Do you feel it spinning at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, and or not at all if you were at the very top of the globe? Well, I don't feel anything, and I know about the inner ear, and I know how angular motion is sensed in the human body as a medic and as a physician assistant. So I'm having a hard time believing that we can't feel the angular motions that are going on with multiple vectors, with this spinning ball flying through a universe being chasing down the sun. I just don't experience that. So once I realized all that, it wasn't very much longer. It started diving into what they claim is the truth and finding out a lot of it's just based on assumptions and not true measurements, not true observations even, or considering all the factors involved, such as how the eyeball works, how we see things, how things react in an atmos that is filled with a lot of water or other particulates. There's just a lot of things that I hadn't thought about until I stopped for a moment and considered the stories I was being told, and why should I believe them if I can't find evidence for them? And I couldn't find evidence. I tried to disprove that this could be what I think and experience and measure it to be now. So,
Yeah, no, that makes sense. It's really interesting. Actually, I'm trying to I'm just trying to read all of the messages too.
Yeah,
I was
they're
able to help
talking
you out.
about the black swan a lot because that's a good example of how we tested the globe model that they give us in school and everywhere. They say it's a certain size. So if it's a ball of a certain size, you need to have a certain drop rate because the curvature should be dropping away from you. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just taking my brain a little longer to process it. I need to read it.
I'm used to using my hands to visualize what I'm talking about as I talk to people. But if you think about it, okay, you think about, for instance, if someone's pregnant and you're 9 months pregnant and you have this big belly. Like, for instance, if you have your hand on top of the belly and then move it all the way to the bottom, there comes a point where you can't see your hand because the belly is in the way. So with the globe, the same thing. If it's a ball, eventually you should not be able to see something that's far away because it's behind the ball, the curve of the ball, or the curve of the belly,
Okay, that makes sense, actually. Yeah.
Right?
Okay, I needed that.
So,
yeah, those parables again.
It helps to visualize it somehow. I don't
know. No, for sure.
But basically, we get these numbers so we can do basic geometry to see how far should we be able to see before there's a physical curve of Earth in the way. And we should be at 1 foot observer, we should be able to see, what was it? I have it. It's all written here. I'm just going to open this up real quick. Okay, let's see.
6 foot.
So it can't be more than 1.225, square root of the observer's height in feet. So basically 1 foot means the max distance would be 1.22 miles. That's the most basic math way to do it. And if you look at the picture, you can actually see that because we know where the oil rigs are placed because that's already, what's the word for it? Damn, I hate my Icelandic right now. Yeah, it's mapped out and it's already officially everybody knows where it is. It's been checked. We know it's at least 9.4 miles away from the coast, but he can see the horizon beyond that. Then where's that hump that's supposed to be in the way? That's like being able to see the hand at the bottom of the belly. Where's the belly?
Yeah, no, I see it. Oh, sorry.
And the biggest problem with this, which is funny, is because we can test this all over the place. And if you look up the world record for long distance photography, they have 200-mile photos. And then there's all these places that are flatter than a pancake, whether it's Kansas or Australia or most of America. And when you have that many confirmed flat spaces, where's all the curve? And we keep checking everywhere, and there's no curve anywhere. And for instance, I've known this for 6-7 years now. And the people here in this Discord have been challenging people, and some people have been searching for the curve for years because they don't want to give up the globe because that means they have to admit they were lied to and that they were fooled. And some people's pride is too big to accept that because that hurts their ego. So they would literally fight and fight against this. And they still haven't found any curve after all this time. And that's just one of the aspects of the model that doesn't work. That's one point. Then there's the gas pressure, and then there's the spinning that's missing. And we could go over any point of the model that you want. But the even funnier bit is the model contradicts itself. And I also recommend checking out NASA fail videos. Those are hilarious.
They are
I
funny.
laughed with tears even before I knew it was flat. The first thing I saw before I knew anything was flat was my brother just said to me, hey, come check out this funny video. And they start showing me a compilation of live footage from NASA that's been captured and put together. And it's basically them fucking up on pretending to be in space. There's air bubbles, there's scuba divers in the shot, there's a rat running across the rocket that's supposed to be in outer space. and doors that accidentally bend and windows left open into space. And it
Or
just goes
things
on and on.
dropping.
It is
Or, yeah,
great
dropping
to
items.
watch. Yeah, dropping things or things going through their hand
Falling.
because you can tell they're using
Yeah.
CGI. It's so
So how many times do they have to lie before you understand that they're liars? And you probably shouldn't believe them.
I say check everything for yourself. You can trust yourself over anybody who stands to gain or profit of you believing them. Like NASA gets how many millions a day? Was it 50 or 60 million a day?
That's something like, I think David Weiss said the other day it was like 62 million, but like it ranges, I think, depending on the budget.
So it's hard to keep track of how much it is.
And that's just the known budget. There's always the black budgets too.
True. But if you have any questions, Cassie, we can talk about any of these things. And I kind of rambled there for a bit, but I'll apologize for that.
No, you're fine. I'm listening. It's just like I have 2 dogs here, and they're not my dogs, and they're just being super loud. So,
Oh, you're babysitting. You're
Yeah.
babysitting. Yeah.
Babies.
I'm babysitting one today too. So far, she's asleep though. So.
Yeah, they're very naughty, but like they're sweet. They're just loud and they bark it. They're not used to being in the city, so every sound they hear is like they freak out.
Nice. What kind of dogs are we talking here?
Well, mutts. I mean, I can send a picture, but one's like an American Bulldog mix, and one's like I don't know what the heck she is. She looks like a dingo, but she's cute.
Cool. No, I got a Border Collie here. That's mine, and then my friend's dog is a little miniature Yorkshire Terrier. I mean, we're talking miniature, really tiny.
Yeah, they're so small, like a teacup.
She's so cute, though. She thinks she's real big, and she wants to kill every mouse and rat that she thinks she's finding with her toys.
The most confident dog that I've ever met was a Chihuahua.
The most confident? Yeah, no.
He thought he was the biggest guy
They do.
around.
They do. They think they're like the boss of everybody. It's crazy how these little dogs.
And he was like small, even for a Chihuahua, so it was extra funny.
No, they will like go up to any big dog and like think that they're the boss, but I mean, usually big dogs are afraid of them too. That's the funny part because they're fierce, but they're cute.
Interesting thing about Chihuahuas. Sorry, butting in here. They're serious ball biters. So like they'll just nip under the carriage of a bigger dog and go for the nuts. And I think over time, like
funny
bigger species just are terrified of Chihuahuas now because they're so agile. Like they can't get to them, so they're right in there, teeth are into the nuts, and that big dog is down. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they've got the right positioning to do that.
That's pretty hilarious. I mean, since I'm small, I was also taught to go for the balls if you're ever in danger, so I suppose it makes
Yeah, I think we were all taught that.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. It is play dirty, never play fair.
Or the eyes or balls, yeah.
Yeah, or my sister also taught me this weird like finger spread technique where you go for the face and just try to shove your finger into any orifice you can when you're pushing someone off you, and then you run the other way while they're going like, my fucking eye and my nose.
I'm learning good tips.
Haven't had to do that though, so I can't verify whether it's any good.
Yeah, stick with pepper spray.
Oh yeah, I also forgot. Trace also did teach me since I was like very young. I think I was 6 years old when he started training me how to aim for the solar plexus. And I packed a mean wallop.
Wait, what does that mean?
The solar plexus, right in the gut.
Oh, okay.
Knocks the wind out of you. Makes you knock the wind out so they have a hard time breathing. They catch their breath. That way you can also have extra time to run. I'm a bit advocate of running because even if you do fight, especially if you have to fight dirty, things can go very wrong.
For sure.
So we may have another lady trying to join us here in a second. Jane Doe was looking to see if we were on, and she may be coming over. She was talking to me in our chat.
Hey there, I'm here.
There you go.
Yay! Good to have you. How you doing?
Hey, I'm good. I just finally got home from work, so I'm ready to wind down.
Well, good. Then hang out with us. Tell us how your day went, how your week has been, and anything else you'd like to fill us in on.
Just taking care of a 5-year-old. I'm a nanny, so my week has been very exhausting.
Wait, I'm also a nanny.
Oh, nice.
Wow, girl. Nice.
Yeah, the kids are old, but no, that's so funny. Cute.
I just recently finished a nanny job for 14-year-olds, and I realized like my passion is for little kids instead of teenagers.
Really? Because I feel like I grew up with the kids, kind of. Like, I was really young when I started, and like now they're around that age, like 14, and I'm just like, I feel like I'm their friend, so it's kind of like I can like actually joke around with them, and I like that. But yeah, I definitely do love little kids too.
I guess it's a little bit different, like when you grow up with them, because like you know them and like you feel comfortable with them. But me, like I just had started; they were already 14. I didn't like grow up with them or anything. So it was really hard, and they're like their own person when they're a teenager. So it's kind of hard to like fit in with them, even though I'm like 10 years younger than them.
No, that's what I mean. I'm like, yeah, like that's kind of the same deal, and it's just like. But no, I can understand. Like, I would never want to. Like, if I was a teacher, I could never do like middle school or high school because kids can be assholes at that age.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Yeah, you guys.
I would never do that. That's why teachers need to get paid more.
Taking care of them since they're young. If you get hold of them when they're like younger, you can make sure they're not assholes.
That's right.
I've been working with kids for the last, I think it's 7 or 8 years. I started 2013. Yeah, it's been almost 8 years now. And I started out with just first and second graders. And now I'm with third and fourth graders. And even just the gap between a second grader and a fourth grader is huge.
I believe that.
Yeah, no, I agree for sure. Even I used to take care of a 6-year-old, and then he turned 7, and there's just such a huge difference there. And like during the pandemic, it was really hard for him to like socialize with kids. So first he was really sweet, and then when he started socializing with other kids, he was such an ass, and he actually like got in trouble for bullying other kids, which I felt really bad because I know he's such a good kid.
He just doesn't know how to handle it.
He just needs social skills. This is just tools that he's missing.
Yeah.
And by doing a little bit of training with him where you help him practice and stuff, you can help him get out of that bad habits and figure out how to join a game without pushing yourself in or demanding it or taking control. Because a lot of times it's just, I don't know how to join in, so I force my way in. I don't
It's
like
more
how
like
he behaves. I'm gonna
it's
stop
a little
him
bit more like peer pressure because the other kids, like there was the main kid, his father is in the military, so he's deployed all the time. And then he kind of like takes out that anger on other kids, and like for some reason other kids like follow in his footsteps. So
yeah, if this was in our work, I know exactly what we do. We would have a male employee preferably become his support guy, which is behind the scenes. And that person, whoever managed to bond with the kid most, will then start being the positive male model in his life and start helping him work out and be the discipline. So that when he does something, this is the guy who talks to him, but it's never going to be too strict. It's going to be like, hey, however works best for the kids, And then the one who was being, should I say, social pressured into it, help that person with empowering things and do a little like exercise with him and little projects where you do the secret king method, for instance, to boost his confidence, where you take every little chance you get when he does something good, or even if it's just something basic like he put all his clothes on himself, or he showed up on time to this, or he remembered to do something, and you're like, oh, good job, man. You're always doing so great remembering this. Like, can always count on you. And you pep them up. And then if you can, find a positive leader within the group of children. You can try to find a common interest and make either a club or some fun activity where they're both in the same group, and see if you can encourage friendship with them as well and try to upset the dynamic, while still giving support to the kid and helping the kid who is aggressive deal with that in a better way and make friends that are in a healthy relationship, because once they see the difference, they want to change.
Why do you sound so sweet? I feel like
and educated.
I just feel like when the boy was like 5 and he was like such a terrorist, like he would just like freak out and like scream, and like I would just be like, I'm not even dealing with you. Like literally go to your room. I don't even care what you do. Like go do whatever, because I can't. If you're screaming at me, I'm not doing it. So that was my take on, and then he would calm down immediately and be like, I'm sorry. And I'm like, okay, well then let's talk. Like whatever. I just don't engage if they're like freaking out like that. I can't.
Yeah, that's actually one of the techniques we use, because you don't want to give attention to negative behavior. So when it's not dangerous or sabotaging to himself, you don't reward that with attention. You're like, well, I'm not interested in talking to you when you're acting like this. I'm going to go do this fun thing without you. And then you can drag them into the other thing, and then you can have the conversation exactly when they calm down. You're actually doing it really well, because trying to engage them when they're in a state of upset, you're never going to get anywhere, because their mental state is different and they need to calm down to be able to understand the logic behind what you're saying, because they're completely emotion based when they're in that state.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, he's turned out to be a great guy, great kid. So I did something right, but like
he's been lucky to have you.
Yeah, it was iffy for a while, but yeah, no, I really thought he'd be the one that would like turn out a little funny, but he's great. So
I'll tell you this: the troublesome boys that act out and things like that, even if you have to be strict with them and put the foot down and all that other stuff and be like, hey, I'm not going to engage with you when you're doing this and blah, 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 and you feel like you're being a total nag, those are often the kids that need it the most and appreciate it the most. For instance, we had once a kid from 6 to 7 when I was working with first and second graders, and he'd gotten to the point where like a lot of staff would be like, okay, I can't even talk to him. And at that point, they just sent me in if they can't talk to him, or I just initiate that and go there originally. But I could usually get through to him. And at one point, he literally just walks into the room I'm in. He wasn't in there at all. Comes up to me, hugs me, and says, I love you like I love mom. And then he walks away. And that was like the moment I knew, like, okay, I'm doing something that he needs.
See, you need to be a mom. You need to be a mom, Karma.
This is why I need to find a good truther man, I can't raise a child with somebody who doesn't get this. But the cutest thing about this story is when he got to 3rd grade, he's not going to come to my after school program anymore. And the day after, I'm in an ice cream shop in the neighborhood, and he and his mom are in the store when I come in. And he looks super shy. He's barely looking at me. He's doing all the shy body posture. And then the mom speaks up. We barely know each other at all. And she's like, he was wondering whether he should say hi when you were on the way. So I'm like, are you kidding me? Come here, my buddy. We're still friends. I don't care if you're not in the after school program. We're still buddies, right? Aren't we friends? And he had the biggest goddamn smile on his face. He ran over, he hugged me, and he was like, okay, it's not just a staff member doing their job. This is a person who cares about me and what she said she meant. Because sometimes you just got to go to the personal level and be like, I care about you as an individual. Sometimes kids need that badly.
No, that's so cute. Like, I'm going to cry.
This is my passion. All the kids we can help like this. I've seen such transformations. I could talk about this all night. So stop me whenever.
No, I mean, I wanted to work in like pediatric ICU, and like I did for a while, but like I'm now in school and like finishing up nursing school, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know if I want to do pediatric ICU. I love kids, but like, I don't know. It was fine in respiratory, but like, I don't know. I think I'm gonna do adults instead.
Well, it's hard with children. I did pediatrics as a physician assistant, and I've done a lot of interesting things, and it's hard when kids are suffering. But you know what I like about working with medical and with children is they don't lie to you. Children don't lie to you about their symptoms or whatever. They just don't. And adults, on the other hand, can be very deceptive about things.
Oh yeah, I'm a terrible patient.
And like Trace just sit next to me, kids are also horrible liars most of the time, so it's not hard to tell when they are.
No, you're right. They're absolutely terrible at lying. If they're good at lying, it's concerning.
Yeah, that means there's something wrong at home, and you always have to lie to hide what's wrong.
Yeah, and that's another clue that something's really wrong if they're doing that. So,
yeah, there's a ton of red flags to look out for. It's once you spot more than one, you need to start sneakily digging. But the sneaky part is you don't ask them outright ever. You just make them feel comfortable to talk to you, and when they do, make sure not to react too hard. You just act like, "Oh, really? Oh, that's too bad." Or, you don't react like, "Oh my God, really?" Because then they'll be like, "Oh no, I wasn't supposed to tell." And now there's a reaction. I did something wrong, because they might have been told at home, "You don't talk about this outside of the house." But if you're casual and nice about it and just sympathetic, they'll tell you whatever is going on at home.
well, as long as they feel they can trust you too. That's what I found. Building trust, especially in the medical stuff. They've got to trust that you're not going to rat them out. In other words, they know that they can trust you if they say, "Yeah, I'm not going to tell anybody about these things." If it's going to put you in danger, we'll be good. But if it's in danger, then I have to do stuff. That's okay, right? Yeah. So you have to make agreements too.
Yeah, we do that too at our work. We have to be like, but if it's something dangerous or something very bad, I might have to tell somebody, but it's still okay to tell me and stuff like that.
Yeah, building trust. That's a real big one.
I used to often stay like an extra hour almost every day when we had a kid who was being neglected. But because we documented everything really well and we work with Child Protective Services and stuff, she was moved to her grandma. And she started showing up with clean, combed hair, wearing her own clothes that fit her, and just smiling like every day was great.
Yeah, after they go through things like that, yeah, they appreciate the good things, even the little good things.
Yeah. But I completely forgot we should be talking about flat Earth.
No, sorry.
Sorry.
No, you go ahead. I'm opening boxes.
I was going to say, speaking of children and flat Earth, when I was taking care of the 14-year-olds, one of them just goes, how is it that we can see the sun and the moon at the same time? And the moon just seems so closer than what they're actually saying. And I'm like, oh, like I really wanted to tell her about flat Earth, but if I would have tell her anything about it, like her mom would have freaked out and fired me. So sometimes being a nanny can be very hard.
Yeah, but you could have just, you can always say, well, you know what? That's a really good question. And you should go research that and start thinking about that. You can always encourage the thinking without confirming that you think one way or the other.
I kind of did something like that. I was like, you're probably right. There's something to it. But I usually just kind of leave it as minimal as I possibly can. Because I live in Northern Virginia, and people here are super liberal. And
you live near me.
Oh, cool. We're neighbors.
Yeah, I live in DC.
So you understand my pain. Like, people here will flip out over anything. Like, if I say, I'm a flat earther, then they'll be like, oh my God, you're an anti-vax. And I'm like, that has nothing to do with anything.
I think it's the delivery. Like if you say like I'm a flat earther, people
right? Yeah, no. Even if I like question, that's the thing. Like even if you question the littlest things, people are like, no, that's not the truth. You have to believe everything you're told.
Agree with
we're not taught that in school.
I left a comment on a Facebook post from one of our news medias, and I mentioned how Project Veritas has been covering Fauci and documents from DARPA.
Yeah.
And the first comment back, a reply was, "So, do you believe in lizard men or globalists?"
Exactly. People are just so stupid.
I'm like, I'm just telling you, there's literal evidence about Dr. Fauci doing all these horrible things, other than the dog torture.
Yeah.
And he didn't even want to look at it. He just wanted to go into lizard men.
Yeah, well, people like to think, if they hear, instead of like being open-minded and you immediately shut things down, like you're never going to get information that way. Like, you know what I mean? You have to be open-minded on both sides, like, or interested in like learning more because.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think you have to be willing to question anything and be okay with that, because that's what good science is questioning everything. Nothing is ever it's not consensus in science. It's about evidence, and you got to question everything to get there.
But the narrative that they're pushing so heavily is just believe it. It's science. Science is fact, and that's really hard. I lived in a generation where, it was so easy to just go online and look something up and have the answer readily available. Whereas in my father's generation, like they had to go into books and research everything.
Yeah, you had to do your library time. You had to do some real work back in the day. Yeah, because I'm on the cusp of those two. I'm almost 50, so I was there for all the changeover, and it made a big difference in being able to get it so simply, because that makes indoctrination really easy then too, when it's presented to you so upfront, right there, mass media. It's hard to overcome the biases that you're already getting instilled in you if you keep on that stuff and don't question it.
Right.
The worst part is people don't realize how dangerous it is. What the hell was that? Anyways, yeah, they don't know how dangerous it is, because every time a horrible atrocity has ever been committed, it's because they had people believing in absurdities. And if you can, just like whether you look at cults or wars, or when they convinced people that smoking was good for you, or the 10 years where they kept x-raying pregnant women even though it was giving their kids cancer, and all this other stuff. There's so many different examples through every single field that human beings touch, where so long as you just do as you're told, you don't look into things yourself, things get progressively worse until, what are you going to do? Things have gone to shit.
Groupthink will kill you.
Oh yeah, it will. I think we should bring back...
Crossing the road will kill you.
Everybody about civil disobedience. And when it's necessary.
So I don't know either of you two girls very well at all, new ladies. Do you guys want to give your story about how you came to this subject and what your thoughts are still on it, or if you've pretty certain that you know that it is flat or not?
Well, 2 years ago, I went to go visit my dad, and me and him weren't really close when I was younger. But long story short, he kind of like red pilled me and basically told me the earth was flat. And then he just kind of like educated me on everything. And it was really wonderful. And I've just been trying to educate myself a little bit more. And recently I found you guys, and I just like to listen in and hear what everyone has to say about everything, because finding information online is very hard. So
yeah, it is. Have you guys used David Weiss's app? Because he's got links to all the videos that are scrubbed from YouTube in one place if you ever need.
Oh yeah, no, what is it? I have an iPhone. Would it be on the Apple Store?
It's on the App Store. It's on the Apple Store as far as I know too. Like the highest rated app. But it's the Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app, I think. think that's the name.
Sounds better.
And it's the one by Blue Water Bay. So make sure you get that one, not the other one. And I think it's what, $3, $3.50 or something. And you can even connect with other people. It now has a connection that allows you to see other flat earthers where they live, and you can even contact them if you wish.
Oh, that's
so you
cool.
can
I'm sorry, what's it called
like-minded
again?
people. It's the Sun and Moon Zodiac Clock app, I think. I think that's the title. I always forget. It's a long, funny title. Doesn't have flat
Flat
Earth in
Earth,
it.
Sun, Moon, and Zodiac. Yeah.
So we'll know for sure.
There it is. Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and
Found
Zodiac Clock. Yeah, that's a good one. And like I said, you can connect with people, and when they have meetups, different groups are having meetups at different times. It's a great way to meet people in your local area. I've used it.
Oh, perfect. Yeah.
I'm gonna check it out. I'm buying it right now.
Just make sure it's the Blue Water Bay one. As long as it's that one, you've got the right one, because there is a fake one out there, and it's not near as good.
Oh, yeah, there's like two different ones. Flat Earth Clock, and then there's oh, it's the same one. Obviously, the one that's more highly rated.
The one that's top rated, and yeah, it's the Blue Water Bay, and it's fun. Makes it easier to share information with others if you want to talk about it, and also do your own research. If you go to that question mark button that has links to all kinds of videos, and then there's a video posted every day that you can watch.
That's so cool that the App Store has this, because like everything else is so censored. Even YouTube. Oh my God, YouTube is so heavily censored. I don't even go on it anymore.
He developed it for that reason, because he couldn't find stuff anymore. But it links into a YouTube channel that has all the videos, so it's pretty cool.
Oh, good.
So he makes it so you can find all that stuff that's been disappearing, all the stuff that was really great back in 2012 to all the way up to now. Yeah.
People are so stupid.
You guys
Sorry.
want to talk about music?
What about the music, man?
Do you guys want to talk about music? Like
Flat Earth music?
I don't know. Yeah, like, is there a genre? That's fascinating.
Oh, yes, there is. There's a genre.
Really?
Who am I speaking to right now? Who is this?
It's Kavanigan.
Yeah, we actually have a bot, a music bot. You can go in and listen to some of the more recent stuff that people are posting that's Flat Earth related, or that genre. But yeah, you can find a lot of different groups. ODD is one.
Right.
We've got even Drace and his sister. His sister's on tonight, Karma. They make some pretty good music on SoundCloud and other places.
That's wild.
I think it's on YouTube as well, isn't it?
Well, when you think about it, a dance floor is flat, right? So
yes.
Why shouldn't the music be?
Yeah, I
Picking
agree.
up what I'm putting down?
Yep, I am. So are you a flat earther?
I have been told that I'm a globe earther by some dissenting voices on the server, but I'm definitely, turning around a corner. You're
questioning.
Obviously
You're
not.
questioner. That's good. That's
Yeah,
good.
yeah. I'll put it this way. I'm turning around a corner, not a curve. Picking up what I'm putting down.
Yes, absolutely. Nice. That's excellent, man. No, we want questioners. We're not trying to convince anybody of anything. You have to find out for yourself and know. I want you to know, though, not believe.
Right.
I don't need to replace a religion for you for anything. So.
Right. It's a fascinating war of geometry, isn't it? It really is a war of geometry. And maybe in 2,000 years they will call this, the Great War of Geometry. And
I think that's true.
Flat Earthers
definitely.
and globe earthers actually arm themselves and go to bloody tumult, the casualties could be massive, but maybe what emerges from that could just change the game forever. I'm not saying that everybody should arm themselves, ready to start this
arm yourself with minds and words. Minds and words are good arming though too, so we can do that.
Right. So, it's always been interesting getting to know the different discourses. But enough from me. I'll let the ladies take the floor.
No, more than welcome. We actually are always looking for somebody to talk to, so I'm glad you're questioning. I'm glad you're here. It is for the guys to ask questions that haven't been in here with us before, so it's not just for the girls. I'm not into judging whether somebody's a sellout or not. I just provide the information because he does provide at least a source of information. If you're worried about why I said that app is good, it has nothing to do with anything else but that. So discern for yourself what is a sellout or not. That's fine. That's cool, Karma, that you found somebody that's from Iceland. So that's a nice thing about that, resource. It's just a resource and a tool so you can find other people like-minded and find more information. Yeah, I suggest group meetups are best if you're going to meet with people, since you don't really know who's behind that screen. It could be a good thing, though. I've had group meetings with some other flat earthers here in this state, and it's been fun.
What state are you in?
Arkansas.
Oh my gosh, my dad lives in Arkansas.
I just moved here 7 months ago. I'm originally a Pacific Northwester from Washington, Eastern Washington. Yep. Moved here for the weather and retire. I was getting tired of snow and digging out every winter.
Retire? Oh my gosh, you sound so young.
Well, I'm not quite 50, but I retired early due to a military injury. So.
Okay. Well, thank you for your service. My dad was in the military also. Funny that he's not very good with relationships, and I'm like, you need to find like a flat earth community in Arkansas. Like, I'm sure there's some over there. He's like, no. He's a big homebody.
Yeah, a lot of veterans are.
Yeah, it's so sad because my dad, like, he's the best person ever, and he's just been like so screwed in life. And obviously, I just want the best for my dad. But
sure. Where at? Is he in? I'm in the Ozark area.
Okay, Fayetteville.
Okay, yeah. There's a lot of flat earthers in Fayetteville, and actually, we've had one meetup there that I've been to so far. I know they've had others, but I've been to one so far since I've been here. So
that's
yeah,
awesome.
you guys, you'll have to get him the app, and then we can communicate through that, or you can come on here, and I'll let you guys know when it's Helio Skeptic, who's a member of our Discord, who has.
Yeah, I talked to him once.
He's
He was
in
really
Fayetteville.
sweet.
Yeah,
Oh
he's
my
in
God!
Fayetteville.
No way. That's so
Yes.
cool.
So he puts together meetups every once in a while. So your dad is more than welcome. We go to usually a restaurant and hang out and just have a good time.
That's
talking truth
awesome.
and hanging out.
And that's
So-
what that app that you were saying, the one that was
We use-
$2.99.
You can use that, but also Helio will advertise it when he does another one on here. So you can do it from here too, and find out what time and day and place. And yeah, we'll meet up again. I'm sure in the spring, probably.
Yeah, for sure. I gotta tell him about it. I know he'd love to.
Yeah, and tell him I'll show up, and then you can have another veteran to talk to.
Yay! Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
I love meeting new people, especially people with common interests. It's great. I'd even like to set up sometime, since I live close to Bull Shoals Lake, which is really huge. I'd love to set up a flat Earth canoe trip down, do some canoeing or something, or kayaking. That'd be fun for somebody like him to get out and do if he likes the outdoors.
Yeah, he loves the outdoors. He has like 2 fishing boats and a bunch of outdoor equipment.
Ooh,
He just never uses.
I need to be his friend. I'm a big time fisherman. So.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So we'll have to do that. We'll have to make sure he gets out and gets some fishing in.
Yeah.
I'll force him into it, maybe. Convince him it's worth it.
Oh yeah. It's just like, it really is nice. Like, this is my first time being on Discord and everything, and like being able to communicate with like-minded people is so comforting, just because like ever since I became like a flat earther, like I just feel, I don't know, I don't want to sound like narcissistic or anything, but like it's just when I talk to like normal people that don't really like know the truth, it's just kind of like, I don't know, it's just kind of hard for me to talk to others.
It's hard to connect. It's hard to connect because you have to hold back, because they're going to react really badly to some.
Yeah, exactly. And then they just like think you're crazy, and I'm just like, yeah, sure.
Oh yeah, I've been called crazy many a time. I've gotten used to it.
I'm just like, you know what? When we die, we'll all know the truth in heaven, so it's not worth wasting my breath.
Yeah, exactly. So, it's nice just to find people though that you can hang out with and don't have to restrain your speech about certain subjects. You can be okay with it. So I know how that goes. We all do actually here. It's one of the reasons I think we all come on here and do our thing.
For sure.
Not only to help get other people to question their reality, but also just to have some camaraderie, and some time together, and not feel like we're a bunch of crazy folks that have nobody.
Right. We can all be crazy together.
Yep, and I think everybody's a little crazy anyway. It's all okay. I don't have a problem with it. But I do think things would be better if people knew the truth. I definitely wish people would wake up to more truth.
I agree with that for sure, but everything is so heavily filtered on social media, and we're so censored. I really do believe that we are like a big majority. There are a lot more flat earthers than what we think.
Yeah, the closet flat earthers, there are definitely a lot of them out there. I've met a few of them, yeah, and they're more than, I think you're right, than they want us to know. I don't think they want us to know how big this really is.
For sure, yeah.
I think they're scared of it too. Some of us even think that was part of the reason for such a hard censorship, even with the Congress talking about our subject specifically. Talking about flat Earth specifically in Congress was bizarre, and having the president even use it as an insult, it's just kind of funny. It tells you that there's something to this that they're afraid of.
No, I agree for sure. And it's just really sad that they just kind of like bully us into being quiet when It's just frustrating, like the evil people out there just trying to quiet us. And it's sad because there's so many good people out there that want us to know the truth, but the majority, it really is silent.
Yeah, there's a lot of fear-based control, and it's sad because I think that affects your entire life, your health, your spiritual well-being, everything. So that's one of the reasons I do this. I come on here for this reason, to hopefully get people to think for themselves, get out of that fear-based lifestyle and being controlled by it, because it affects everything, including how well you feel about life.
Yeah.
And there's too much depression. I see so many people depressed and sad, and there's a lot of exciting stuff out here. It's a interesting, exciting place if you allow it to be and question it.
Right. I agree.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
No, a lot of the psychological things, like the depression and all this different stuff, it comes from the mainstream programming and the traumatizing of the children, because they try to break you when you're young. Just look at the Elsa Gate on YouTube, or the nasty things they throw in Disney movies and stuff like that.
Yeah, and it gets worse.
Yeah, and it gets progressively worse, like Trace is saying.
Yeah.
So, of course, we're going to churn out more and more people with psychological issues if we're literally programming them to have them. I mean, my favorite thing about that show, Everybody Loves Raymond, is the fact that 90% of the cast are narcissists, and then the rest are co-narcissists. So if they're analyzing and trying to practice how to deal with narcissists, they provide good examples of narcissistic behavior. But they put laughing tracks on it as if it's funny when they're doing psychological abuse.
Yeah, my mom used to hate that show because she said it just made everybody look like terrible, awful people or really stupid people. And she couldn't stand it because I think she was pretty awake. At least that's why I think I was able to wake up so easy, because she allowed us to question anything we wanted, and was kind of one of those people that just didn't buy into the programming.
It's, for instance, when you're very good at heart and you're kind, a lot of this nasty evil shit, it'll feel disharmonious to you, and there's something off-putting about it. And then later, if you've learned about things like, narcissism and fallacies, and then you look at it again and you're like, this is why I always hated this. He's abusing that person and everybody's applauding him. No wonder I hated this movie. That kind of stuff, you know?
Yeah, people keep returning to their abusers all the time in this situation. The trauma-based mind control is very powerful. Makes you return, just like it's a kind of a Stockholm syndrome almost.
Just like an abusive relationship. Oh, but he loves me and he said he'll change, and he only beats me when he's drunk. Like those excuses excuse the behavior at all?
Oh yeah. No, and even in my medical practice, I saw such an increase in depression as social media came up and became so much more powerful within our societies. It's just the narcissism that it has created is sick. It's really sick for people to be that narcissistic. It's not healthy at all. And the way they treat each other because of it is horrid. It's absolutely horrid. And the codependency is not any much better. It isn't.
I'm very guilty of that. I'm a very codependent person. Yeah.
Yeah, I was. I've learned to fight through it. Yeah, me too.
But if you have to choose between a narcissist and a co-narcissist, I'd take a co-narcissist any day. If you have to choose between a codependent and a conformist, I'd take a codependent any day, because you can at least teach them independence.
Yeah, they can be pulled out of it. The narcissist, they don't even want to treat them in the psychological arena. They consider them incurable. It's crazy how they don't even want to treat it.
It's because it's so hard to, you can force somebody to have an ego break, but they have to break through all those delusions. So unless it's like a super talented therapist that knows either hypnosis or neurolinguistic programming, most people just aren't equipped to deal with this kind of shit. And it literally is training on the therapist, so I can understand why they wouldn't want to do that. We lived with a narcissist for 5 or 6 years, and the gaslighting, and I was starting to get PTSD from her. And I know what PTSD is. I recognize it. I had an anxiety attack at one point, and I was like, this is not good enough. Eventually, we for 5 or 6 years, we tried to help this girl. with everything we know, the whole, like, me and Trace. And she just kept getting worse. And eventually I just put my foot down and said, get the fuck out of our house.
Yeah, they actually feed off of it. You have to stop supplying the need. It's terrible, but that's what it is.
Though, because she gave birth to a baby, and we were taking care of the baby. So who has time to deny the narcissist? You have to take care of the baby.
Yeah, those are the hardest ones to be in. I've recently been trying to help a group that's dealing with that right now with a family of narcissists with a little baby, and it's so tragic and so difficult.
So tragic. I totally agree. But I'll tell you one thing, a little bit of distance, not having her in the house helped a hell of a lot. Because she was falling into routines and bad habits and bad, like, things that she used to do as a teenager that she'd gotten a bit better at over the years. She was a more functioning narcissist until she started spiraling. She started dragging mom into it. Oh, it was just dreadful. But everything's getting better. She hasn't been in our house for a while now. She just comes over and drops off the baby. We watched the baby earlier today. It was super nice. And I don't have to live with that anymore. It's very nice. I'm so happy. It's like being freed from oppression almost. It's like,
it is. It's terroristic almost. Living like within a terroristic system. I know it's terrible. I've been there, done that. Got the T-shirt.
Oh, my mom just sent me a text. I'm gonna go brush her hair. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Awesome.
In a bit. Hey, damsel, I'm curious as to like how you discovered that the Earth was flat.
Well, I got some time off from my very busy life of being a medic and traveling and doing all kinds of crazy stuff, combat and that sort of stuff. And then I got ill from actually, I won't say exactly what, but the same thing kind of stuff that they're giving out now and people are suffering from side effects from. I ended up with a polio-like syndrome and ended up in a wheelchair for 10 years.
Oh my God.
On a feeding tube and hospice. I was on hospice for 2 of those years.
Wow.
And gave me time to really start thinking about things. And my son got me hooked on YouTube. And he was starting to look at truther videos. And so we started doing that together as part of me having something to do while I was bedridden and a lot of pain and not fun. I was on a feeding tube even, so I couldn't do much but just lay there and listen to stuff and think a lot. And I have several degrees in biology, and then also as an Air Force member, so I had a couple of flights that were interesting based on the globe wouldn't have had to make an emergency landing. And so these things were in my back of the mind when the first video about flat Earth. It took me less than an hour to figure out where I'd gone wrong, and that, yeah.
Wow.
Definitely flat, because I had experiences even as a child seeing things too far that people told me were a mirage, and I knew they couldn't be because we'd seen them from hundreds of miles away and we'd driven from them to home and still could see it. And it was like, that's no mirage.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it was just a bunch of things went click, click, click. As soon as I watched one, I was like, yep, I was wrong. And, I was a scientist. I had science degrees. So it was like, boy, did I not question enough. I trusted my professors and all these things that I thought had been verified. And then I started diving deep to see if everything that I thought I knew was even based on anything. And I even found it in medicine and other places that, nope, a lot of the things I thought were true were totally based on false information or something. So,
wow.
And what you're seeing here is a mirage.
Exactly. That one did it for me too. So, but yeah, I ended up actually having ability to get healed by changing diet, going to herbal medicine, getting off all the pharmaceuticals, and had a miracle. Like final miracle happened in January 2020, and I was able to throw the wheelchair away, and I can drive and take care of myself. And
oh my God,
I am listed as terminal. Still listed. I have no symptoms. So what can I say?
Wow. God is good. That's so amazing. I'm so happy for you.
Exactly what I can say is I got closer to the creator through flat earth as well. It changed a lot of my ideas about things.
Oh my God, me too. Me too. Like, oh, I totally agree with you. It's crazy. I just feel so much more closer to God and just like so at peace with so many things that have gone bad in my life. So yeah, it's crazy. That's why like sometimes I try like there's so many like topics I want to talk about. I've been so sheltered for a couple years. Being in a relationship with someone who was the complete opposite of me. And
yeah, mine told me I was crazy when I came to these understandings.
Yeah, it's so like my relationship with God is like stronger than ever, and I'm so thankful for that. And yeah, I want to ask you, like, were you a pilot when you were in the Air Force or no?
Medic. I was a medic.
Just a medic. Okay.
Yeah, flight medic, and then, like I said, I became a physician assistant, and then that's when my disease really kicked off from injuries due to I was given a bunch of shots just before I went to combat, and too many at one time, and whatever was in them sent me down the same path that you're seeing people in today, where they're shaking and having seizures and neurological problems and just crazy, very painful, not fun, and nearly got me. Nearly got me, but I made it. I didn't believe the doctors when they told me I was going to die, and I fought hard, and God was there through the whole thing.
Yeah, amen. I think my dad was telling me about they were giving out vaccines to service members who went overseas. I got to ask him about it because I'm not trying to like put words in his mouth, but something about a vaccine and it like killed a bunch of service members or made them really ill.
Yes, we've got a lot of us that have gone through the same thing I have. We're real careful about using the V word here, so that's why
I'm sorry. Okay,
no,
sorry.
We're being broadcast on YouTube, and we want to be very cautious.
Oh,
how we talk.
You got to speak in code. Call it the juice.
That's right.
The juice. Okay, thank you.
Juice, things like that. Yeah, so that's why I called it something else.
Gotcha.
But,
okay.
Yeah. But there is a group that they claim are toxic injury vets, but they're actually won't admit that the toxic injury is due to those juices.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because they gave a lot of us bunches of stuff just before we went, and a lot of us are sick. And even people who didn't deploy, who got a bunch of those juices, have ended up having major problems and dying. We've had a lot of deaths in the military that people don't even know about. I would suspect Gulf War syndrome is also related.
Yes, that's what it was. My dad has the Gulf War syndrome.
Yeah, I'm classified with that as well.
Yeah, he like once a year he gets like strangely sick. It's like flu-like symptoms, but doctors can never figure out what it is.
Yep, it's residuals from that stuff. I think it is. So they were testing a lot of things on us, and I even gave vaccines that we didn't even know what was in them or what they were. They were just listed as letters A or B.
What? Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, the last time I got juiced was like in 2018 before I knew about all this stuff, and it was for school, but it was like tetanus and stuff. Like I don't know. I really haven't sat down and done research on all these different brands of juice, but I mean I'm still I'm not anti-juice, but I do believe in some like Hep A and whatnot. I feel like those help, but then again, like they don't last forever.
Yeah, and they have side effects as well. So there's all kinds of problems. Yeah, if you ever want to do a deep dive, I suggest you go to a channel called MIG, just like it sounds, MIGMAG, and start listening to the scientists that have alternative views on certain theories that have never been confirmed, actually.
Is this on Discord?
It's on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
And they have a Twitter channel as well, so they have I think they're on Odyssey and a couple other places too, but I know you can find them on YouTube. But if you want to hear directly from some of the scientists about what they think is actually going on with certain theories, like even how viruses work, you might want to check it. because it's quite. I've changed my mind about a lot of things, especially once I found the research that showed nothing had been confirmed. So, yep, it's kind of hard to say what I believe now because in the medical community, there's very few of us that understand that there was a takeover during Louis Pasteur's coming to understanding what he thought infectious agents were and how to treat them with certain juices. And I'm not so sure any of that stuff is very good for us at all. And I'm not so sure we need it. So, and after my own experience, I kind of have to say I've got personal anecdotal experience, but the research I found and the NIH studies that they never showed me in medical school. I went to 2 years of medical school and I didn't get shown these things. They never talked about it.
Wow.
And they should have, because it's definitely that we were being run by the big farm guys were even at the medical school. So they were providing lunches and all kinds of stuff, making sure we gave credence to all their products.
Wow. Prune juice. Yeah, that's crazy. You were talking about also like doing like homeopathic medicine instead of
herbal and homeopathic. I did both, and I still do both, and it's been very successful, obviously. And organic food, making sure I got detoxed of everything I could, and heavy metals removed, and all kinds of things I've done.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry for people who are listening. I really need to ask this because I'm doing a lot of research on heavy metal detox. Like, I need help finding good products. Like, I'm currently doing colloidal silver, chlorophyll, and I'm trying to find like fulvic acid.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yep.
What other things could you recommend for me?
I even did things like borax. There are other people that also do. I did one that's called childhood immunization homeopathy for removing all the metals. It's a special formula made by this naturopathic group, and you can get it at a lot of naturopaths. I think you might even be able to order it yourself. I'll have to look it up. I do biocell salts. I found that really helped. What's called bioplasm. So the cell salts and things like that have really helped. And then a lot of mushrooms. I did a lot of different kinds of mushroom blends that seemed to really help with the inflammation I was dealing with.
Like actual edible mushrooms, or like
like reishi, turkey tail, lion's mane, combinations of a bunch of different ones, and I even did micro dosing of psychedelic mushrooms when I was struggling so much with the residual depression that was caused by all my long-term severe pain and being on hospice and all this crazy stuff that I went through, and it really helped. It really helped. I would have never even considered doing those things because I was military. I never did any of that stuff, but I found that even I was so sick and throwing up all the time because my stomach didn't work. Like I said, I had a feeding tube. None of their drugs would stop me from throwing up constantly. So I ended up using herb, smoking or vaporizing marijuana, and it helped medically big time. Big time.
I bet. It's just so hard to like do certain things just because like I'm young and I'm trying to find like a job in the federal government, so that stuff is a big no-no there.
Why they don't even let us officially use it in the VA system, even when I was discharged and all that.
Yes,
they couldn't say I could take it. They would just say quietly in my ear, "We think you should be on that." And my state was allowed medical use, so I was able to get help, and it made a huge difference because there was a period of time that I just didn't want to make it anymore because I was so sick. And it really helped. Didn't get rid of the pain, but it made it so I could tolerate the levels of pain I was at, because I was at 200 milligrams of morphine a day, wasn't even making it stop. So understand how bad it really was, but it made a difference for me and reduced enough of the inflammation I could survive. So, and helped with the depression as well. So.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing all that. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, we have a other places we can talk privately, and even on the Ladies Night channel, if you ever want to talk or have a question about specifics, what I've done, or you have your own issue and I can help you, I am always willing to help. Make
my God, thank you.
suggestions. I don't give medical advice officially, but I give suggestions, the things that might help you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And sorry for everyone listening. I know it's supposed to be flat Earth. I know I'm a stickler when I listen. Like, this isn't flat Earth. Sorry.
And, well, sometimes we diverge a little bit, but it helps. If it helps other people, I'm all for it. So even if it's just for a few minutes. So, but yeah, I try to help where I can now, since I don't practice in the allopathic field, and I'm, like I said, retired at this point. So, like, I've only been out of the wheelchair coming up on 2 years. So
good for you. Congrats. That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm really happy about it. It's fun to be able to walk and eat and not be in pain. It's awesome. And be able to drive again, get my license back. That was fun.
Yeah, I bet. Are you like walking back to normal, or do you need like assistance?
No assistance at all now. None at all.
Wow. Good for you.
Nobody can tell that I was that sick unless I tell them now.
Wow.
I can show my scars to prove it, but that's the only proof I have now. So it's awesome.
Going back on track with flat Earth, do you know anything about like Tesla? Do you have
I know some, and I know we had a recent show. I think it was this last Sunday that they presented on this channel right here a whole presentation on Tesla and provided a lot of links and information. So you may want to find out. Yeah, they did a whole program on it. So I would assume that somebody knows what timestamp or has that separated out so that you can go back and listen and find the information. It's all there. But yeah, I know a little bit about him. What I learned on that program was helpful, and I still want to research more. I mean, it's so interesting.
I just feel like I'm sure like you've had those feelings when you were younger, like there's so much more to like the world than there really is. And I feel very much that way when it comes to like technology nowadays. Like we've been kind of like at a plateau when it comes to technology. Like just think about like all these prototypes of cars that are coming out. They're only prototypes. They're so futuristic. They have so much technology involved in it, but they don't mass produce it just because, well, sure, like there's a lot of money that goes into it, but I just feel like there's just so much more.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. This place was created so that we could actually have energy that would not harm the environment. I think that's been hidden from us for a reason, because again, that would not make us reliant then on these companies and all that. But I also believe that there's other ways to do things that would be much more beneficial and way more fun, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree. There's something wrong with the technology when you say, yeah, we're going to switch everybody over battery-driven cars. But what happens when it has a snowstorm and it's cold and everybody's stopped on the interstate for 24 hours? And what happens then? You're going to have a big, huge generator truck come out and recharge them all after they tried to keep everybody warm, or will they even start in severe cold weather for long term? I mean, batteries are not that great. I'm just like, what are we doing? What are we thinking here? Because I don't know what we're going to do if that kind of stuff, California doesn't want to have any gas vehicles by 2030 or something. Or
that's not going to happen. There's no way, because it's like it's you can't easily afford something like that. Like, sure, like you can buy a Tesla now, brand new, somewhat affordable. I mean, if you're making good money, but like in 10 years, in 5 to 10 years, when you need a new battery, it's going to cost you over $10,000 to get it replaced without the warranty.
And who has that just laying around when they've got other bills and other things you got to save? So I don't know how they expect it to work. But
even Elon Musk knows, like we don't have the infrastructure for it, even by 2030.
Yeah, and I agree with somebody saying that. Yeah, you'll own nothing and be happy because you'll just rent everything. But the thing is that they're restricting you from being free. I mean, that's one of the greatest freedoms, is being able to move without